always thank everybody for anything they do. I think it's amazing. People could just watch for free, but they choose to help support the channel. And I think that's pretty cool.
There is no evidence that has been presented to justify the shooting of an unarmed woman resulting in her unnecessary death. Kristi Noem, the so-called Secretary of Homeland Security, is a stone-cold liar who has zero credibility on this issue or on any other issue. And what we need, as I believe the governor has indicated, is a full and complete investigation. This rogue ICE agent who pulled the trigger should be criminally investigated to the full extent of the law, including for demonstrating a depraved indifference to human life.
As you know, there are ICE officers deployed in multiple places across the country as part of the president's immigration crackdown.
Yeah, they are crying wolf on this one, saying she was a domestic terrorist. I mean, really? I don't even think the right would buy that bullshit. Like some middle-aged lady who was an activist probably got herself, you know, a little mixed up in this and was being screamed at, and I don't think she was trying to kill an ICE officer. I don't think there's a person on this planet that would look at that woman and what happened in that video and go, yep, nope, she tried to kill that officer. That woman was ready to throw her whole life away in order to take that ICE officer out. Yep, nope, totally. That thank God that officer stopped her before she exploded. I mean, you know, what do they think? She had a suicide bomb in there and she was going to drive in circles and kill them all like it's Grand Theft Auto? Yep, nope, total domestic terrorist. I mean, the soyness it would take to try to tell me that that woman's a domestic terrorist is just wild. I would laugh in somebody's face and say, you gotta be kidding me, bro. That's what Asman was saying, I'm pretty sure. Maybe. I mean, you gotta be so soft and such a snowflake to think that that woman was committing domestic terrorism.
What's the role for federal lawmakers like you to ensure that justice is served here in Minneapolis, but also that this doesn't happen in any other community?
Well, the president's extreme immigration policies have been a complete and total failure. That's why the American people across the country have been rejecting them. The president promised that the Department of Homeland Security and ICE would be targeting violent felons. They're not targeting violent felons. They are targeting and deporting, in some cases, American citizens, and certainly individuals who have been part of these communities, in some cases, for decades. And Congress should step forward and reassert our authority. Unfortunately, Republicans who control the House and the Senate temporarily for the time being have functioned like a reckless rubber stamp for Donald Trump's extreme agenda, as opposed to being part of a separate and co-equal branch of government.
I want to ask you, too, about our other big story today, which is the escalation related to Venezuela. We saw U.S. forces seize 2 more Venezuelan oil tankers. We also saw the U.S. Energy Secretary say that the U.S. will control Venezuelan oil sales indefinitely. In any of the briefings you have received on Venezuela, have you gotten a clear sense of what the U.S. mission is in Venezuela and the timeline for how long?
I've got a chat here from a name which appears to be a Russian bot because it has one group of characters, a hyphen, and then another group of characters. Now, granted, I understand that's what my name is, but mine are both words. Oh, there's one word and one name, and that's mine. And this has some series of digits at the end. And there's also Russian characters in there, so that's why I'm assuming this is a bot. And it says, "The Group of Blood," in quotation marks. Search this song on Google, please. That is very interesting. What they get these bots to come up with. Oh, why is my thing messed up here? Here, let's put this back on.
Will be involved there.
The briefings have been unpersuasive and have left me and other members of Congress with more questions than answers. It's not clear what the strategy is moving forward. The one thing I do know is that the future of Venezuela should be decided by the Venezuelan people, nobody else. It doesn't appear that the Trump administration has a plan to effectuate that. We also know that this notion that the United States is going to run Venezuela is completely and totally ridiculous. The Trump administration doesn't even know how to run the United States of America effectively. We also need to step forward as a Congress to ensure legislatively that no additional military action is taken absent explicit congressional authorization. We know the Constitution is very clear that the power to declare war, matters of war and peace, are solely within the jurisdiction.
I wish you had a better argument than, like, just asserting the position. Like, yeah, the position, obviously your position is that the president is not allowed to do military actions, declarations of war without congressional approval. Now, there's been other, but that's what he said. But, like, yes, that's your position. You're in Congress. You're a Democrat in Congress. Obviously, that's your position. I think that Cory Booker should be making an appeal to the people that is persuasive as to why they should care about these breaches. Because I don't know about you, I feel like a lot of people do not care about the principles of, you know, upholding the law, obeying the law, this type of thing. So I just wish, yeah, Booker would, like, really make that appeal in a persuasive way, as opposed to just kind of stating the position, stating the reasons. We need people to feel it. The other side argues about base urges, disgust, very deep, strong emotions. We need to do some level of emotional appeal as well. I just realized something as well. My white balance was off. Okay, we're good, right? Is the white balance still fucked? Sorry, guys, give me one sec. Oh, here we go. All right, that's better. Yeah, that's why I don't really like Cory Booker. I mean, he's the Democratic House leader. He's the man of the moment. He's the man of the time. But I wish we had somebody that could really make these appeals. Really make people feel it. Let's keep listening here.
Jurisdiction of the Congress, the Article I branch of government, and this out-of-control administration needs to be reined in.
Well, as you know, the White House has argued that they did not need congressional approval for what they called targeted and limited military action in Venezuela. And you've seen since the president and other officials have threatened more unilateral action in other nations, Colombia and Cuba and Mexico and Greenland. And on that, my colleague Lisa Desjardins asked House Speaker Mike Johnson today if military force in Greenland requires congressional approval. He said it depends on what that is. He went on to say Congress has a responsibility to declare war. I think there is no scenario where we'd be at war with Greenland. What do you say to that?
The Republican majority has been nothing but compliant as it relates to Donald Trump's extreme agenda. And so I don't expect that we'd hear anything out of Republican leadership. But what we do know is that whether it's aggression that's militarily executed against Greenland or Panama or Colombia or Mexico or any other country in the Western Hemisphere, it requires explicit congressional authorization. As it relates to the situation...
Okay, here's my problem with this. He's making a lot of sense, but it feels like he's trying to convince a lawyer, which, fair enough, lawyers need to be convinced, but that argument should take place in the courtroom. You're on TV right now. You are not talking to a lawyer. You are talking to the American people who, if they turn on the other channel, are hearing immigrants are rapists and murderers, are hearing Haitians are eating cats and dogs, Somali immigrants are terrorists, these types of things. The other side, I'm not saying you have to lie like them. I don't want Cory Booker to come out and make absurd accusations that are indefensible. I'm not asking for that. I'm asking for some passion. I'm asking for something which I'm okay. Here's what I'm saying. There's a difference between logos and pathos. Logos are arguments that appeal to logic and reason and skepticism. You know, an appeal to logos is what Cory Booker is doing, because he's saying that, you know, Donald Trump has broken X, Y, and Z law, and declaration of war is a power of the Congress, and it requires congressional approval. And, you know, Donald Trump did not even seek approval, did not notify Congress. And so, you know, these are offenses. So he's making a very good logical argument. I would add that he doesn't go all the way with the argument and explicate the natural conclusion of the argument, which is that Donald Trump should be impeached. I'm not hearing that from him. Maybe he says it later in the interview. I don't know. But grant that it's a good logical argument, that it's something that would appeal to a lawyer, it's an argument that would appeal to logos. I think that he needs the person that is on TV making this argument to the American people should be making pathos as well. Okay? Let's keep the logical stuff. I love the logical stuff, but we also need the passion behind it, the emotion, the ethos. That's what ethos means. This is going to be, or no, not ethos, pathos. He's doing a little bit of ethos as well when he's saying Republicans. But I think, me personally, I think something really important right now in terms of convincing people is pathos. I think most people are ruled by their emotions. Let's be honest. Ben Shapiro said it. My facts don't care about your feelings. Well, the only thing anybody cares about, I'm not even excluding myself from this necessarily, is their own emotions. As long as they have their basic needs taken care of, it's their own emotions, and that's what's driving people. And even people that don't have their basic needs taken care of are completely driven by their emotions. It's something that applies to most people. And Cory Booker, God love him, I'm an atheist, by the way, is coming out here and saying, yes, the president requires congressional approval, and these Republicans are doing whatever Trump wants. And then on the other channel, it's Somalian immigrants are fucking stealing billions of dollars and funding terrorism, even though there's no evidence of that presented. And I mean, look at that video. Look at that video, though, whatever it is, Chris Shirley, whatever the guy's name is. It's all emotion. And it's just fueled by disgust. Everything they say is just disgust. It's just like their every one of their words is thick with it. And disgust is a very motivating emotion for people. People are very, very driven by disgust. I'm talking about people being ruled by their emotions. Disgust is one of the most motivating emotions that people have. And you know what? One of the ones that I think does not play nearly as much of a role as disgust does. And to be fair, I think probably disgust is far and away the most. But I think one of the ones that's way down there in how motivating it is logical reasoning and mere legality, constitutionality. I care about that stuff. That's probably what I care the most about. At least that's what I say I care the most about. That's what I feel I care the most about, let's say. But we are getting none of the pathos argumentation style coming from Cory Booker here. And that's what we need if we want to convince people of these things, which I think we do. So that's why I'm not a huge fan of Cory Booker. We'll see. Maybe okay, yeah. And then the other thing I'll say before I hit play again is he doesn't go all the way, even with his good logical argument, to the logical conclusion, which is Donald Trump is flouting Congress. He's breaking multiple laws. He needs to be impeached. Now, Cory Booker would say to me, well, you're never going to impeach him with the Republicans in the Congress like that. Well, sure. I agree with that. But fuck it. If you need to impeach and fail, I don't see what you really lose by doing the impeachment. If you really believe this stuff, that's what you should do, right? Because otherwise it's all politics. I believe Donald Trump should be impeached for the Venezuela thing. If I was in Congress, I would be saying that. Why isn't Cory Booker?
Situation in Venezuela. Let's be clear about something. This was not a law enforcement operation. We've heard all manner of different excuses as to why they've gone into Venezuela. First, we heard it was a...
Oh my God, I know I'm pausing a lot, but this is not a law enforcement operation. Nobody cares about the distinction between a law enforcement operation and an act of war. Okay, not nobody. A lot of people care. I care. Okay, a lot of people care. And make that point, but it needs to serve the actual persuasive argument part of it there. Not just making a really good legalistic case for, oh, you know, actually, when they testified that this is a declaration, that this is not a declaration of war. Instead, it is simply a law enforcement action. That actually they were lying to Congress when they said that. Am I crazy for thinking that when the other channel is saying rapists, murderers, and criminals that want to, turn the world into a monoculture of lightly brown people? Like, really, really vile in the terms of eliciting the emotion disgust. What emotion does pointing out the distinction, the important distinction between law enforcement action and militaristic act of war? What emotion does that elicit? What are you giving people to grasp onto that aren't lawyers or that aren't degenerates that consume the news and politics nonstop all the time like me? This is hurting your pocketbook. He's causing instability. There could be fucking big there could be big repercussions to this. Donald Trump I just saw on the news today, Donald Trump seized a Russian tank. Well, the U.S. is not supposed to be doing hostile actions towards Russia because, right, we're so afraid of inflaming tensions with Russia. Donald Trump says that we can't even give aid to Ukraine because we need to be neutral arbiters in this like conflict between Ukraine and Russia. If we're seen to be too supportive of Ukraine, then Russia could see that as a active aggression towards them and declare war, and then we have World War III, and then, oh my God, your gas costs $10 a gallon, and oh my God, there's all of these brown people raping your daughters in the country. This is what they're saying. This is what they're saying. Not what I think, by the way. Not sure if that was clear. I'm inhabiting what I want Cory Booker to be doing. And actually, the way I just did that is terrible because I was indistinguishable from somebody that actually believes that stuff. That's what you're up against. So, yes, on the one hand, Donald Trump is saying that even to be seen as being too supportive of Ukraine is escalation, is an unacceptable form of escalation towards Russia, given the potential of nuclear war. But on the other hand, he's going into other countries, stealing their leaders, literally seizing Russian oil tankers. Just today seized a Russian oil tanker. So he's talking out of both sides of his mouth. He's duplicitous. He's lying to the American people. He's trying to get us into another foreign entanglement like Iraq. This is what I want to be hearing. This is what I want to be hearing from Cory Booker. There's no reasonable argument to say that this was a law enforcement action. This was clearly a militaristic act of war. Make the American people understand how fucked up and crazy this is. Don't just try to convince a neutral lawyer or judge It's about convincing the people. You're on TV.
About narco trafficking. Then we heard it was explicit congressional authorization. As it relates to the situation in Venezuela, let's be clear about something. This was not a law enforcement operation. We've heard all manner of different excuses as to why they've gone into Venezuela. First, we heard it was about narco trafficking. Then we heard it was about the fact that we needed to expel the Chinese, the Russians, and the Iranians. Then we, heard that, well, this is about oil. I mean, at the end of the day, what is clear...
He forgot to say, then we heard it was about the well-being of the Venezuelan people. He forgot about that one.
Is that this is about oil. I mean, at the end of the day, what is clear is that it appears to be a power grab by the administration without any plan to prevent us as a country from getting involved in another endless foreign war that costs the lives of American men and women in uniform.
Well, Leader Jeffries, if you believe the military...
This is all about oil now. Any other talking points have fallen off completely.
No, IRI. The most important one that you're forgetting. You gotta give the devil its due, as Jordan Peterson would say. We're helping the people of Venezuela. Don't forget about that. We're helping the people of Venezuela.
It's all about oil now. Like, what happened to all the drugs that were making their way to America? I guess that problem's been solved because Maduro's gone. It was just one guy and his wife were the reason why that was happening. Now it's just completely stopped. No drugs are making their way into America from Venezuela now.
Reaction was unconstitutional, as you seem to be indicating here. What can you do about it? I mean, the president has lamented earlier in this week to other Republicans that he was worried Democrats would try to impeach him if they lose in the upcoming midterms. Would you try to do that?
Well, what we have to do is deal with the issue that's in front of us right now, and that's to make sure that no further military action can be taken without explicit congressional approval by introducing a war powers resolution that we believe has a chance to pass the United States House of Representatives if we can secure just a handful of Republicans to join our effort and reassert congressional authority on behalf of the American people to prevent.
Is the idea here you get Republicans to pinky promise that if Donald Trump violates the war powers resolution, that then they'll agree to impeach him? And what's your guarantee that they'll keep their promise? Their fucking pinky? Locking pinkies with them? Think for a second.
The expenditure of billions, if not trillions of dollars in another failed foreign war.
Do you believe you have Republican support for that?
We certainly have the support of Congressman Thomas Massie from Kentucky. We had gotten the support in a previous effort to restrain the administration on the Venezuela issue from Congressman Don Bacon, and we're hopeful that we can secure the support of just a few more Republicans, and if in fact we do that, then the House can act, and we know that the Senate is planning to act on a war powers resolution tomorrow that has a chance of passing that chamber as well.
Leader Jeffries, a lot more to talk about with health care subsidies, a funding deadline ahead. We hope you come back so we can cover those topics as well. That is House.
Just to be clear, when she asked if you can get Republicans to impeach if he violates the bill, he said, well, there's one Republican that we got to agree on it. And it's the #1 rhino of the Republican Party right now. After MTG. Well, that's not fair. That's not fair because Thomas Massie was very critical in actually getting the whole Epstein thing passed through. Like he lent his credibility to the Republicans for that. So there is that.
Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries joining us tonight.
Thank you much. Look forward to it.
Okay, we'll get an opposing view now, but you know, these guys they're like one step ahead right now, thinking that shit's gonna fall apart in Venezuela, and it probably will. I mean, if I'm a betting man, I'm putting money on Venezuela going to shit very soon, because the strong man is gone and he was controlling the nation, and the people below him are now going to fight for control. And I don't think the U.S. can keep that under wraps from a distance. I think we'd have to have security forces there to prop up whoever we want in control, which ideally would be the party that won 70% of the election in, I believe, July of 2024. That would not be the people that are in power right now. And according to Trump, those people don't have the support of the people, though. The people who overwhelmingly won. Okay. Let's see what Republican they got.
And for a perspective from the other side of the aisle, we turn now to Congressman Don Bacon, whom Leader Jeffries mentioned. I spoke with a Nebraska Republican and retired Air Force Brigadier General earlier today. Congressman Don Bacon, welcome to the NewsHour.
Thank you.
On the matter of Venezuela, you were among the lawmakers briefed today by the administration on the Maduro operation. Did you get the answers you needed? And what outstanding questions do you still have about how the White House is approaching Venezuela?
Maybe two parts to my answer. First part, they gave us details of the operation. It was extraordinarily complicated, lots of moving parts, special forces, 150 different aircraft, and it had to be synchronized to the minute, or to the second almost in many cases, and it was brilliantly performed and executed by our military. So a lot of pride as a 30-year Air Force guy. Now, the bigger question, what do we do next? And I would say the administration is vague right now what to do next. I worry that we're propping up the vice president who did not win the election. She was part of the illegitimate government with Maduro. She's part of the Maduro's team. Now, there were elections in Venezuela, and a guy named Gonzalez won handily, almost 70 to 30%, right? A huge win. And Machado was the person supposed to be on the ballot, but her name was taken off by Maduro, and then Gonzalez ran in her spot. These should be the people that we should be looking to running the government down the road. If this is
Did nobody think about the fact that you kidnap Maduro and then you're left with the vice president? The vice president takes over. So if you want to put in the person that's friendly to America, you have to like really do some crazy shit in terms of like propping up someone who's not a member of the government. Whereas there's this perfectly ready to go vice president, who already has all the trappings of power surrounding her. Who we don't like, right? The whole point is to get rid of the communist Maduro regime that we don't like, the evil dictatorship. Not to prop it up after we kill the leader. Not kill, but, depose.
a short-term time frame to have the Vice President Rodriguez in. Okay, I understand it, but the long-term plan should be trying to get Venezuela to their rightfully elected leaders. I think there's been too much emphasis by the administration on oil. I think most Americans don't see regime change should be defended by talking about getting their oil and controlling their oil. It should be more about putting the rightful people in charge. And then we can let the oil industry take care of itself.
Right, that's a good point, because the administration doesn't even say it's about the Venezuelan people. They're literally making the argument, oh yeah, we're going to do a regime change in order to steal another country's oil, and that's going to be really good for Americans. Like, they're actually just making that argument. Even though we all saw Iraq happen, we all know that's what they did in Iraq. Now, the people who did Iraq had the decency to lie to us and tell us that we were helping out the people there. But this administration doesn't even do that, but they do the same thing, which is the bad thing, which the administration lied to us about not doing in Iraq because it's so bad. Well, why does this, why? Oh my God, why does this sell to so many people? It's my people that it's convincing. It's my people that are It's Joe Rogan, it's fucking the Manosphere. It's the science denial. It's the anti-vax. It's all just fucking blasted. To people who didn't have the presence of mind to see what was being forced down their throat. God damn it.
On the matter of
Yeah, democracy has been missing from the conversation. This is why I don't think it's going to end well. But you know, maybe Trump's got something up his sleeve. This is the first time we have a career criminal in the White House who is picking the people he wants to work with. They also happen to be criminals, so maybe these thieves can work together. But I don't think the people are going to stand for this. I think that there's a lot of support for the opposition in Venezuela, and they're going to take this opportunity to strike, and they're going to lash out too, right? Like they're not going to accept that these monsters are still in control of them. They don't give a shit if the U.S. is.
Not if they don't want Donald Trump to send in ICE people to go fucking shoot their asses.
Supporting them or providing some guise of security. They are going to try.
Hi, I'm Donald Trump. And what I'm going to do is, even though I said that communism is the most evil thing in the world, I'm going to go in and I'm actually going to prop up a communist government. And it's going to be great for the Americans. Thank you. Good day. Oh, and also, by the way, you Americans, while I'm out propping up a communist government, I'm going to take away your health care and your food assistance programs. So, and your education. So enjoy that.
To take what's rightfully theirs, which is the opposition party leading. So I think it's just a matter of days, if not weeks at the most, before shit starts to fall apart.
Trump only wants to make a banana republic.
Pretty much, right? Thank you for the $2 super chat, A Stamper. Pretty much. And I don't think it's going to work because I don't think the people are going to accept Maduro's thugs being in control. And I don't even think Maduro's thugs are willing to accept the current status quo. I think that they're going to fight with each other over control because this is their one chance to do so.
Of the timeline, what some lawmakers took away from today's briefing was that there is now this roadmap for a years-long American presence in Venezuela. So that, in other words, after Iraq and Afghanistan, the U.S. may be nation-building again. Was that your impression?
Well, it was vague, I'll say that. There was not a lot of detail about how long. We're going to try to get the rightfully elected leaders. They talked about different phases, but the last phase is to put in the rightfully...
Different phases. So how long is each phase? Is each phase like 1 day? Or is each phase like 2 weeks? Or is each phase... Or are they planning on each phase to be like 3 to 6 months? But anybody that has seen a video game been developed, they know that 3 to 6 months really means 6 months to a year, maybe more.
The elected people get a legitimate government put back in, but there was a lot of detail on timing on that. I do think most Americans do not want to run Venezuela.
Big picture, the president has put Colombia, Cuba, Mexico, Iran, Greenland on notice. You've described the notion of taking over Greenland.
We're going to run all of them. We're going to run all of them. I heard some fucking chud in one of these online debates. One of these DGG orbit debates. What was he saying? It was about running the countries. Oh, yeah. He was saying, oh, we can get a congressperson to go and run Venezuela, a humdunk back country like that, backwater country like that. We can send one of our congress people down there to do it. So that's the plan, right? You send, one congressperson to each South American country and Mexico. Oh, and don't forget about Greenland. We need that one as well. We need a congressman because we're going to own that as well. We're going to run that. So we just outsource with our congressman. We say, oh, hey, who's a congressman? Hey, Matt Gaetz, you can go run Mexico. Oh, hey, I know more senators. What are the Congress people? Katie Porter. Hey, Katie Porter, you want to run Cuba? Oh yeah, they'll love you down there. Who wants? They'll have a bidding war. Who gets to run which country? Right? Whoever pays the most gets to run it. All right, Peru going once, going twice. Oh, we've got 50,000 coming from Jane Austen. Oh man, I can't even think of Congress people's names.
Greenland by the U.S. military as appalling and really dumb. Zooming out, do you see a strategic through line here, or is this just the administration governing by pressure point and provocation?
Well, we don't want to be the bully, and I think to some degree we're coming off that way. Now,
Since when does Trump not want to be a bully? Does anybody believe that Trump does not want to be a bully? Do you believe it?
Venezuela is a unique situation because we had Maduro. Colombia, it's maybe a little bit of a problem because a lot of the cocaine is coming out of there, but the government is rightfully elected. I've met the president of Mexico in Mexico City this summer, and she wants to work with our country to beat these cartels, and there's ways we can do it, but she does not want American forces.
So the guy asked, are we going to be sending people into like every South American country to be running it? And the first example he came up with was Colombia, and he said, "Oh, actually, you know what? They would have a pretty good argument for running Colombia, but no, probably not Mexico." So he's setting the seeds in people's heads for, oh yeah, actually we shouldn't just do this in Venezuela. We should also go and run other countries, and it's gonna go so well for us.
In Mexico, she doesn't want American air power going after them, but she could use our intelligence. Now, this thing with Greenland is appalling. They are in NATO. They govern themselves, so they're under the protection of Denmark. Denmark's a NATO ally. We used to have 5 bases in Greenland. We have 1 right now. Greenland would welcome our friendly requests to have more basing rights there, to do more mining and economic investment in Greenland. They would love that. But threatening Greenland is counterproductive. It's counterproductive to Denmark. And by the way, all the European countries see it and they hate it. And these are our allies. NATO is the best alliance in the history of mankind.
Do you think President...
I have a question. Why does Donald Trump not believe in soft power? He could use soft power, and Greenland would do everything that we want. You don't even need to say, oh, we're going to buy it from you. Like that guy said, just throw NATO bases in there. They would love that. Why does it need to be America running everything? Work with NATO. We have that alliance structure in place for a reason, so that people don't need to go and take over each other in order for everybody to be safe. We just protect each other. America's the big brother of all the other ones. We can protect Greenland. We can through NATO.
Well, Trump doesn't seem to care about our allies, so I don't know if he gives.
But what RRA is saying is true, but it also goes back to this fundamental misunderstanding, either that or lie that this guy was saying earlier, that not the guy on screen, but the one he's interviewing, when he was saying we don't want to be seen as bullies. Who does he mean by we? Because Trump has no problem with being seen as a bully. Trump sees being seen as a bully as useful. And it's the main way that he tries to get his stupid agenda done, is through bullying. What do you think tariffs are? Tariffs are a bullying tactic. Why do you think Donald Trump loves tariffs so much? Because he uses them to bully countries that are smaller than him.
Gives a shit if they hate it. He probably loves that they hate it. Trump's back to doing Russia's bidding now. I've heard Trump first the VP lady because she's popular with the people in power. If Trump picks the opposition, then will likely require greater military intervention to put them and keep them in power. Yeah, sure. I think it would require boots on the ground in order to install the opposition party and make sure they can do their job. And Americans will probably die in terrorist attacks, and it'll be messy and it'll take a long time. But
what was the point of doing it if we're not going to do that?
I don't see any other solution. I don't think the people are going to accept the regime continuing under these scumbags with the United States protection. I mean, this is their chance. Think about, you are a regular Venezuelan who's been fighting tooth and nail for your freedom and your country to be free. And now Maduro's gone. Are you just going to sit back and accept his lieutenants taking over like you saw with Chavez before? Like, you've been sitting here for 20 years waiting for your chance, and this is it. And I just don't think people are going to let it pass them by. They won't accept America control their oil supply either. Yeah, this is now the civilians are in control, and I think the military did a brilliant job getting Maduro, but now comes the really hard part, the real meat of the issue, and it's how do we get this country run in a way that benefits us, and that's going to be, I think, almost impossible without getting the opposition leaders in there, because they have the support of the people. It's true that the people that are immediately in power right now, the security forces, the people that control the muscle in Venezuela, are Maduro allies, and putting this VP in charge makes it easier, right? It'll keep law and order, brutally keep law and order in a repressive manner, but I don't think it's a long-term solution. I don't even think it's a very long short-term solution. I really think it's only a matter of days, if not weeks, until shit starts to hit the fan there. And somebody brought up Haiti earlier, and it could turn into something like that, where rival gangs are fighting. And you know, if the U.S. doesn't get involved, then they're just gonna fight each other with impunity.
Trump's Greenland threats are part of a broader effort within the administration to dismantle NATO, something that he has talked openly about.
Well, they surely undervalue NATO. Now, one of the things that stands out at me is there's a lot of talk about, you know, United States should control the Western Hemisphere, spheres of influence. Europe and Russia, you guys can fight it out in Europe, and China will have, you know, the Asia
The
sphere
problem
of
is if we
influence.
have the Maduro
Well,
goons as a temporary transitionary state, well, they're not going to go quietly.
Yeah, I think every day that goes by that these guys are still in control makes it harder and harder to get to a real solution, right?
This is 1800.
You know, Trump and MAGA act like this was just a Maduro problem. It's like we took out Saddam Hussein and left Uday and Qusay in control. Not going to go over well. There's no dictator that just runs things on his own and you get rid of him and it's all good. Like they have people under them, obviously, that are running tons of stuff.
Type of thinking, and it went away in 1939 when Nazi Germany invaded Poland. And after World War II, we realized spheres of influence, we're better than that. America is the leader of the free world. We can't do it by ourselves. We've got to have good friends. We can't counter Russia, China, Iran on our own. But with our allies, we can.
Given that this is such a foundational and existential issue, why aren't more Republicans speaking up like you are?
I'm not sure about, I think, well, a lot of them tell me, Don, it's better to talk privately with the White House. Of course, I don't have President Trump on my speed dial. I have a different view. I mean, I had someone tell me yesterday, I respect him. Don, if you were in a company, would you do this publicly? You just go and have a private chat. And I go, yeah, I would if I'm in a company. When I'm in a military unit, I did the same thing. But I'm a representative of the 2nd District of Nebraska. I represent 700,000 people. I want the constituents to know that some of this stuff is unacceptable, but particularly Greenland, right? Our voters deserve to know where we stand on this.
Congressman Don Bacon, Republican from Nebraska. Good to speak with you. Thanks for making time for us.
Thank you.
Poor Don Bacon here is perfectly reasonable argument. Has no space in the Republican Party right now. None. Like this is totally normal answers here that you would expect from a Republican right now, and no lane at all in the Republican Party. Hopefully they'll get back to this when Trump's gone. I don't have a lot of faith. I think there'll be a bunch of wannabe Trumps that fight for control and then end up losing election after election because they just don't have the juice that he has. The GOP is dead. The GOP is not dead until Trump is gone. So it's either in 3 years when Trump is no longer in power, or if the Lord comes asking for Trump to join him earlier. Until then, the GOP is alive and well. I know that they're not going anywhere. 1 year later, okay. All right, I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back.
A Democrat, you're next.
Yes, I appreciate your format. All I want to just state is America first. Make America great again. Donald Trump's motto after being reelected is out the back door. I don't understand the concept of going and deploying military to foreign countries that have not committed an atrocity crime in America. All we need in America is stability, help us, the low-income individuals, health care, food, all means and ways. Donald Trump should address the needs of the American citizens before deciding what to do around the globe. Thank you very much. Dorian Griffin, Chicago.
Angela, Californian Independent. You're next.
Good morning. I want to ask America a question. I remember a movie called Land of the Giants where these kids got a hold of this portion and it made them big. They terrorized and bullied this town, and when it wore off, they came back down to earth and the people ran them out of town. So I want to ask America this. You ready to send your kids off to die on foreign soil when China has over 251 of their kids that are military ready on your soil going to college? They have over 33,000 illegal Chinese in California only. I'm not even talking about the other 49 states. So China got their military sitting here on this soil. And like one of the callers say, one day the bubble's going to bust United States. And are you ready for China to take this country over? Because just like Donald Trump running around, want to be leader of the world, China might want to be it, and North Korea might want to be it too.
Mary from Fort Washington, Maryland, a Democrat. You're next.
Good morning, C-SPAN. I just think this is just, everything is illegal. IQ 47 is illegal. His administration is illegal. They're not qualified. They're dangerous.
Donald Trump himself is illegal. How about that? Donald Trump is more illegal than illegal immigrants. How about that?
And what he's doing, he's going to get us another 9/11. The Venezuelan people are glad that Maduro is gone, but they don't want boots on the ground or their country being run by anybody but them. Like I said, impeach and remove him now before.
John from Troy, New York, a Republican. You're next.
Why did they cut her off? She was spitting facts.
John from
impeach and remove him now. And if he's doing, he's going to get us another 9/11. The Venezuelan people are glad that Maduro is gone, but they don't want boots on the ground or their country being run by anybody but them. Like I said, impeach and remove him now before.
John from Troy, New York, a Republican. You're next.
Good morning. How are you? Yeah, I just want to say the people of Venezuela will be much better off with Maduro gone, and we're not going to go in there and run the country. The people from Venezuela will wind up running the country, and it's ironic that the people protesting here are liberals and far left people who, and nobody wants to get involved in a foreign war, and Trump is going to benefit Venezuelans with this oil. The people of Venezuela will be much better off with Maduro gone, and the sales from this oil will no longer benefit the Chinese and the Russians so they can go fund their shenanigans, but it will benefit the people of Venezuela, and the oil will enter on the market at a fair market price, and the people of Venezuela will benefit. Now, the people protesting here are basically liberals and progressives who are protesting the invasion. Well, if you see the people in Miami, New York City, who are actual Venezuelans, they're celebrating. They are happy to have this jerk gone. By that, I mean Maduro. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
LaRuth from St. Louis, Maryland, or Missouri, excuse me, St. Louis, Missouri, a Democrat. You're next.
Hi, this is what I was calling about. We don't need to be going to Venezuela or any other country. We have enough problems here in America that need to be straightened out. I think most people be so glad when this president is out of office because he has done nothing but cause a bunch of chaos ever since he's been in office. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Now, something that a previous caller talked about was oil, something that President Trump has been talking about increasingly over the course of the last few days. Here is Senate Majority Leader John Thune talking about whether or not Americans should be responsible for reimbursing oil companies that would.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. Let's see what else going on. What else? Live. People protest in Minneapolis. Oh. The CNN. Raw video of the incident. 3 hours ago. CNN slipping. Get the F out. Outrage over Trump ICE policy. People feel like they are living in occupation. We got an eyewitness here.
Buildings. So first, let me thank you. But next, let me ask you to do what you've been doing all day and tell me what's happening on the ground.
Thanks, Nicole. I want to set the scene here. This is the place where this 37-year-old woman was shot and killed. And to give you a bit of a timeline, at around 9:50 a.m. this morning, I received a text from what's known as an ICE observer. That's a community member here in Minneapolis who watches immigration raids and alerts members of the community that Border Patrol, that immigration forces are in the area to keep people safe. That text read that somebody was shot and killed by an immigration officer. We arrived on the scene. We saw it closed off, fenced off. And we saw a large law enforcement presence. In that law enforcement presence included Border Patrol agents, ICE agents, and we saw very elevated tensions. We saw tear gas being shot between protesters and police. Then eventually we got the confirmation from DHS and from Mayor Fry that somebody was shot and killed at this very spot where these flowers are being laid right now, Nicole. Now, there are two very different narratives between Mayor Fry and DHS. DHS claiming that the woman was shot in an act of self-defense from a federal agent. Mayor Fry calling that a garbage narrative. I will say there was a gruesome image that has stuck with me from this morning where you could see the woman who was shot inside of her car, blood splattered on the airbag at the very front of that car. Now, I want to see if I can introduce you to the neighbor of the owner of this house. His name is Eugene Bentley, and he saw this happen earlier this morning. Bear with me, Nicole, one moment. It's very icy here, so we want to make sure that our cameraman is safe. Here we are.
So do you think that when you said that it was he wanted to shoot him, probably maybe he wanted to shoot him?
Yeah.
That's like a cult type.
I'm not for sure. I don't want to, just go off the hinge with it, but just I know when you're trying to provoke someone or you just trying to be doing too much. Just doing too much.
Mr. Bentley, do you mind breaking down what exactly you saw this morning?
Basically, ladies trying to warn everyone ICE is in the neighborhood. Just letting them know, hey, and telling ICE, hey, you're destroying families, whatnot. Stop doing this. Hey, get out of here. Stop that. She reversed so traffic can go by. Pickup truck, gray pickup truck. Officer ICE got out and was telling her, hey, didn't tell her anything, really, just telling her I'm going to open up your door and I'm going to get you out. And that's when the shooting happened, and the car took off, and then it sped off and crashed right into the cars.
Can you talk about the agent that was stepped in front of the car?
The way he was in the clear. There was another one at the front part of the car on the driver's side, and there's one right there by the door that's opening, trying to get in the door. Then you have one that's in front of the car that was already coming from the side. And
I have no words for what happened to this woman. Disgusting. Absolutely devastating.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, doesn't this cop thought his life was in danger from this 37-year-old woman driving next to him, then, you know, he'll have to live with that. I don't think it was necessary. Thank you for the resub, Cool Sunshine. Appreciate it. Detective Donald Trump has already concluded his investigation, though, and decided that the ICE officer was very brave and almost lost his life, and this woman's a domestic terrorist.
It was just getting clear because you already see that, hey, this person can take off, but, you know, maybe I'll try to, you know, intimidate you with my gun. But I don't think the lady was looking that way towards the front because she's worried about this.
Trying to get in her door. And
She's 65 years old. I mean, she's probably scared. You know, she's trying to help out and is scared at the same time.
And Mr. Bentley, DHS is calling this domestic terrorism. They're saying that the officer shot in self-defense. Does that match up with what you saw this morning?
I have no comment on that. I just can only tell you what I seen, and that's it. That's it. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not none of that. I don't know the law like that, but I just know that. I seen what I seen. I didn't. You know, I just felt like the officer shouldn't have shot the gun. That's all. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Bentley. And Nicole, what we've seen since this incident is two very different reactions. We've seen as immigration, as Border Patrol, as law enforcement was leaving the scene, confrontations between protesters and those federal agents. We saw a lot of tear gas fired. We saw canisters, one of which I picked up, protesters crying with their eyes in serious pain. And we've seen those protests, which escalated in tension, move away from this scene of where this woman was shot. Separately, you're seeing what you see right now, Nicole, which is Minneapolis community members planting flowers, commemorating the 37-year-old woman who lost her life, still raw from the murder of George Floyd, which happened but 0.4 miles from this very spot about 5 years ago. Nicole?
Alex, I want you to keep going, but let me just introduce this account from the Minneapolis chief of police, and I'll have you pick it up on the other side. This is what he said transpired, quote, "The preliminary information that we have indicates that this woman was in her vehicle and was blocking the roadway on Portland Avenue midway between 33rd Street and 34th Street in the city. At some point, a federal law enforcement officer approached her on foot, and the vehicle began to drive off. At least 2 shots were fired. The vehicle then crashed on the side of the roadway. Minneapolis police officers secured the crime scene and assisted in trying to preserve the evidence that is there. We have since turned over the scene both to the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which will be conducting an investigation into this use of deadly force." That's local law enforcement. The Secretary of Homeland Security called it domestic terrorism and seemed to speak as though she had all the facts. Stephen Miller has tweeted a similar narrative that seems conclusive in terms of what they believe happened. Donald Trump has done the same. Is it your sense that the state and local investigative actions are the only investigations into what has happened today, or do you have any information that suggests anyone else is investigating the facts and talking to people like Eugene Bentley, who witnessed the shooting and the killing?
Well, Nicole, what I can tell you is that the state and local law enforcement account that you just read out there matches in many ways our experience here. Now, of course, we arrived on the scene about 20 to 30 minutes after the first report of this incident from an ICE verifier. But we can say pretty clearly that this woman was shot in the front seat of her car based on the fact that there's an image that I will never be able to get out of my head of blood spattered on an airbag. We can say pretty definitively that the car was stuck there for a very long period of time. I do remember seeing the Federal Bureau of Investigation agents taking photos of the crime scene before the car was towed. So that might indicate that there is some level of investigation from the federal government, but much more than that, Nicole, given that we were here in the half hour after this transpired, I can't say definitively one way or the other.
Well, the FBI's out there investigating. At least those people were wearing FBI vests right there. Let's see how the loser point of view is spinning this. Are they praising the ICE agent as a hero? He saved the lives of countless people today when he shot 3 times recklessly at a 37-year-old woman in a Honda Pilot who was just trying to follow the orders and get out of the way. I mean, he could have killed one of his fellow ICE agents just firing like that, man.
Will feed the new tomorrow.
Imagine a bullet went through one of the windows, missed, and hit one of the other agents. Let's see.
Tomorrow.
What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets, and in this case, quite literally killing them. So, they are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense.
Is unimportant.
Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is and I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here.
So let's go right to Mike Tobin. He is standing by there in Minneapolis. Mike, what's the latest?
And Dana, DHS says that vehicle involved in this shooting was weaponized and directed at the agents. They say the agent who fired the shots was in fear of his life and the lives of his fellow agents. There are a number of videos circulating on social media right now. The ones in which you can see the agent who fired the shots, you will see 3 agents get out onto Portland Avenue and approach that vehicle. One of the agents...
Oh. How were their lives in danger? There's no ICE officers in front of her vehicle. No one there. They're all behind. As she begins to drive away, like, how is she behind? No.
The ones in which you can see the agent who fired the shots, you will see 3 agents get out onto Portland Avenue and approach that vehicle. One of the agents...
Oh, how were their lives in danger? There's no ICE officers in front of her vehicle. No one there. They're all behind. As she begins to drive away, like, how is she endangering any of them? This guy is king of the pussies who shot her, man. Like, what the fuck? These guys they need toughness training, man. This was pathetic. Like, how are you gonna live with that you shot this woman? That is odd. That is just wild, man.
Ancient secrets laid bare.
Was standing directly in front of that Honda SUV when it lunged forward. He fired 2 shots through the windshield. One of them, at least, struck this woman and killed her. Now, Jacob Fry, you heard him say that he doesn't buy the narrative at all, using the phrase BS there. Governor Tim Walz, with all the heat that he has been under lately, he said what he wants now is to get federal agents out of Minnesota.
We do not need any further help from the federal government. To Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, you've done enough. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait.
See, like, his words have no meaning at all now because he completely lost the fight with Nick Shirley and the fraud stuff, right? So, oh, we're not going to take this. We're not going to deal with any of this.
Now, chaos ensued immediately after the shooting. People descended on the scenes. They tried to push through the outer perimeter of the federal agents who were trying to keep the crime scene secure. That is when we saw the pepper spray come out. Tear gas came out a couple of times during the day today. The crowd remained on that scene, growing to about 400 strong at one point. But ultimately, they towed away that Honda SUV and a couple of vehicles that were hit by the car after the shooting, and that cleared the scene, and all law enforcement, federal agents had pulled out first, and local law enforcement maintained the scene, but there was still friction with the local law enforcement, meaning Minneapolis state and sheriff's deputies. They pulled all of them out, and that turned the protests at the shooting scene into a march. The march ultimately dissipated. You now have about 150 people still at that scene in South Minneapolis, and the crowd is quite emotional. Dana?
Mike, thank you so much. And I just want everybody to have a chance to hear from the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. She reacted earlier.
You asked about a shooting that we just had in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened?
This is what I want to confront right-wingers with moving forward. Do you agree with Kristi Noem that it was an act of domestic terrorism? Do you really think that? Do you really think this was an act of domestic terrorism? 37-year-old blonde-haired woman in her Honda Pilot trying to get out of the way after the ICE agents scream at her. That's terrorism? Are you that big of a pussy that this is your definition of terrorism? Like, what a group of snowflakes, man. What a group of losers. So pathetic. It maybe if there were ICE agents in front and you could make the argument that she purposely drove in, was headed towards them to try to kill them with her vehicle, but she was just trying to move out of the street like they were screaming at her to do with no agents in front of her. I don't even think she saw that guy jump in front because he came out of the vehicle and stupidly ran in front of her car. Talk about having no awareness of your surroundings. Like,
feels a little trivial on a day like today, but the discharge petition for the ACA subs passed the House.
Yeah, I saw that. That's great. That's fantastic, man. So that'll get a vote, and we'll see what happens. It'll go die in the Senate. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Eye of the Jew. Like, why would you jump in front of somebody's car who you believe is not listening to our orders? It's like walking in front of someone's gun, right? Like, talk about no training and no idea what you're doing. Like, that is very odd to put yourself in harm's way. No wonder the guy pulled his gun out. He has no idea what he's doing, right?
It was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding.
What is this nonsense? Huh?
Officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle.
Wow. Well, you know, let's see if MAGA agrees with Kristi Noem's interpretation of the events. That's not what I saw. I would like to see a full video that shows more of what happened there, but even if they were stuck in the snow.
Everyone is doing a domestic terrorism. The masshole that kept soliciting me for donations in the Boston Commons is a domestic terrorist.
True. Everything I don't like is domestic terrorism. So even if they were stuck in the snow, the lady was not trying to run them over. Kristi Noem's acting like they were digging in the snow on their hands and knees and some lady came barreling towards them with her car. That's not what happened.
An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him.
All right, we'll get this news analyzed by the folks here at the table. Lawrence, vehicles can be used as a weapon. Is that what you think happened here?
Well, they are considered weapons. I want to handle this a little bit differently. I don't want to tell the audience what to think, but I do want to offer them some perspective as they analyzed the video. A couple things that I looked at immediately is how the responding officers respond immediately. There's a vehicle that is clearly obstructing them. The threat level is high, but the responding officers go toward the vehicle and they don't go with their weapons drawn. Typically, in a case like that, their weapons would be drawn because you have obstruction that's going on. You don't know who's in the vehicle. You don't know what's in the vehicle, but they don't.
Oh, we got a legal expert here, a law enforcement expert. I didn't know Lawrence had this expert knowledge. Wow, that's fascinating. I didn't know that. It's standard procedure to approach the vehicle with your weapons drawn, because you don't know what's going on there. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I mean, how many cops pull people over for like traffic violations and do not draw their weapon? Lawrence knows, though. He's a law enforcement expert. Also, this video does not show what Kristi Noem described.
The responding officer on the right-hand side, and you'll see it in the video, that ends up being the person that shoot the suspect there at the time, has his phone video in it. You see a cell.
Actually, is proper procedure to stand in front of the vehicle. Yeah, I think that's probably somewhere in the manual of being a ICE agent. When a vehicle is obstructing your vehicles, it's important that one of you jump out and stand in front of it so that it could possibly run you over.
Phone the entire time. He then makes his way, which is standard operating procedure. When you don't see someone that's in the passenger side, you want to get a clear view of the windshield so you can see who's in the vehicle, right? So he's positioned there. There's another officer that's on that side where the suspect is, that's driving the car. He still has his cell phone filming the entire thing. Now then, as they're giving...
Yeah, see, this officer was so scared for their lives that they had their cell phone out as they filmed it, and the other guy didn't have his weapons drawn trying to open her door. This is how terrified they were that their lives were in danger as they approached the vehicle. Just the body language of these two ICE agents tells you everything, right? Like, it's so nonchalant, just trying to walk up like, okay, I'm going to get this person out of the road. Excuse me, you need to move. What the hell? Boom, boom, boom. One of you guys said it, like, the way that these guys reacted tells you a lot, too. Like, after the shooting, the other agents just kind of stood there frozen, like, what the fuck? Why did that just happen? Who? What? What just happened?
The command to stop the car, one of the officers...
Look, they don't even know what to think, these guys. They're just standing here like, wait, what? What the fuck? The shooter walked off.
Puts his arm into the vehicle, because that's a dangerous... His gun is still not drawn. His arm is in the car trying to open the door, all right? The officer at some...
Like, I feel discharging your weapon with another agent this close to your target is... You should be fired on the spot for that. Like, imagine what these agents were thinking as their other agents started shooting with them just a foot away. Like, motherfucker, you could have killed me, dude.
At some point, when you see the other angle...
Look at this. Look how close he is to her.
We're showing it right here. That's in the front, that has his cell phone.
Boom, shot fired. This guy is inches away from her head, and this moron is discharging his weapon.
When the vehicle starts to go forward, puts his phone down, draws his guns, and fires a shot in the front of the windshield, striking the suspect. Those angles are important. I'll add one more piece to this, because a vehicle can be a weapon. I'm learning from my sources within the department, both in the White House as well in ICE. The officer that shot the shot has been drugged before. Now, John Roberts has this reporting, as well as my sources have confirmed it. Now, there could be body cam that says this is not true. They could say that these sources are wrong. But right now, based on the evidence that we have right now that is available to everyone, it looks like a clean shoot.
Now, listen, I'm not telling you what to think. And I'm just going to give a different perspective. Okay? But I'm going to end my statement telling you it was a clean shoot, whatever that means. Wow. Detective Lawrence has concluded his investigation, guys. Wow. That's it. Nothing else to see here, man. We're all done. Holy shit, man. These guys. It's, you know, this should not be allowed on the news, this sort of bullshit. It's one thing for some random streamer or TikToker to do it, but the news should not be doing stuff like this, man. Like, you've got to be a moron to go on TV and say shit like this. And they give themselves an out by saying, look, this is just the way I see it right now. Evidence could come forward that changes this, and I'm just hearing rumors that this guy was drugged before by a car, right? Like that's probably such bullshit. Like, well, you see, this ICE agent, he had actually been hit by a car before, and so he was very concerned about this happening again. And that turns out to be total bullshit. And there's no retraction, there's no way to take that back and have any impact on anybody. So wild, man. DeFons, thank you for the resub, man. I appreciate that. Awesome. He was so... I see why this officer was possibly previously dragged by a car before, because he stupidly stepped right in front of the vehicle that was not complying and blocking the ICE agents. Like, let's see, what's the worst place I could possibly stand in this situation? I know. I'll stand right in front of the car and put myself in harm's way. And then overreact when the car tries to when it gets close to me. Like... I see why this moron got dragged by a car if he truly did in the past. Like, he has no idea what he's doing.
I need more time for that.
Emily, I want to just play for you from Governor Walz. He's been in the news a lot lately, and for other reasons, which we might get to a little bit later, on the fraud there in Minneapolis and the welfare fraud. But he also came out in front of the cameras today, talked about the shooting.
We have been warning for weeks that the Trump administration's dangerous, sensationalized operations are a threat to our public safety, that someone was going to get hurt. Just yesterday, I said exactly that. What we're seeing is the consequences of governance designed to generate fear, headlines, and conflict. It's governing by reality TV, and today that recklessness cost someone their life.
Any thoughts here on the legalities or on those comments?
Right. Well, first of all, him mentioning reality TV and recklessness, those are his comments. And he's the one that is theatrical and dynamic on stages, calling President Trump ICE agents, Gestapo, and Nazis. So we can get to that a little bit later as well, because I do want to focus on the legalities for a second. So for those that on the left that have been jumping to conclusions that this is murder and it wasn't self-defense, including the mayor, which is so, speaking of reckless, absolutely worthless and such a rotten form of leadership to come out of the gate and say it was not self-defense. But here's the standard that officers abide.
Well, if you truly believe that, how do you support the exact opposite position, right? If you are so outraged that the mayor would say it's self-defense, definitively self-defense, why are you not outraged at people saying it's the exact opposite, right? Like, why would you not be just as mad at the other people on the other side who are drawing a conclusion? That's disgusting to say that.
First of all, if the officer reasonably believes that the suspect poses an imminent threat, not just of actual deadly injury, but of serious imminent injury, then that can be justified in shooting. And the factors, including just last year by the Supreme Court, involve the totality of circumstances. So let's look at the totality of circumstances here. First of all, they clearly said on multiple angles of those video, you can hear them saying, get out of the car. When a suspect is requested to get out of the car, that means that it is a temporary investigative detention. That is a Fourth Amendment seizure. That subject was not allowed to leave, not free to leave. And yet we saw that individual behind the wheel of the car use a motor vehicle to ram out of the way, to surge and gas out of the way. Well, you talked about it being used as a weapon. Motor vehicles accounted for a third of officer deaths in the last decade. Wow. And it spiked even more than that in the last year. So absolutely.
Wow. Motor vehicles were responsible for a third of officer deaths. Is that because of car accidents? The implication that people use their car as a weapon and killed cops, and that's what a third of the cops that were murdered last year were killed by moving cars, like, or is it car accidents that they got into? You know what I mean? What the fuck? What a strange thing to say. A third of officer deaths were car related. Yeah, dumb.
Destiny is willing to debate, but Asgul never talked. Why would I debate Destiny? If I already know what's happening, why do we want to have a conversation about it?
He's epic. He's epic. Just challenge him to a debate. Well, yeah, I would always debate him. He's never talking to me.
Why would I ever debate anybody for any reason?
King, true, King.
I know I'm right.
True.
It's obvious that I'm right.
It's self-evident. True.
Why would I give Destiny a platform to lie?
True.
Why would I do that? Doesn't make sense.
Can't have these conversations.
Don't do
We
it,
fall
King.
apart immediately. I think we talked about
just like.
Here. So guys, I have here a tier list that is very special. We are going to do the most important tier list that could be made about Path of Exile 2. What, do you want a tier list for the best ascendancies, the best builds, the best classes? That is pussy bitch behavior, man. We are going to do the tier list for the waifus in Path of Exile 2. All the characters that are worth to mention in here, we are going to rank them. And we are going to, of course, the normal SABC, but we also have the dog shit category, and we have the not even with a borrowed dick category. So even if someone borrows me their dick so that I don't have to use my own dick, I wouldn't even do it in that case. Imagine that. And of course we have the GOAT. Only one can be in the GOAT because it is the GOAT, right? So let's start up this bad boy. What is the criteria?
Your mom is the GOAT.
Simple criteria. It is exactly what you are imagining. You like the waifu, it goes in there. You don't like it, it doesn't go in there. Simple as that. You don't have to get technical in this bad boy. You don't have to get technical. So we have the sorcerers. You guys know that I am not a lover of the sorcerers playstyle, the spell casting, and I always say fuck sorcerers, fuck mages, fuck wizards, and all that pussy shit. But in this case, I do want to fuck sorcerers, if you know what I mean. I think the sorceress is hot as fuck. Look at that face. Also, she's a Marraket. If you didn't know in the lore, the sorceress is a Marraket. And the Marraket women are strong. And they look that they can handle their business in the place, right? You know where I am meaning. So I like the sorceress. I like the sorceress. I think the sorceress is cute. I think she's hot. I think she can take.
Did he say that the sorceress is American in the lore? This takes place on a fictional planet. There's no such thing as Americans. But I agree, she's very, very attractive. And honestly, nobody else makes me feel the same way as she does. When she's wearing that energy shield gear, that's all fucking hanging all over her body. Oh my god. I mean, she would be the GOAT if I was ranking this, honestly. The sorceress definitely is the GOAT for me.
Take you where you need to go. I think she can take command. I think that if you ask her in the bedroom, baby, tonight I want you to take the lead, she will do it. She will take you there, man. So we will go with the sorceress in A tier. I don't even know how this character is called. This character is in the Eye of Hinekora in Act 4. I don't even remember his name. So imagine how much of a fuck I give. Although I don't think it is dog shit either. There are worse things. There are definitely worse things that could happen in here. I will give this character a B. Because you could do definitely worse than this character. So there is not much to say in here. You could do worse than this character. I will give it a C. It is not dog shit yet, but it is also nothing exciting. Now we have Sarka from Act 2. The old woman, the granny, that gives the tails. she tells the tales, right? She knows everything about everything, and she tells the tales. You guys are going to be mad at me, but I think this character is pretty cool. I love this character. Just don't be a degenerate. He's an old woman. Dude, but she's cool. She's a cool character. I love her. Just because she's an old woman, I will just give it a B. But in personality, like if you combine all these characters, no character has the personality of this character. If we were doing a tier list of personality, she would be the GOAT. But in this tier list, personality is a piece of the puzzle, but there are many other pieces in the puzzle. So we will give it Sarka a B. We will give Sarka a B. You sacrifice in the bed, doing the thing, to have the other cool things, which is hanging out with her because she's cool, you know? So you do the sacrifice in there. We're talking about our dicks here. Be responsible. I am being responsible. Sarka, out of all these characters, is the most base character in terms of personality. Like, dude, how could she be less than a B with the personality that she has? Not everything is sex. After you are done with a character that you want to have sex with out of this list, what else are you going to do? With Sarka, you have a pretty good time, man. Also, when she takes out the teeth, it will be cool. Okay, the Amazon. Let's be honest in here, guys. The Amazon is meh. The Amazon is meh. I put the Amazon, I wanted to put the Huntress, but I put the Amazon because I couldn't find a good picture of the Huntress. So this is the Huntress. Let's be honest, guys. The Huntress is meh in terms of appearance and in terms of personality too. But she's a wild woman from the mountains. So she makes me remember like the wildlings from Game of Thrones. And those women were wilding out, right? They were wilding out. So they are pretty good in that case because they can do crazy shit. They probably have little taboos at the time of going to the thing, right? It is hard for them to say no to something crazy in bed. Probably. I guess. They are wild, right? But at the same time, they are kind of meh. So I am going to do something that a lot of people are not going to like, and I am going to give the Huntress a B. I think the Huntress is a B. I don't think the Huntress is higher than a B, man.
So far, I'm liking his list. It's a good list so far.
Because if it wasn't because the Huntress is wild, I would just give it a C in terms of personality and appearance. But because she's wild, I give it a B. You know? And exactly, she probably smells because she doesn't shower. So I think that a B is more than fair. A B is more than fair. She can even have lice in the pubic hair. We don't know. We don't know, man. So B is good. B is good. Okay, guys, you know what character is this? This character is Hinekora. This is like the goddess of death or something. She can revive people and she sees all the futures and all the shit. And when you go and look at her, she's kind of a monster. She's a big girl and she has a big eye in here. But she also has a hot body. So I will do the first thing. If you thought that Sarka in B was crazy, I am going to do something crazier. And I am going to give Hinekora an S tier. Hinekora is fucking S tier, man. If you go and you see Hinekora in her place, she's very hot and she's very big. No, yes, but she's a monster and a goddess and the boss and the bones and the eyes. I don't care, man. I don't care. She's huge. She's fucking huge. Imagine the possibilities. Also, she's like a goddess and she sees the future and the past. Basically, she knows exactly what she needs to do to take you where you need to go. At a supernatural level. Hinekora is S tier. And I don't give a flying fuck. So then we have Rizu. I think Rizzo is a cool character instead of personality, and she truly helps us achieve things that we want to achieve in the game. Like the lore, the story that she has is cool. She was from the Faridun, she was an outcast, and she endured. She betrayed those guys to help us. It is very cool. But we know nothing about her besides that. We can see her face, we can see her body, we can see shit. So I can give you more than a C, Rizzo. Be happy that I don't give you dog shit because you have a good story. But I can give you more than a C because I don't know how you look like. We have Alba Balai. Now we have Alba Balai. I don't even have to explain it. If you like it, if you don't like it, I don't give a fuck. But Alba is an S-tier character. I love Alba, one of my favorite characters in all the fucking game. She's cute, she's hot, she's exciting, she's extroverted, she's a cool character, she helps us. I love Alba. She's also one of the coolest characters in PoE 1 with the incursion mechanic. She came back in PoE 2. She's helping us out with everything. I love her in every single style. I like her personality, her dialogue, her appearance. I like the character, what it means. I like that she time travels, that she descends from the Baal and all that shit. Always still. Also, she seems like she can, since she's exciting, she also seems like she's wild in there, you know. She's cool, but she wanna be leaving you alone to go on adventures. That is another thing. With Alba, you have a high likelihood of getting cheated on. She's going to probably cheat on you. But that is not what we are ranking in here. We are ranking, you know. Then we have Chambrin. Chambrin is the blind girl from Act 2. This is a pretty cool character. I really like this character. She's blind. She has vitiligo, something like that, which is the skin condition. And she's a lesbian. But we don't care if she's a lesbian. If she wants to be with us either way, I am cool with that. I really like this character. If you don't like it, I don't give a flying fuck. I will give this character an A. I really like this character. She's practicing fighting with 2 swords while blind. So this is a badass character from the market. I really like her. She helps us too with like assimilating to the market culture. She's a cool character. I like her a lot. I am giving her an A. Then we have this. And man, I don't want to be offensive in here, but this is dog shit. You know what I'm saying? This is a character from Act 4. It is like one of the elders in Act 4. And I like a little bit her personality. She helps us. She cooks the shark thing. She's like, out of the 3 characters, one of the coolest ones. Although the other guy, not the Takibi, he's dog shit. The other old dude is kind of cool too. She's kind of cool. She cooks the potions and is trying to fix the blood fever or whatever. But let's be honest, guys. Nobody's doing this. Nobody's doing this, right? Let's be honest in here, guys. Like with Sarka, at least Sarka is fucking cool. And he's skinny. She's not as cool as Sarka. Let's be honest in here. So I will give it dog shit. I will give it dog shit. Okay, guys. Now we have Ange. Ange is the character. Look, she's there in the screen because she's the character that trades your dog shit. She's the currency exchange and the asynchronous trading. I will be entirely honest with you. I don't like Ange. I kind of hate Ange. I am kind of pissed off that they changed Faustus to Ange, because Faustus in PoE 1 is way better than Ange. I know we are doing a waifu tier list, and me saying that Faustus is better sounds weird, but I am talking about the currency exchange, man. Calm down. In terms of the waifu, I hate Ange. I am not going to give it a dog shit just to be generous, so I am going to give it a C. But I would give it a dog shit, and you will say, no, she's not more dog shit than these characters. I don't give a flying fuck. I hate Ange. Faustus is a smash and a half. Agree completely. I would prefer to have sex with Faustus than with Ange. Let's fucking go. I said it. I said it. Ange sucks and Faustus is cool.
Gay. I'm sorry, I had to do that.
I disagree so strongly with many choices in this list. Just is thinking with his brain and emotions, not with his dick, where it actually matters. I am thinking with both, Jay. I am thinking with both. The problem is that you are only considering your dick. I am considering my dick and my brain. Dude, let's say that you are like a big stallion and you can go without coming all night long, 8 hours straight of big machine gun sex. Even then, what are you going to do after sex? You have to hang out with this person, right? Hanging out with Ange is dog shit. I should bring her down to dog shit because hanging out with her sucks. But hanging out with Alba should be cool. Hanging out with Sarka is very cool. You know what I'm trying to say? We are going with the Ranger. And I'll be honest with you guys. The Ranger is kinda cool, but also kinda meh, also kinda dog shit, also kinda cool. I don't have much things to say about the Ranger. I will just give it a B because it is a B. You know? Not much to say about the Ranger. We just give it a B and we are done with it. What else are we going to talk about? We have the Queen of Field. I know you guys, for the memes, you want me to put her at GOAT because because yes, the Queen of Field at GOAT. It is a good meme, right? Let's laugh it out. Let's be serious in here, guys. Let's be serious in here. Nobody's going to do this shit. In fact, every time I have to do this fight, I don't look at the screen because of how disgusting it is when she does the slurp. When she does the titty slurp. It is dog shit. So this doesn't go even, not even with a borrowed dick. This shit, you do this and you get like 75 different STDs, by the way. You get like 75 different STDs if you do this. So you don't even want to do this with 75 condoms. So not even with a borrowed dick, man. Not even with a borrowed dick. Okay.
He should have put her at GOAT. It would have been funnier if he put her at GOAT. But that was kind of funny. That was fun. I mean, I was cracking up. It's funny either way. Who's he going to put at GOAT? Because I would put the Sorceress at GOAT. Oh, no, the Witch. It's going to be the Witch. I always get the Sorceress and the Witch mixed up. The Witch gets me going. He's going to put Witch at. I guarantee you Jazz puts the Witch at GOAT, and I'm in complete agreement. That's the only reason that he put the Queen of Filth at anything other than GOAT. It's because he said there can only be one GOAT, and the Witch is the GOAT. Just you watch.
Hey, this character, not many people know this character, but this character is from Act 1. In Act 1, the executioner just kills her husband right in front of her. When he swings the axe and he decapitates a dude, it is her husband. People say, I don't know, I don't have experience with this, but people say that when a woman is grieving, she wilds out. I don't know if this is true.
Bro, that's uncalled for. This was fun, and I was having such a good time, and you gotta go and pull that one out. I do not support that last statement. Everything else is a-okay, but that last statement I cannot get behind.
I've never experienced it myself, but I have heard it, people saying that when a widow is grieving her husband, they are wilding out. So we are giving her an A. She's cute, good face, good body, probably wilding out. We are going to give her an A. Why don't I give her an S? Because she doesn't do much in the story, so I don't know what her deal is. Right? She can be annoying, we don't know. So I am just giving it an A. The girl I always forget to talk. talk to and I have to rerun the song. At least you know she's jingle now. The witch, guys. You guys know what I think about witches and sorcerers and things of that type. But if you have heard or read the dialogue of the witch and her personality, you know that she's a motherfucker. You know that she's a certified body. She's the most fucked up human being out of any character of this list. She's a psychopath. She's fucking crazy.
Another corpse added to my collection.
And that makes her hot as fuck. So the witch is an S tier. I am going to even bump her up. This is the kind of woman that fucks up your entire life. She ruins your life. She takes everything that you have and then some more. She leaves you with fucking nothing. And you are glad you were there for the ride, because she definitely will take you where you need to go in the other category, you know. The witch is S tier. It is not the goat. It is not the ghost.
The witch is 100% the goat for me, and I know who he's gonna put as goat now. It's the third one down, her. The captain of the ship. He's gonna choose the captain of the ship.
But it is like S++, because this bitch is going to take you into a realm of sexual possibilities that you didn't know they existed, that you didn't even know they were possible. She will also destroy your fucking life, but it doesn't matter. It will be worth it, right? It will be worth it. And she's
It would be good. It would be. I don't know what it would be like. I just know it would be very good.
also hot. She's the kind of body that sends you to death, right? It will also destroy your fucking life, but it doesn't matter.
I'm gonna say the one thing. I don't think she would necessarily destroy your life. I think it's possible, but that's when it just comes to, you know, not being, you know, an addict. That's all. Other than that, you can have the best of both worlds with the witch for sure. Another corpse defiled. I don't know what she says. She says some crazy shit. I love the witch. Witch is the goat for me. The witch is the only character that I've ever taken all of the gear off so she was naked and just spun the character model around and looked at her. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe. No, I've done that. I've done that. Cancel me. Cancel me now.
It will be worth it, right? It will be worth it. And she's also hot. She's the kind of body that sends you to therapy. True. This character, she's not only ugly, but she's also annoying. I hate this character with a passion. I will give it dog shit because...
Okay, wait, guys. I'm going to do some crafting here. I'm going to pause this because I want to pay attention to the video. Here we go. So I have this jawbone. I can use it on this. I want to get crit chance on this. Crit chance on this is by far the best. So it's going to be pretty hard to beat that because I've got pretty good base damage. The physical damage could be higher. But the worst thing about this item is the crit chance. So I'm looking for a higher crit chance. So the best thing would be Howling Talisman. And the other thing that I don't have is Battle Essence. I need more Atlas points for that. Because I'm not even spec'd into Essences yet. I feel like it makes the most sense to just use it on this and just call it a day. I'm not even going to look at my other stuff because I want to get blasting. I'm just going to quickly finish this item. Do I have a replacement for this? Because I could corrupt it. Yep, so let's go. Okay. I didn't get crit chance. Crit damage is pretty good. Crit damage is damage. Like, crit damage is straight up damage. I have inevitable critical. And currently, I think it's 21% crit chance. 225 crit damage. So this would bring my crit damage up to 2... Oh wait, I don't know what critical damage bonus means. Is that good or bad? I don't know. So 5% spirit reservation efficiency. So I can essentially take the amount of spirit that I'm consuming you multiply by, or you divide, I don't know. I think, because spirit reservation efficiency it takes something that costs 100 spirit and makes it worth 95. So I'm not getting another 30 points out of this. What if I lose one of my things? Okay, so... Oh, it's too complicated. I can't do the math on that. I'm just going to go by vibes here. Damage. It's a weapon. I'm going for damage. This weapon is halfway decent. It's serviceable for now, at least. What I need is greater. I don't have a single greater. What's it called? Jeweler's orb. How have I not gotten a single Greater's Jeweler's Orb yet? Like, what? And support gems? Hello? This is when not being on SSF is so nice. It's just gonna cuck me and prevent progression. I've gotta just be blasting maps. So that's why I actually set up a dump tab. I did that last craft. I'm doing no more crafting. I'm just gonna blast like 5 maps, fill up a dump tab. This is what you need to do. This is the way. So first let me just go to my dump tab. No, identify. Oh, I clicked. You know what? It was okay to have Doriani there before because I was never running 6 mod maps, but I'm doing that sometimes nowadays. Not because I can't run alked maps, it's just I don't have alks. But still. It'll be better if Doriani's not right in the way of the portal. I'm okay with that. My hideout is very efficient. I love my hideout. It's cozy. I don't like my hideout to be in a super bright area because you come out of a map and it just burns your eyes out. I like it to be mellow and kind of dark in my hideout. So this Dreadnought microtransaction that I purchased was pretty sick. So I essentially paid $60 for the game. I think I bought some extra stash tabs other than that, but not much. Not much more than that. I always think about buying microtransactions, cosmetic microtransactions, but I never actually do. The only one I ever did was this. And it's because the only reason is I wanted stash tabs. And so I figured if I'm going to be spending all this money on stash tabs, I might as well get the bundle and get the cosmetic as well. Because you get the cosmetic with the bundles, the way it works is like the same amount that you would have spent on stash tabs. Let's say it's $30. There's a bundle for $30 that includes a whole bunch of cosmetics. Like in this case, this hideout was part of a $60 bundle, but that $60 bundle also came with $60 worth of store points as well, on top of that, on top of the hideout. So you can use the $60 of store points for stash tabs, more stash tabs, and so that's how you get a stash that looks like this. So I feel like the Recombinator is kind of not bad if I can get, like, what was that, +3 levels, +4 levels, and tier 3 or tier 4 percent fizz for 46% chance. That's not bad, 46% chance. And so all I need to do is get these broken circle artifacts. That doesn't seem bad. Let's actually go ahead and talk to Tujin here. I want to see how this works. A belt? Anything good? Nope. Don't want to do a belt. Here, how about you, Glennon? What do you have? These talismans are in pretty bad starting states, so I don't think I'm going to do you. And Rog, what do you have, my friend? Well, attack speed, crit damage. But my current gloves are 202 armor as opposed to 78 energy shields. And my current gloves have 26 total elemental res. But it also has the armor applies to Ellie, which I think is the main thing at this point. Because I'm still quite hybrid. Like, I've got armor on 3 out of 4 pieces of gear here. So, I have like 30% armor. Getting it applying to Ellie. Although I do kind of want to start switching over to energy shield more. But like, this is 78. That's like, ooh. I have a rib. Wait, I wasn't supposed to do this. No. I'm just supposed to blast. But I have to do this once a level, don't I? No, I'm going to blast and save up on currency. I don't have enough crafting currency to make anything good here. Although this is good as is.
Don't eat the mushrooms. Go on.
Oh, isn't there an expedition locker? Wow, I was supposed to just be blasting maps, and here I am, fixing up my hideout. This is why I don't have any currency, obviously. So what am I looking for here? Not relic. Expedition. Apparently there's no expedition locker. I'm gonna buy these gloves.
Something quite interesting happens when you apply a drop of golden chimeral blood to a piece of equipment.
Add a prefix? Okay. For 3, I have 10 of these? Okay.
Allow me to take my runed hammer to this thing's tail end. Can't get any worse, right?
Accuracy's pretty bad. I don't want to re-roll any of these. I want to skip this.
This can retain another attribute, if you like.
Sure. Well, wait. Let's leave the option of Abyss crafting it. Okay. I mean, this is halfway decent. Like, it doesn't have plus X to melee skills, but I mean, crit damage and attack speed are both Kino. Anything else good here before I have to wrap it up? Nothing calling to me. Yeah, I can always just slam an exalt on this, so it's like, you might as well just leave it. So, I mean, should I mess around, like, with using this? No. First of all, it's got the wrong res on it. Fire is, like, not what I want. Okay. Strategy. We're doing maps per hour, so I need to just fucking identify, stash, and dump. Fine, doesn't matter. I'm just dumping everything in here. Okay, we'll hold on to that. Tablets. Boom, boom. And we're back in. Oh shit, I need a maps key. Maps are in a bad place here. They should be farther down. I feel like I kind of want to see if I can go up a tier in maps. Let's hit the tower first and see what our surroundings are. Abyss? Sure. Let's do another Abyss. I want to complete one of those fucking underground areas. Ooh, Delirium? Fuck it, let's go. We're gonna do Delirium. I mean, you have to do it. If it's on the map, you gotta do it, right? You don't just run past the Delirium. Well, I only do that if I'm really doing specific strategies. Holy shit. I wish my resistances were better.
I'm not ready yet. Nature takes what's old.
Regal, nice. I just want to say right now, SSF is so different. it puts such a different weight on all of your items. Because if you're in trade, the only thing that matters really, and this is because of the relative efficiency of buying items rather than crafting them, the only thing that really matters, especially through the progression portion of the game, is how much is an item worth on the trade market. Because it's just better to sell that item for currency and then buy the exact item that you need, rather than to try to craft anything yourself. And when you're crafting everything yourself, well, now the trade value of an item is irrelevant. And all that matters is how useful is it for your build. And so it makes you think about how the items can be used creatively more than you get when you're playing in trade, because you actually need to use the items the way they're intended to be used, rather than just doing the objectively better thing, which is just buying on the thing. But I think I should play more SSF, because I think it'll just teach me how to use the systems better.
Balance restored. Kinfolk filth.
I think the crit chance, I definitely feel it in terms of the damage. Or the crit damage. Might have been better than I thought.
I need more time for that. I want distilled emotions more than anything from these delirium things. If all it gives me is splinters, I don't really care that much. I bet it starts giving you splinters once you get higher up in it. And higher map tiers. Or, I bet it starts giving you distilled emotions. It already gives you splinters. Or it always gives you splinters. Exalt, nice. You know, if you don't play in trade, exalts matter again. I need more time for that.
That frozen bitch. You can't do shit, I just have him frozen the whole time. That is sick. I love bosses with this build. It's so fun. Oh my god.
Bosses with this build are fucking awesome. Radiator, that's an extra level. I mean, what do I have left here? Looks like there's a decent amount of this map I haven't ran through yet. Let's kill the rares. Or get all the checkpoints, whichever comes first. Oh yeah, you see, look, we got a ball beacon. Don't want to miss those. Ooh, looks like we have a temple. Let's go run a temple.
What is it?
Identify, bitch. Alright, I can look at my talismans real quick to see if there's anything. Not looking at anything. Tablets can just go in the tablet tab. Maps, just go. Boom, boom, boom. Currency, we're keeping that because we're just going to use that. Level 15 skill gem, hell yeah, okay. Tablets. Send that in. Boom, okay. Level 15. Just look at equipped. Lunar Assault, hell yeah. Let's do that. We've got a Gem Cutter Prism, so that's going to go onto Lunar Blessing, right? Yep. Delirium Precursor Tablet. I guess we'll put Uniques over here. Oh. I bet that 3-floor Sekima won't be too bad at this point. I mean, I'm what, level 71? That's balanced around the end of the campaign, and I'm doing much higher level content than that. But I should take some stuff in with me. So let's look at my dump real quick. Wait, where was I just dumping stuff? I guess over here, okay. So that's not really salvageable. I need to just reforge that. What about potential? So we've got this, which the only thing I really want to do with this one is abyss craft it. But it's just a little bit early for me to do that. I want to farm a little bit more and see what else I have. I think I might not even have a thing for that. Yeah, that's not. I'm not going to be able to use that on that. We've got 104% increased physical damage. Well, the main thing I want to do is obviously get a an essence for this. So no point in bringing that in really. Because there's an essence that gives physical damage. There's an essence that gives cold damage. Those would both be really, really good to start with. This already has % fizz. And it's rare. It has a decent lightning roll, 1 to 114. But a Garbo, 8 to 11 cold roll. And a mid, 92% fizz roll. But then the suffix, we have one suffix and it's stun duration, which is Garbo. Too bad those dextral fucking chaos orbs are so fucking expensive. It'd be nice to change that suffix and then keep rolling it. And then this one, I need to get a battle essence. Actually, I might not even roll this. Because the fizz damage roll is just bad. Well, no, it's okay. Yeah, no, I want a battle essence this one. Wow, no garrison, really? Is there anything that I can...
Never the same twice, this place.
Turn you to scrap!
What a pity. No consequence. No consequence.
No mana!
Square.
Another medallion.
Be gone, foul creature! I need more time for that! Avant-Tom! No mana!
I'm now only looking for energy shield gear. I want to switch over to full energy shields. Get rid of all the hybrid stuff.
No, not even with a borrowed dick. I don't give a flying fuck. I hate this character. Every time she appears on a screen, it is to complain. No! Careful with the sub, guys! No, don't do this! Don't do that! Don't go to the wild! Bitch! Shut the fuck up! I am the main character here! I can fuck... I am raining fire over these motherfuckers! You don't get to tell me where I can or can't go. So, she's annoying, she's ugly, and she's bossy. She's going to tell you where you can and cannot go. Fuck you! I go wherever the fuck I want! Not even with a borrowed dick! Bitch! Dude, this list is getting crazy because... I'll be honest, guys. I'll be honest. I will just be honest in here. This part is getting a little bit spoily. This part is getting a little bit spoily. Because we have... all the best characters here in a row. We have all the best characters here in a row, right? You guys know, if there is a character that can be in GOAT, in the GOAT category, is one of these three characters, right? You know it, I know it, everybody knows it, right? If there is a character that can go in the GOAT category, is one of these three characters. These are the three hottest characters in the fucking game. But we are going to relax. We are going to relax. We have a city before the transformation, and we have a city after the transformation. Because I know that there are some of you that are fucked up in the head. So, we are going to select the GOAT right here. Why delay the inevitable? Let's select the GOAT right now. The GOAT is one of these three. Don't even consider the Transformer City for the GOAT. Don't be crazy, man. We are being serious in here. So one of these three. Human City, Asala, and Makoru. These are the three hottest characters in the game. I am going to select the GOAT right now. And even if these three characters are really hot, I don't think there is a question. At City is the GOAT, man. Atsiri's the GOAT. There is nothing to do in here. I really like Makoru. I think she's the hottest character ever. But Atsiri just showed us her ass in a cinematic, dude. And if you pay attention to when you fight her, you are playing the game and you fight her in the temple, she does this like when going down, and she also shows you her boobs before the transformation. Atsiri is hot as fuck. Also, she's also crazy. We talk about the witch being crazy. Atsiri is crazy like the witch. Remember that. Atsiri is lustful. Atsiri is prideful. She will call people to chop your dick. She had sex with the fucking beast, man. She's crazy out of this fucking world. Atsiri is the GOAT in this bad boy. She's hot as fuck. They will tell me. Like Atsiri calls me. She is in the thing, you know, in the throne. And she call Yazarus right here. Yazarus, you have a choice right now. You have sex with the Queen Atsiri right here, right now. But after that, we execute you. Hey, let's do this, my boy. You only live once, right, guys? Let's fucking go. Atsiri is the GOAT, man. Then, if these two characters were contending for the GOAT tier, they are obviously still, right? Asala is hot as fuck, everybody knows it. She's not as crazy, but she's strong. She takes command. She knows what she likes, and she's going to tell you, do this and do that, because that is what I like. And everything is going to be fine. Also, she's hot as fuck. Bro, I'm sensing a pattern. You like crazy women. Who doesn't? Crazy women are crazy in bed too, brother. The best sex of your life is going to be with crazy women. I will tell you, I love Makoru. I think Makoru is the hottest character besides Atsiri. If I could have two GOATs, I would put Makoru at GOAT. I think Makoru is hotter than these characters. And you say that I only like crazy characters. Makoru is not crazy, but she's hot as fuck. And she's also cool. She's the captain of her own boat. And she's the heir to the civil, the Namakanui doctrine. She's very hot. I love Makoru. She's cool, good personality, good lore, hot as fuck. She would be my GOAT if it wasn't for Atsiri. Then we have Transform Atsiri with 4 titties, horns, 4 meters tall, 4 arms, red skin, a fucking literal demon with horns. I know you guys are crazy and you guys want to do the snoo with Atsiri for tits shit. This is going to fuck up your life. You don't want to do this, and this is not even with a borrowed dick. Not even with a borrowed dick. I know you guys are crazy and you want to do it with 4-titty bitch. You know what? You don't have the opportunity to do it with a 4-titty bitch all the time. So I will bump it up to a C. I will bump it up to a C because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, right? 4 tits, 4 arms. It is not hot. It is not hot. But it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that you can't miss. Right? Then we have Una. Una is really cool. Una is probably one of the most cute, beautiful characters. She sings beautiful songs. It is a very wholesome character and helps you out a lot in Act 1. I like Una a lot, but she's also kind of boring, right? Una is the girl that you marry. But Una is probably very boring on bed. Una is the wife who you actually marry. Like from this list, if you want to marry a character, this is the character that you marry. She's going to probably be also the best mother to your children. But she's also going to give you the most boring, lame, only missionary position sex of your fucking life. So I will give her an A. I will give her an A. She has a lot going on for her. But she's also kind of boring. Oriana! Oriana is the countess. When you are fighting Count Geonor and she goes away, and the Count Geonor says, "You manipulative whore," she's referring to Oriana. I hate this bitch. I hate her with a passion. I hope we fight her in the story and we get to destroy her ass, because I hate her. But she's also hot. She's also hot. I will give her an A. I will give her an A. She's kind of crazy, but I hate her. But she's hot, but she's a main character. But she wants to return the beast. I will give her an A. She's fundamental to the thing. I will give her an A. Not much to talk about her. We hate her because she's the bad guy in the story and we want to destroy her ass. She's also kind of hot. Look at those, how like the stockings she's using. That is hot as fuck, right? So we are going to give her an A. This character is the siren that you fight in Act 4. I am purposely using the transform thing so that you don't get distracted by the human form that she has as a bait, because she's literally baiting you with the hot, blonde, big teeth woman so that you go close and then she fucking devours you because she's a fucking monster. So don't be an idiot and don't fall for the bait. This is a not even with a borrowed dick angle, bitch. So you guys wanted me to include the Viper from Act 3. She's the most hated boss because she poisons and kills you. She's kinda hot, but she's also a bitch. She's alive. We don't know what happens with her. I would definitely do it with Viper. I think that the Viper is an A-tier character. I don't know what you guys think, but I think...
But she's also a bitch and kills you. Yeah, she kills you a lot, especially on your first playthrough.
I think she's hot. I think she's hot. We don't know much about her, but I am willing to compromise. I am willing to compromise. Then we have Hilda, and Hilda is the same thing as the Amazon, but a different character. I will give it a B. I know that for some people she's an A. And yes, she's kind of hotter than the Amazon for sure. I can see, if you like Hilda, you can give her an A. But she's also B, right? You don't know much about her. She's just a currency exchange in the interlude. We don't know what Hilda is, right? She's just there. If you like her, you can put her in A, but I am going to put her at B. We have a very convoluted A tier, and I don't want to put everything on A, right? Then we have Valhalla. I like Valhalla's personality. I think that Valhalla is a cool character in the story, that she was a trap Jinn, and she's now helping you out in the trial of the Sekemas. The problem is that I hate the trial of the Sekemas, Valhalla. So you are guiding me in a place that I don't want to be in the first place. But you are a cool character and you probably know a lot of stuff because you are like 400,000 years old. So that can be cool. But you are also like floating in the air. What is going on in your parts? I don't know what is going on there and I don't want to find out. I will give you a C. I don't think you are entirely dog shit because you are a cool character. But I also don't want to find out more. So I will just give you a C. And then we have Gwen. We have Gwen, and she's the wife of Rogue. Gwen is from the expedition mechanic. She goes on 8 months expeditions and she goes along and Rogue remains at home. What do you think is happening in those 8 months, brother? She's getting raw dog by another dude. She's getting raw dog by another dude. She's hot as fuck. So I am going to give her an S. I don't give a flying fuck about anything. I look at this picture right here and I say, yes, man. Yes, let's fucking go. I don't give a flying fuck about Rogue. No, but you are disrespecting Rogue because she's his wife or whatever. I don't give a flying fuck. Fuck Rogue. That is what I say. Fuck Rogue. I am not going to miss the opportunity on this blonde body. And that is all that I care about. So this is the tier list for the waifus in Path of Exile 2, the most important ones. The other ones we don't care about because they are irrelevant. And this is the objective truth. If you don't agree with this tier list, just know that you are wrong. You don't know what the fuck you are talking about and you have bad taste in women. This is the objective tier list for the waifus in PoE 2. I don't want to hear about it. Let's fucking go! What do you guys think? Am I right? Am I wrong? Am I a clown? Am I a genius? Let me know everything in the comments below. I love reading comments even when they don't agree with me. Also remember to like the video, to subscribe to the channel, all that cool stuff. Guys, thanks for being here. You guys are awesome. God bless you. And remember, don't be afraid ever, because this is just a ride.
I'm not ready yet.
March, a quaint little town we spent a year rebuilding in PoE 1. We catch up with some familiar faces and meet some new ones like Angie over here, and she's my new favorite because holy crap, it finally happened. After 12 years of playing Path of Exile, PoE 2 finally has a fully functional in-game asynchronous trading system, and she is our one-way ticket to it all. I invite her to my hideout where I can start listing items for sale after converting a couple extra premium tabs I had. This is freaking awesome. I put up this triple damage quiver I found for 20x, hoping that someone will be interested since Lightning Arrow Deadeye is the meta build of the league. Well, 20 ended up being a bit ambitious. It eventually sold for 10. Not bad. I also buy my first shield upgrade with this new system with 327 armor, double resist, and that mod that makes 32% of armor apply to elemental damage for the small price of 4x. A massive upgrade. I go meet Makoru, another waifu type, and she introduces me to the Karui Archipelago, where I can choose to go pay different islands a visit in whatever order I see fit. We set sail for Kedge Bay, and I'm led off on the shore where I meet all kinds of fun new threats, like this big guy and his goons, and this massive army of abyss mobs that stun me to death. Eventually, we run into another damsel in distress, who goes by the name of Freya. Of course, we have to rescue her, and to do that, we're gonna need to find a bloke named Captain Heartland and ask him for some Verisium. And between you and me, something smells fishy. I shield charge my way through pack after pack, desperately looking for the captain, instead finding this dope pair of boots with 20 move speed, 91 life, armor, and fire res. Nice. Eventually I do find the captain, and he's not nearly as friendly as I had hoped he might be. In fact, I'd go so far as to say as he's being outright unfriendly even, especially when he decides to nuke me back to back without warning. I come back, try again, and this time I don't let him push me around. Half a minute later, the Verisium ore is ours. Speaking of, when I try freeing Freya with the ore, things go south real fast. Omniphobia shows up out of nowhere and I try to deal with him. Our very first Divine Orb. Let's go! With this sudden influx in wealth, I deem it acceptable to spend an unethical amount on the following upgrades. First, I buy a new body armor with 300 armor, 80 life, double res, and 41 spirit. Then a new spirit amulet with life, res, and rarity. And finally, this brand new lineage support gem called Uruk's Smelting over on the currency exchange market, which I socket directly into Shield Wall after having used a Jeweler's Orb to give it another socket. Lineage supports are basically unique support gems that you can only have one copy of in your whole setup at a time, and Uruk's Smelting looks pretty cool since it helps break armor more easily and causes enemies to take up to 20% increased physical damage permanently. With my mini shopping spree over, I went back to the open seas, ending up on a sulfuric island where I was pitted up against the aptly named Blind Beast. He barely put up a fight, and upon death, regurgitated a bile-soaked tome, granting me 2 more passive points which I put into melee damage. I explore the island even further, and end up in the center of an active volcano. The last place I want to be, really, although it does look pretty rad. I beat up a pair of Rattlecage wannabes, get a small loot explosion from a chest, and meet the head honcho of the island, Krutog, this big, fat, lumpy dude who just steps on people, I guess. He falls over and I rescue another dude called Matiki. Welcome aboard, sailor. He tells me about this cute little spot he wants me to visit, the Eye of Hinekora. So off we go. Once there, I meet an old acquaintance of mine, Navali. Placing my trust in her words, I take a sip from the Well of Passing. It tastes primarily like chamomile, but there's a slight hint of MDMA. Also, it kills me. Bruh. Except, hey, would you look at that, my body's laying there, but I'm still fully in control over here. Now, how about that? So I run around in the halls of the dead, putting Karui spirits to rest, and entering my first abyssal depths, where I die to a ground degen I couldn't see. Classic. I kill some more waves and get inked as a reward, granting me 5% to all resistances. Forever. I catch up with Navali once more, and she performs a little party trick, making her little monkey assistant Yama about 10 times bigger and also incredibly deadly. Honestly, I was not prepared for this. Now I regret that I never actually finished Black Myth Wukong. We go again, and this time I actually managed to avoid the giant purple nuke attack and quit monkeying around. We meet Hinekora, the goddess of death, or something, and we're introduced to the new Trial of the Ancestors mechanic. Except it's not actually in the game yet, so we're kind of just left hanging. Bleh. With the Eye of Hinekora fully explored, our next destination is the abandoned prison, where I quickly realized that this is just a variation on the Eternal Labyrinth from PoE 1. Neat. Also, it's flooded and getting around in here is very annoying. While within these disturbing prison walls, I reach level 50, willingly submit myself to solitary confinement, and kill legions of forgotten inmates. And it all wraps up with a nice fight with the prisoner. I don't know who this guy is, but he has some actual mechanics where I had to pull some levers in the corners of the arena to use ballistas on him a la Monster Hunter, and it was pretty sweet, all things considered. Next, I take out some giant chickens and visit Wakapanu Island, where we get our very first Greater Jeweler's Orb, as well as face off with a killer land shark. He's like Jeff, but not nearly as cute. He drops a shark fin, a quest item I was never able to figure out what the hell I had to do with it, so I eventually threw it on the ground. I also enter a damp cave and meet Diamora, the Siren. She's basically Merveil from PoE 1, but better in every single way. Cool arena, cool mechanics, and she's got a great set of lungs. What's not to like? At this point, I had found 4 scattered pieces of a treasure map and assembled them like the legendary pieces of Exodia, and when presented to our ship's captain, the X marks the spot landed on this little tiny island called Plunderer's Point, which ended up just being a tutorial for Expedition. Not my favorite mechanic. I'd take an Exodia over an Expedition every single time. In any case, with Plunderer's Point blown to smithereens, along with my hopes and dreams of ever sending Serokaiba to the Shadow Realm, there's only one island left unexplored, Arastas. And you know what they say, all roads lead to Rome, or in this case I guess all currents lead to Rome? I'm not really sure, but the point is, wow. Arastas is pretty much what if ancient Rome, but no women allowed? Why you would want this? I'm not sure. So this guy leads us to his chapel where he tells us to wait while he gets the superior in here, which was obviously all just a ploy to trick us, because I heard some funny noises coming from outside, and oh my god, this guy Kanu, who's been rowing us to shore at every island, just betrayed us. God damn it, Kanu. We break through a barrier and all hell breaks loose as there's chaos in the streets.
It's chaos in the streets.
Bullshit.
Eventually, I get to the top of the mountain cliffs and this hooded guy from the purple KKK just straight up assaults me. Now, I've since heard that this is one of the harder fights that's been added to the game, and that you have to really pay attention to the mechanics while fighting him. Like, there are these priests hanging out on the rafters and you have to kill to weaken him. Yeah, no, I didn't even notice those guys. Our bread and butter gets the job done once again. I head deeper into the island, exploring a dig site, when suddenly I find myself face to face with the first Herald. This guy's giving off Act 4 final boss energy if I ever seen it. Except, wait, what the hell? Why is he so easy? And now he's immune? Excuse me, what the hell is going on? Eventually he does a giant thunder slam, followed up by what I can only assume is a maze I'm supposed to navigate through, except in the heat of the moment, I don't even realize he's done that, and all of a sudden my health takes a massive hit and I get knocked to the ground. I legit thought I was dead. I get back to my feet and put him out of his misery. Or so I thought. He gets back up, starts floating up in the sky when out of nowhere this Karui dude called Tavakai, who up to this point has kind of been a dick to us, not gonna lie, slams into him and slices him in half. Respect. With the final boss of Act 4 taken care of, it's time for the hooded one to stick those 3 weapon pieces we've been collecting together and wait. Tavakai, what the f are you doing, brother? Oh shit. It's not over, is it? So we set sail for his homeland, Nakanu, and wow, things are looking pretty bleak over here. We take out hordes of corrupt Karui, and at the end of the island, there's this huge hut where Tavakai is waiting for us. It starts out in the hut. He's just swinging his axe at me while I smash him, I wish, with my shield, and when he gets low, he injects himself with some Val steroids and takes it outside. I follow him out there, continue to show him how juicing will never beat years of intense training, and then he freaking evolves again. Not 1, not 2, but 3 different phases. What are they gonna do in Acts 5 and 6? I mean, how many phases is too many? Is it 4? Is it 5? I don't know. Okay, so this was actually pretty goddamn easy, but I'm gonna chalk that up to this build being freaking OP and less that the fight itself isn't good. With Tavakai slain and finally coming to his senses, this marks the actual end of Act 4, completing another chapter in our journey as we start exploring more uncharted territory in the form of the interludes. So the interludes are these 3 little mini-acts with new bosses where you revisit some areas you've previously been, but things are spookier now, and they serve to bridge the gap between finishing Act 4 and starting the endgame, completely removing the cruel difficulty. Also, you can do them in whichever order you see fit. I'm excited to hop to it, but first I've got a little bit of build cleanup to do. Remember like 20 minutes ago when I said this? There is one small important detail to how volatility works that I completely overlooked, but I'll save that explanation for later. Well, now's the time for the big reveal. Volatility has a hard cap on how often you can get it. You cannot gain more than 1 stack of volatility per 0.1 seconds, which sounds not so bad on paper, but when your build is entirely built around doing slow, massive hits that clear the entire screen, you only get 1 stack per hit. So at most I'd have 5 or 6 stacks of volatile power, which doesn't even compare to a single stack of the purple Chayula flames I can collect in terms of raw damage. It's really quite sad. I tried turning to Google and the wiki for a solution, but the more I would look into it, the more it seemed like volatility is only good for builds that can hit often, and that's just not what we're going for. So what to use instead? Well, I'll keep it simple and grab the All Remnants Are Purple Chayula Flames node, as that'll just give us more consistency in our chaos damage boost. I mean, why not? I also discovered how to use the in-game trade search function, which was kind of tucked away over here in this little menu, or you could just press / and that'll bring it up too. Using the magic of the in-game trade, I bought myself a massive shield upgrade with over 600 armor for 1 Chaos Orb. And I make a few other purchases while I'm at it. It's just too darn convenient. First, a helmet upgrade with lots of life, rarity, crit chance, and double res for an alchemy, a plate belt with life, strength, and cold res, a new mace with +4 to melee skills, stun buildup, and stun duration, which I'm honestly not even sure these actually work with my shield attacks, but I assume they do, a pair of gloves with fizz leech so that I can have some form of life recovery, which I am in desperate need of, as well as a new pair of boots with 30 move speed. With my build feeling stronger than ever, I start off with the Ogam interlude, which has me revisit the dark forests of Act 1. While running around a farm, I interrupt 2 femme fatales, engaging in some witch-on-witch action, and activate some giant monoliths, summoning a cool new dual scythe wielding boss, who actually gave me a bit of trouble, probably because he got possessed by one of those pesky spirits for some reason. I get some omen drops over in the Blackwoods, which are basically just the wildwoods from PoE 1, and enter Holton, where I run into a friendly ferryman who sells a bunch of different runes. This is awesome, and I honestly wish this NPC showed up in like Act 2. That would be great. Enter the Holton Estate, an annoyingly square map with lots of doors leading to dead ends, and face off with Thane Wolfric and Lady Elswith, the roots of the problem here in Ogam, allegedly. Next, I head into a different prison where I meet the Warden. He looks pretty damn cool, but honestly, shield skills are OP and he goes straight down to hell. And that's the first interlude taken care of. These are really small mini-acts, and I gotta say, I like them a lot. I'll miss them when they're gone. The second one I go for is the desert. Dudes, I'm just going in order. Like, come on. I catch up with my first Crush Asala and then head out into the wastes. This area is huge. That is all. I get a lucky annulment orb and accept the Molten One's gift, granting me 5% increased max life. Big. I keep pushing through the desert, encountering the Cobra Lord, a big dude with a snake as his arm or something. Is that what's going on here? I can't really tell. Anyways, he gets wrecked like all the others before him, but you know who doesn't get wrecked? These 3 Abyss dudes that all have the mod that makes nearby allies immune. Real fair, GGG. This did get patched later on though, actually. I keep exploring and then these doors open and this guy's all like... But little does he know, he doesn't stand a chance. Here I just want to show off the massive AoE that Herald of Ash gives us when fighting these crazy swarms of Abyss monsters. It's pretty freaking nuts and very satisfying. Also, I got level 62. Hooray. The final boss of this interlude is Azamati, and I have no idea what he does because he pretty much just got chain stunned to death and I didn't have to do any mechanics. So the third interlude has us in this very fallsy camp, quite appropriate for this time of year here in Montreal, and right off the bat when shield charging through the woods, I one-shot an essence mob and he drops an annulment orb. Awesome! Little do I know, these are actually quite valuable and continue to gain value as the league goes on, it seems, so the longer I hold on to them, the better, in a way. Then I have a duel with this Azamari chick and get another Gemcrest skull which gives us 40 more spirit forever. You love to see it. I enter this frozen lake looking area which looks really nice, and then while trying to gobble up my loot, I die to an Abyss on death effect. Classic. I check out this cave, fight a Yeti, and run into this familiar bird that was in the Trial of Chaos. It like encases itself in ice, giving me all the time in the world to shatter it. I trek through a snowstorm and find this mysterious elevator that leads me down into some sort of tunnel system. At the end of the path, I face off with Blackjaw 2.0 and wait for these doors to open. Very patiently. Next thing I know, I'm in another Val Temple looking area and I reach what is unquestionably the boss arena where I have a little 2v1 with a couple blood priests, Zelina and Zolan. It was a bloodbath, but not in the way they were expecting. I demolished them, and just like that, the interludes and therefore the campaign is done. This was by far the smoothest campaign run I've had so far, and it's on the Acolyte of Chayula of all things. I never would have thought it possible. Is Shield Wall just a little bit overpowered? Maybe. Or maybe it's trade that makes getting powerful gear too easy. I don't know, and honestly, I don't care because I'm having so much fun right now. This is the Atlas. If you've already played the game and beat the campaign, you know all about it already, but in case this is somehow the first PoE 2 video you've stumbled upon, here's a quick rundown. Each of these little nodes are maps that you can travel to using waystones. Waystones are items you find while killing monsters, and they can have modifiers on them that increase the difficulty and rewards of the map you put them into. Also, they come in 15 tiers. There's actually a hidden 16th tier that you can get from corrupting your waystones, but we're not going to be worrying about that today. Each tier represents a new difficulty, making monsters stronger. Our goal right now is to travel through the Atlas in as straight a line as we can so that we can find 3 special maps called Citadels, which each have bosses that will drop 1/3 of a key, known as Crisis Fragments, that we can take over here to the Burning Monolith, and that'll let us fight the big boss of the game, the Arbiter of Ash. This is going to take a long time, so here we go. We start mapping, killing map boss after map boss, getting to level 67, and here you can see my skill tree. It's really nothing special, just focus on generic attack damage, skill speed, fizz damage, and movement speed for the most part, and obviously, it's getting the job done. Right off the bat, I pick up a new body armor for 2 exalts, with tons of life, 55 spirit, and dual res, and I slam it with an exalt of my own, giving it that armor applies to Elimod, which is a huge hit. This chest piece is fantastic for us, and I'm gonna have a real hard time finding a replacement. I find a Jin Barrier, which will let us get our 3rd set of Ascendancy points, and immediately decide to give it a shot. We enter the trial and make quick work of the first 2 floors, but floor 3 was rough. I make it to the final room, but I'm stuck starting the Scorpion fight with only a measly 378 honor. This is not looking good. The Scorpion actually lands a jab on me and brings me down to 162. Uh-oh. Fortunately, he's not long for this world, and we prevail, allowing us to ascend and get our 3rd node, and I pick Grasp of the Void. This just makes it so that when we dodge roll, it'll leave behind an illusion of us that blows up and pushes enemies back when it gets hit. Not a game changer by any means, but I could see it keeping us alive in a pinch. We keep mapping, going up the tiers, completing towers, using boss tablets on said towers so that we can get more boss maps and guarantee higher tier waystones to drop off of them. Nearly one-shotting bosses left and right, putting quality on our skills as we find GCPs, and even doing some of the new special mini-boss maps that can drop these cool new lineage supports. I get to level 76 and then have my first death in a hot minute, while fighting off some Abyss mobs in the T7 map. Why is it always Abyss? I keep pushing through the tiers, killing boss after boss, first T7, then T8, then T9, and eventually I decide to buy another round of upgrades. First off, this Time Lost Ruby with 4 really good stats on it for 10 exalts. In case you're unfamiliar with them, Time Lost jewels are pretty special. Unlike normal jewels, these ones don't grant you stats straight up. Instead, they give the nodes surrounding the jewel socket you put them into a whole bunch of extra mods. So if you find a really spicy place to put your jewel, like this socket up here for example, you can grab all these nodes around it and they'll do what they normally do, plus the cool mods the jewel gives it. In this case, I'm getting a ton of rage generation from this jewel, which is almost always going to keep me topped up at 30. And 30 rage outright just gives us 30% more damage. It's actually pretty damn nasty how good this 10x jewel is. I also finish off this ring I picked up for a couple X by throwing some greater exalts on it, landing the Fizz Leashed as mana and 43 lightning res. This ring was already an upgrade without those 2 mods, but with them and the catalyst I threw on there, holy hell, this thing is probably worth multiple divines at this point, and I don't think I'm ever going to be replacing this bad boy. Next, I grabbed this belt for 10x. It's nothing special, but I needed the res. And finally, this level 80 20x shield with 42 cold res, the ever important armor applies to Elimod, and most importantly, 1000 armor. I need to wait a couple more levels before I can equip it, but this is going to be a huge upgrade. Also, at this point, I decide to try the Chaos Res node for my Ascendancy instead of the Void Illusion dodge roll thing, since I feel like having more Chaos Res could come in handy more often than the little illusion guy. I'm not really sure which is better, but I kind of feel like I'm just choosing between meh options. Anyhow, after the splurging we just did, it's time to test it all out. I get back to mapping, killing thousands.
What is it?
Old roots find new soil.
So here's the defense. Well, that's part of it. How many points is that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's rough.
Can you just say it's kind of weird that the President of the United States has bragged repeatedly about grabbing women because they let you do it? Or
Okay, another important thing to keep in mind is that when did Trump do all these things that he's being accused of? Was he a Republican or was he a known Democrat?
Does his ideology...
What?
Is there any analog to the Biden administration sending out open posts to the Attorney General Merrick Garland asking people to be indicted?
Nope.
I honestly am not completely knowledgeable on what exactly.
Oh, I just don't know. I haven't heard about it. Oh, I haven't heard about it. I don't know about that one.
You know about Trump coin, right? Are you okay with Trump coin? I mean, I'm not sure that's on him. It is on him.
It's called Trump coin. What? What? I'm not sure that's on him. It's his name. What? Did he really just say that? Did he really just... No shot. Did he just say something so crazy?
My name is Adam Mockler. I talk politics on YouTube every single day, and I am a liberal college dropout. Today, I'm surrounded by 20 conservative college students. My first claim is, Trump is causing a rise of fascism in our generation.
Yeah, but they like fascism, so...
Damn.
Hey, Adam, I'm Scotty.
Nice to meet you, Scotty.
Hey, would you mind unpacking a little bit more what you mean by rise?
The rise of fascism, yeah. Over the past decade, we've seen a normalization of more fascist, anti-democratic ideologies.
You didn't even tell me you were watching a video. I hope that you and this guy never talk again. I want him to know who the real you is, and then that's it. This is the one thing. I want him to come out and disown you harder than you've ever been disowned in your entire life. I want you to think about jumping out the window. You get disowned so hard. You stupid. Go back and enjoy your video. Self.
Got him.
Trump's claim to fame, entering U.S. politics. He was famous before this, but he entered U.S. politics by saying Obama wasn't right. The rise of fascism, yeah. Over the past decade, we've seen a normalization of more fascist, anti-democratic ideologies. Just to explain, Trump's claim to fame, entering U.S. politics. He was famous before this, but he entered U.S. politics by saying Obama wasn't born in America. He convinced a large swath of the country that Obama was not born in America. 4 years later, he was chanting "Lock her up" at a political rally, and no presidential candidate had done that before. 4 years after that, he had couped the government, or at least attempted to coup the government. And now,
we are in a new era of libs, okay? I call them the example libs, okay? Don't just speak about concept or theory, just give examples, because man, with Trump, you can just run it the down. It is really hard to argue against.
In the city of Chicago, he's posted AI memes of Chicago being invaded. He sent the military into Chicago. So over the past like I say, decade and a half, we've seen a normalization of fascism in America, and I think it's manifesting in our generation in unique ways. We can talk about the Politico story, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I would say let's talk a little bit more about what fascism actually is. Because I think fascism
now
is
let's
a
move.
loaded term.
What's your definition?
And what I would say, when you attach fascism to Trump's name, that is a slap in the face to all the Jews who were exterminated under fascist law.
Fascism doesn't just have to do with Jews. Donald Trump is
it was
absolutely...
Hitler. When you think of fascism, you think of two people. You think of Hitler and you think of Mussolini, who killed millions and millions of people. Trump is not that.
What's your definition of fascism?
I would say fascism is one person or one party who is silencing and who is demeaning and who is, I guess you would say, opposing and silencing any other opposition.
It's kind of right.
I know it's more nuanced to that.
I'd say a better definition is a far-right authoritarian ideology with one leader at the top with a cult of personality who forcibly suppresses opposition, as you said, but at the same time, he erodes democratic norms and there's hyper-militarization involved, military in the streets. Do you disagree with any of that?
I agree with you that Trump did send in the National Guard
which one
right
of
to Chicago.
Which one of those descriptions does not describe Trump? All those terms.
I would say that Trump, I guess you'd say, what are his motives behind doing this?
You were pressing me on the definition of fascism.
Okay. There's always like another layer of conversation to retreat to for Trumples, right? So like, let's say that we define a rapist as a person who raped somebody. And it's like, okay, well, why would we say that this person's a rapist? Well, here's a video of them. It's like, whoa, okay, hold on. Well, let's define, like, what do we mean by rape? Well, when you forcibly insert something into somebody without their consent. Like, okay, wait. When you say forcibly, did he punch them? Like, when we say force, well, the person didn't want... Okay, so he didn't really force, right? Like, he didn't, like, knock them out, right? Well, there was, like, he held them down. It's like, okay, but, like, when you normally have sex... Aren't your hands on the person and you kind of keep them still a little bit, right? It's like, not really. It's like, oh, wait. When you say consent, so like all consent isn't like you say the word yes every single, and it's like every single argument becomes the most infinite nihilistic obfuscation. It's like the most epistemically nihilistic position possible where no word means anything and you can debate on every like topic because you just have to back up and go to some other part of the... It's so annoying and it's so unserious. It's such a deeply unserious way to approach any of the conversations. Like, bro.
I gave you a few qualities. Which of those qualities does not describe Trump?
Say those qualities one more time.
It is a far-right authoritarian ideology with one leader at the top who is a cult of personality. He forcibly suppresses opposition. They like hyper-militarization.
Okay, so forcibly, I disagree with forcibly doing that. Give me an example right now about forcibly.
A really good example is lately Jimmy Kimmel was taken off air by the FCC because the FCC...
I knew we were going to go here with Jimmy Kimmel.
I knew we were going to there. But do you have proof that Donald Trump told the FCC commissioner to restrict those... Okay, well, just because he said it doesn't mean that he necessarily... That Trump did it. Like, sorry.
No. That's not... Did you hear... You know who the FCC commissioner is?
Yes, okay.
Who is
no, I actually don't know exactly who it is, but I know what
it is. Brendan Carr. So if you don't know who it is, and you might not know that Brendan Carr said in an interview, we can do this the easy way or we can do this the hard way. It was essentially a mobster threat. Other than that, Donald Trump has attacked law firms. He has attacked universities. Jimmy Kimmel might not be the best example because he's a late night show host, but it's a glaring example.
I get it.
Yeah.
Right, I would disagree with you in what do you mean by like forcibly, right? Because you're
I pre-watched. To be fair, I was late today because I pre-watched. I'm sorry. I did pre-watch this whole thing. I did. I'm sorry. My bad. I'm sorry for doing that today, but what, Bruh.
Fascism to Trump, right? When we attach fascism, we attach that to Hitler and Mussolini. Jimmy Kimmel, him taking Jimmy Kimmel, he didn't have anything direct to do with taking Jimmy Kimmel off of air. The reason why Jimmy Kimmel got taken off of air is because nobody liked Jimmy Kimmel. I've maybe
let's talk about the word forcibly.
Jimmy Kimmel. He's not that funny.
Let's talk about the word forcibly then. Forcibly doesn't mean through violence. It could be using the state, using the government or your position of power to try to suppress the opposition. Donald Trump has spent his entire political career acting like the Democratic Party shouldn't exist. You know Act Blue, the fundraising
Biden and Obama have done the same things. What are you talking about? It's not about forcibly.
Let me ask you.
What has Trump done?
Do the IRS
forcibly
thing.
remove the opposition.
Okay.
He's spoken against the press.
Can I ask you a
Every
question?
president has done that of all time. They've spoken against the opposition press. But that doesn't mean he's forcibly removed somebody from that position.
Last month, Donald Trump sent out a Truth Social post towards Pam Bondi. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
He said, Pam, I want you to indict these 3 people and move fast.
Bro,
what happened is Eric Sievers, the federal prosecutor from the Eastern District of Virginia, then was forced to resign. Forcibly resign, not through violence, but through pressure. Then you see 2 of the 3 people that Donald Trump named indicted for random stuff. You have Letitia James, and then you have James Comey, who got indicted. We also just saw John Bolton indicted. Can I ask you, is indicting your political opponents for speaking up against you?
They did the exact same.
Wait, or was Bolton indicted? Or did I know this? His house was raided. Yeah, but was there an indictment released for him? Oh, they did. Wait, were all 3? He was the first one. Oh, maybe I just forgot then. Oh, so then all 3 of those people were indicted. Letitia James for the mortgage stuff. Bolton for, I don't remember what his indictment was for. And then and then Comey. So all 3 of them were. Nice. What a reliable authoritarian dictator.
Things to Trump. The left party, the Democratic Party has done the same thing. They tried to, no.
When they went after Trump or the IRS slot meme?
See, now we're getting into, those jury things where they use political power to go after
Did
Trump
Biden
because
ever
they were
tweet-
afraid of him. They were afraid of what he was going to do to America.
Did Biden ever
right?
tweet at his attorney general and say, "Hey, Merrick Garland,
Good
can you
example.
investigate
Because Biden wasn't even in charge of the presidency.
Okay, so Biden
he was not even
wasn't
making those things.
Pause. Sorry, you've been eliminated by the majority.
That
was great. I love that. It was great we just got it.
Deep state.
Sadie, nice to meet you. I'm Adam.
So I want to touch on your forceful suppression of the opposition as defining fascism. So in my understanding, I think that the leftist party is assassinating conservatives. So we're talking about Charlie Kirk's assassination. We're writing engraving on the bullets, catch fascists. I think that shows
Can you
form of
define
fascism
leftist?
over here.
Can you define what you mean by leftist party?
Turbo pump disassembled in-game gives you 3 springs. Disassembled out of game gives you a mechanical component and 3. Oh, what? What?
Fascism. So in my understanding, I think that the leftist party is assassinating conservatives. So we're talking about Charlie Kirk's assassination. We're writing engraving on the bullets, catch fascists. I think that shows
Can you
form of
define
fascism
leftist?
over here.
Can you define what you mean by leftist party? Because I think that conservatives are very good at individual responsibility, and when you're placing the blame on an entire party because one 22-year-old dude killed somebody, which is obviously tragic.
White, Mormon, 22, raised Christian, MAGA family. By the way, if any of these one things had gone in the other direction, they would call him a leftist. And the only thing they have are all of the pop media references that he posted on his stupid bullets. He didn't even shoot him with a fascist bullet, by the way. Is this stupid quote from this dumb video game, okay? Because Helldivers is for losers, all right?
Then what do you mean by leftist party?
Yeah, so we have Kamala Harris calling Trump supporters fascist, Biden calling Trump supporters fascist. When you have these big leaders calling individuals fascist, and then that is getting tagged on to conservatives as a whole.
By the way, when you call somebody a fascist, that counts as being basically assassinating them. But when you say this person should be tried and executed, that's just saying you want to go through the legal process. Good one.
So I think that the leftist party is actually very good about saying one thing about one person, and then this is getting spread to everyone. So back to what I'm saying about Charlie Kirk. So when Charlie Kirk got assassinated saying catch fascists, I think that's a very good example of fascism. And then you want to talk about the
Can I ask you, is your position that people in power should not be calling the opposition party fascists or Gestapo or Hitler? Donald Trump
Oh, you saw Kai nodding his head back there. Hit him up with the Trump said it. Hit him up.
In power should not be calling the opposition party fascists or Gestapo or Hitler. Donald Trump called Kamala Harris and Joe Biden a fascist a dozen times throughout the campaign trail. He called them Gestapo, and only one politician has called Donald Trump Hitler, and it's J.D. Vance, his vice president.
And which party has that stuck to? That stuck to conservatives.
Maybe because they act more like that than the Democrats do.
Fascism has stuck to conservatives consistently. You have all this violence on college campuses saying that they're calling Turning Point Target Practice USA.
That's messed
posting
up.
photos of us with red X's on
That's
our
not
face,
okay.
with dots on our neck. So how are you to
Who's
say?
they, though? Like random unhinged people? Do you think unhinged
Random
people
unhinged
exist on both
leftists.
sides?
Where are all the assassinations then? Where are all of the shootings? Where is all of this? It seems like it's not sticking very hard, no?
Random
Do
unhinged
you think
leftists.
unhinged right-wing supporters exist or no?
Absolutely, I think there's some on both
Because-
sides, but that's why I'm saying you can't say forcible suppression of the opposition is tagged only onto Trump because that's coming from the left side as well.
Okay, let me ask you then.
Definitely
I'm gonna ask you the same
political
question that I
leaders,
asked Scotty. When Donald Trump sent a True Social post with 3 names in the post, and 2 of those names have been indicted over the past month, is there any analog to the Biden administration sending out open posts to the Attorney General Merrick Garland asking people to be indicted?
Nope.
I honestly am not completely knowledgeable on what exactly.
Oh, I just don't know. I haven't heard about it. Oh, I haven't heard about it. I don't know about that one.
Okay, so Donald Trump has spent the past 9 months in office trying to consolidate power among every single institution, not just by appointing loyalists, but by trying to target law firms that are Democratic, universities. Act Blue, which is the main fundraising pack for the Democratic Party, has recently been they're investigating, trying to sue them because they want to take down any mechanism that helps the Democratic Party.
Let's talk about universities.
Is that forcibly suppressing the opposition party when you're trying
I don't
to?
know if I'd exactly say forcible suppression. It
He's
depends on
using
exactly how you're saying it. Because, like we were saying, when you were attaching the term fascist, you're talking about Nazis. You're talking about specifically Nazis. And when they say oppression,
Not just Nazis.
I'm saying specifically for what I'm saying. The suppression of the opposition. When they're calling Trump Hitler, they're calling
Who's
conservatives.
they? J.D. Vance?
I'm sorry, leftist. When the leftist,
Which leftist politician? Can you name one?
I think you're moving the goalpost.
Wait, no. Can you name one?
You're moving the goalpost. What do you mean? Do I have to name one? Hello? Have you not seen what conservatives are pointing out on Twitter? Idiot.
Leftist politician who has called Trump Hitler.
Nope.
Nope. It's every single. It's like.
So you shouldn't
Oh, it's every single one, so it should be easy to name one, right? I love when people do it. This is one of the most common debate meme things I run into, where somebody says, "There's so many examples of this." Oh, can you give me one? Oh, it's like all of them. Oh, okay. Well, then just name one. It was like all of them. One example.
Point this out when no leftist politicians have actually called
And you're
Trump
throwing
Hitler.
out the term fascism.
Is saying that an election was stolen when it wasn't fascism? Wait, do you think the 2020 election was stolen?
Yes.
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know because I'm not.
I don't know. I'm obnoxious. Agnostic, not obnoxious, but obnoxious too.
And honestly, this proves my point. Trump is causing a rise of fascism in our generation. I would never say that you're a fascist, but I think there's a normalization of an ideology where people are denying elections. You don't even know if the 2020 election was stolen. This isn't America. The 2020 election was not stolen.
Based.
We've been eliminated by the majority. Could you please
Thank you. That was great.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
So you keep saying Trump is a fascist.
Yep.
You just keep throwing that term around.
I didn't say that. I said he's against the rise of fascism.
Can you
by generation. I would
define,
consider him a fascist. Right?
define fascism?
He's not a fascist because a fascist is one party rule. There's two parties in the United States. It's not one party, and he's not using violence to control power. It's not like after 2028, you're never going to see Trump again. His two-term limit is over. That's not fascism. If you want to see fascism, go to the Middle East. I'm Egyptian. If you want to see fascism, I can show you what fascism is. When the president.
Okay, you said fascism is one party control.
Yes.
Donald Trump has spent the past decade acting like the opposition party shouldn't exist. Caroline Leavitt just the other day said the entire Democratic voter base is Hamas terrorists, criminals, and illegal immigrants. Stephen Miller says the Democratic Party is not a party. It is a domestic extremist organization. Donald Trump, wait, listen, Donald Trump is called my side, Nats, the enemy within, and people who need to be taken care of. He's trying to get the military to boo Obama and liberals. So Donald Trump over the past decade does not want the Democratic Party to exist. That's why they're targeting Act Blue.
So you're telling me that he doesn't have the right to criticize the Democratic Party at all?
That's not criticism.
Oh, they do the thing! They do the thing! So I can't put my dick on a person? So it's illegal. You're saying it's illegal for me, right? Some guy goes to the hospital, his face is completely to beat the shit. Oh, so just curious. I'm just let me peace code here for a second. Do you apply this standard everywhere? Have you ever put your hands on somebody before? And it's like, well, no, not unless I'm like fighting them or I know them or I'm like, oh, really? Well, let's watch this stream clip here. And it's a clip of you walking into like a bar or whatever and seeing like or some guy and you like shake his hand. It's like, did you know that guy? Well, no, I didn't. Okay, well, you reached forward and you shook his hand, right? You didn't know him that well. It's like, okay, but this is a different thing. Oh, so now it's illegal to touch somebody, right? It's like every debate. This is so dumb. I'm glad my computer's going to get here. I'm going to find more games to play because politics is so dumb.
The Democratic Party.
It's so unserious. You can't criticize people now?
Act Blue.
So you're telling me you should just start masturbating in these we should whip it out and just start jerking off and say, if you don't like it, just don't look at me, bro.
You're telling me that he doesn't have the right to criticize the Democratic Party at all?
That's not criticizing the party. That's using your power to take down their party.
Did I come to this?
They tried to impeach him twice.
And also,
isn't that fascism? Why are you trying to...
Wait.
That's fascism when you impeach somebody?
He's acquitted twice.
Hold up. You think it's fascism to go through the proper processes to impeach somebody? Wait a minute.
When one party controls the narrative, when you had Twitter,
wait a minute. Just go back 1 second. Impeaching somebody is not fascism. Impeaching somebody is going through the proper processes.
Making a false narrative around him. That's what they did.
Oh, if you want to talk about false narratives,
no, they
let's
did
talk
a false
about the
narrative.
2020 election. Because
Habibi, listen, calm down. Like, take a deep breath.
You've cut this guy off so many times. Why are you? How does he need to calm down?
Listen. You take a deep breath. So when you have a party,
bro, you're literally sweating. You're out here like you're in Egypt right now, bro. Okay, calm down. Take a deep breath. You're pressed.
Party controlling the narrative on social media, and they were telling when there was pre-COVID.
Wait, who owns Twitter right now? Elon Musk. Who's bought TikTok? Right wingers. Who owns Facebook? Mark Zuckerberg.
Okay, but they switched the narrative. They switched the narrative based on who's in power. So right now you got Trump. Right, you're saying he's a fascist. Is that your claim? Is that what your claim? That America's gonna be a...
They switched the narrative based on who's in power. So then how were Democrats ever in control? If anything, you're just making an argument for the social media companies being in control. Because if they switch the narrative based on who's in power, why would you ever let the opposition party gain power? What?
Fascist nation? Is that your claim?
No, my claim is that Trump is causing a rise of fascism in our generation. And you know what? Sitting in this room proves it. Because you guys are all blind to the fact. You're blind to the fact that the 2020... I'm Syrian, but I haven't been to the Middle East.
Okay, I've been to the Middle East. Have you seen fascism in Syria when they're killing Christians just because they're fake? That's fascism. That's fascism. They're just killing people.
Listen.
It's a white guy. It's a white guy. By the way, you want to know the biggest indicator of a person's whiteness? And sometimes, and this is what I love, again, about whiteness. And whiteness was a concept, by the way, the SJWs were totally white. Whiteness is a concept that's created to exclude people, okay? This guy is white. You can tell they're white anytime some motherfucker opens their mouth and it's like, we need to talk, okay, about violence, okay, in the Middle East, okay, against Christians. Oh my God. Every time. Come on, bro. Of all the, that's what you're gonna focus on? Why? Of all the things to get the f out of here.
Now you guys understand this. Okay, thank you. Thank God you guys understand it.
It means fascism is attributed to those people because they kill people. Trump is not killing anyone.
Doesn't just mean you kill
people. Yes, it's one party signing everyone off, and they're trying to control the whole population.
Do you think if Donald Trump and Stephen Miller had it their way, they would let the Democratic Party exist, or do you think they would go after opponents, fundraising mechanisms, et cetera, et cetera? Which one?
No, what Trump is doing is...
You've been eliminated by the
No answer. No answer
Thanks,
to any question ever. Based. King. That guy's a king, by the way.
Damn. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Adam. Ethan. So I want to get started with talking about how you're saying sitting in this room with all of us who are blind to the truth or whatever is proving your point about the rise of fascism. It seems that you are doing exactly what people have been saying and applying this slave.
Oh, you're saying that we're all wrong because we're biased? Ironic. Doesn't that make you also biased?
Needlessly to so many conservatives, like painting with a broad brush. And it makes me wonder if you really use fascism in the way, in like how the word means, or if you're using it as like a manipulation technique to silence opposition.
My intention is never ever to paint an entire party as fascist or anyone in this room as fascist. I don't think anyone is. But I think that there's a blindness and there's a normalization of fascism. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Was the 2020 election stolen or was it not? Was it legit?
I'm not sure,
know.
but can I ask you a question?
No, that's
I'm not sure. Then you're saying, oh, okay, just curious. Does your dad like to little children? Are you agnostic on that? Because you don't know, right? You haven't even known your dad his whole life, right? Because he was alive for 20, 30 years before he had you, right? So I'm just curious. Would you answer that question with the same level of fairness, right? I don't know if my dad fucked kids. I'm not sure. He might have before he had me. Maybe. Who knows, right? Answer that question. That should be the follow-up every time. Every time that should be the follow-up.
Do you think elections can be stolen?
Let me finish.
Do you think it's impossible for elections to be stolen?
Oh, is it? He should hit him with the pistol. Are you saying is it logically impossible? Like I would have to contradiction would have to be entailed by this. Like, what a fucking. This is so.
Of course, but in the United States, Donald Trump then took 60 court cases, 60 cases of election fraud. He lost every single one.
So he went to the courts legally?
After he went to the courts legally, what he did is that didn't work. So then he called election officials. You know Brad Raffensperger from Georgia. Have you heard this phone call?
I have, yeah.
He said, can you find me 11,000 votes? After that didn't work, he tried a fake...
I think he was speculating a lot on what he meant on that phone
Okay,
call.
but then after that, he tried a fake elector scheme. You've heard of this, right? He tried to gather fake electors in 7 states to override the real electors. After that...
Didn't they do that with Hawaii?
January 6th happened. I know everyone's going to sigh at this, but do you know what was happening inside the Capitol on January 6th?
What was happening?
Well, do you know what was happening inside the Capitol?
They were like ratifying or affirming like the election.
Mike Pence was certifying the results of the election. And what were the people chanting outside? There was a group of people chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." So wait, when Trump... Wait.
I don't even care if you rip these points from me. A lot of these are my points. They're good. They're good points. Hell yeah. It's so funny because... Wait. Who was I debating? Was it that one fat... where I was like... Who did I debate? Where I was like, what were they chanting outside? And he was like, oh, I don't remember. It's like, weren't they chanting like revolution or whatever? And we were like, maybe. And it's like... What was like, what was my question? It was like, what was the Revolutionary War? Would you consider that like, would you consider the Revolutionary War like an insurrection or a revolution or rebellion or whatever? Maybe that was it. And the guy's like, well, no. It's like, what? This is the point you have to be married to now? Or, was it 1776? And I was like, would you consider 1776 like a rebellion or insurrection? Like, no. It's like, okay, bro, if that's where we're at. If that's where we're at, okay.
Wait, let me finish. When Trump said the election was stolen before it even happened, and then he stood on stage when 50% of the votes were counted and said, I won this election, and then he calls election officials, and then on January 6th, the day they're certifying the vote, people write...
Oh, also, if anybody's listening that goes on these events, this is also a good point, too. I've been reminded of this a few times. I always forget to bring it up. Trump did not say that the 2020 election was stolen, that was the only one. He also said that in 2016, they rigged it too, even though he still won. He said 2020 was stolen, and he also said in 2024, they rigged it too. Remember that. He said that every single election that he's participated in has been rigged in some way. Remember for 2016, he said that they would have, I think he was like, we would have won every single state if they hadn't rigged it, and he said that it was the Hillary 2 million or 3 million votes or whatever. He said were fake votes. They put together a commission to find it. They found nothing, by the way. He might have said the same about midterms, but yeah, basically every single election that Trump's been alive for and politically active for, he said has been rigged or stolen, or there's been massive fraud, the amounts of which would be greater than any fraud in every single U.S. election put together in all of U.S. history, by the way. Oh, wait, was this? All of these, by the way, before the votes were counted, or before the votes were even cast, that they were going to rig
You
these.
guys filmed this
Kamala
from start
has
to
changed
finish.
the story.
We can
Kamala
watch you
has changed the
guys
story.
cheering for it. We can watch you cheering 1776. What was 1776?
I know you hate 1776.
Wait, I'm
I know
curious.
you hate
What
that.
was 1776? What was that?
That was the founding of the country.
Which was it? What was the event? What would you call that?
When we overthrew royalty and created
against the government, would you call
a
it
constitutional republic.
Would you call that an insurrection?
No.
No. 1776, the revolutionary. You wouldn't call that an insurrection?
So are you pro-insurrection now? You just babble and stammer so much I can't figure out where you're at. Tell me what kind of an insurrection when an emergency notice goes out to go home.
No. Okay, good one, Chief.
Okay, so do you get what I'm saying?
I think I get what you
And now I'm sitting in a room with people who don't even know if
Can I
it's
speak
stolen
for a
or not.
second?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you feel about that report that came out showing that there was like 274 FBI informants in the crowd in January?
Oh my God. People who have at one point in time said to the FBI, this doesn't prove anything. At any huge 100,000 person wide event, there's going to be people in the crowd who have probably informed the FBI or worked with the FBI in some capacity. What you're trying to say is that they incited it. We have thousands of videos from outside the Capitol. If all these people were involved in inciting, all of these FBI people were involved in inciting the riot, show one video of it. Just one. All you have is rapes.
Sixth.
I think that it's hilarious that Trump sent out a tweet saying Biden's FBI did that when it was Trump's FBI.
Okay,
Wait, whose FBI
Trump's
was that?
FBI, the same FBI that literally like colluded against him with Russia Gate.
No, whose FBI was this in 2020?
It was.
2021,
I mean, it was the FBI under Trump. But
okay, so it was the
had no
FBI under
allegiance to
Trump. So how do you feel about Trump's FBI doing that? Then?
How do you feel about the whole Russiagate thing that the FBI peddled to like try and frame a sitting president for treason?
What's your source?
Topic switch. Dude, the Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh,
the
Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah, the director of
Donald
national
Trump doesn't even trust Tulsi Gabbard to be inside on some of these like Iran conversations.
The director of national intelligence, who's over the CIA and FBI, did a press conference and released a bunch of documents, and she said,
I've
"Hey,
read the
here's what we found
documents. They
about."
don't say what she says they said. Donald Trump had 4 years during his first term. No, they did not. There was no Russia collusion. Donald Trump.
They found no credible evidence that the Trump campaign colluded with Russia to influence the 2016 election.
Literally,
and they
his
pursued that
campaign
for
manager
years and years to try to frame him for treason, dude.
His campaign manager was literally arrested for colluding with the Russians at one point in 2016. I wouldn't say Trump did. The Tulsi Gabbard report that you're citing is not saying what you think it says.
I mean, it's in the documents that she released. People can read it for themselves. Yeah. And furthermore, it's not just that, but you have like the deputy director of the FBI.
Wait, so who tried to pin Trump for treason? Like who exactly was this? You got to be specific with your claim.
It was the FBI and the CIA and former Obama administration officials that were investigating the Trump campaign leading up to the election.
If they were so powerful, all these people were working together to pin all of this on Trump, why didn't they? If they were willing to do all of this hoax, collusion, making up bullshit stuff, why didn't they? Where is the indictment then? Why not just make it up? If you've gone that far, why not just make it up? Wait, what?
You've been eliminated by the majority.
Nice to meet you.
That was a great conversation.
Thanks.
Hey there, Adam.
How you doing?
Great to meet you.
Great to meet you. Nice to meet you as well.
All right. Well, I guess I have a few questions. Sure. I want to start with, you seem to be kind of in newsland, and I kind of want to come back down to reality. Sure. So I'm a college student at UC Berkeley. I've had a student, it's documented online on Instagram, come up to me after class, vaguely threaten me, and say a bunch of stuff.
That's terrible.
Yeah, university does absolutely nothing. I filed a report, I did everything.
Vaguely threaten me? Wait, what does that mean? Why, he should ask for the, what was the message?
Wasn't even removed from my classes. And this is all documented and up online. So I, as a student, don't have the freedom to go share my opinions. The day Charlie Kirk died, we requested security. The university turned down our request for security. These are the real examples of fascism that we see every single day.
Are you trying to equate one random college student? Wait, no, hold on. Are you trying to equate one random college student who I condemn, who I think is with Donald Trump using his power to try to consolidate as much of... No, you're not. Okay, so what are you trying to say?
So I'm trying to say that there's a system of the university here that's set up against conservative...
By system, do you mean one student?
No, I mean that there's a system that I reported this person to and nothing happened. This is part and parcel. Well, it's stifling conservative speech on campuses. And my point here is, and we saw back in the 2020 election, the suppression of the Hunter Biden story, I don't think the election was actually, ballots were thrown in and it was rigged. I don't believe that.
So you think you do or you don't? Sorry.
I do not believe that.
You don't think the election was stolen? There's probably a few people here who disagree with you. Does that worry you at all?
I think it's slightly worrying. But
it's slightly worrying that people think the election was stolen because they were convinced
much more concerning that when I table on my campus, I have students telling me that Charlie Kirk deserved to die, throwing up L's in my face, laughing at me.
That's terrible, but you can't equate one or a few random students.
You're equating.
Listen, the president of the United States convinced a large portion of the country the election was stolen when it wasn't.
So
I highly condemn these random. Okay, I just want to ask you a question. Yeah. You're saying that this is fascism. Can you provide your definition?
So this is small scale. So I would say there's a few definitions. I think all of them are.
Do you like mine?
Bullying. Can you repeat your character? Actually, I want to pause because you wanted to talk about the rise of fascism, and that's what I have
in our generation.
Because your claim isn't that Trump is a fascist. Your claim is that Trump has contributed to the rise of fascism.
Yeah, that's
why do all the fascist people in American politics hate Donald Trump? Why did Fuentes not vote for Donald Trump? Why did all the people who are openly claiming, Mehdi Hassan, you saw that Jubilee surrounding?
I was going to say, wait a minute.
Why do all these people who are openly admitting that they're fascist? Why does not a single one of them support Donald Trump?
They are openly admitting that they're fascist, and a lot of them do support Donald Trump. Number one, the people in that episode were conservatives. Number one, but number two,
conservative, not Republican. They don't vote Republican.
But also, what about the Politico story that released?
Okay, so you're changing the point.
No,
I understand. You change the point.
I'm not changing the point. You asked. No. You asked me. Unless you want to contain it to one Jubilee episode.
Go to the.
Let me finish. Unless you want to contain the people we're talking about to one Jubilee episode, young people, not only young Republicans but young conservatives, sure, they are turning to fascism at a high rate. Do you condemn what was in that group chat?
What group chat? Oh, the
Politico group chat.
I would personally condemn what was said in that group chat.
And what was said in that group chat? Wait. Can you tell me what was said in that group chat?
Yeah, so they
personally.
Watermelon people. They said
Why did he hedge that so much?
Wait. What did they say about gas chambers?
They said if you don't vote for me, you're getting sent to the gas.
Okay, wait a minute. And these weren't just young Republicans. These were like 20, 30, 40-year-olds, correct? No, these were 20, 30, 40-year-olds, and some of them were state senators. So younger people seem to be inclined towards fascism. You can respond now. Sorry.
Okay, younger people seem to be inclined towards fascism. Yes, and all these people don't like Donald Trump.
Those were young Republicans.
Let me finish speaking, okay? Okay. So it was a reaction.
Got him.
All right, thank you.
Later. No response for you. Later, bitch. Later.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Sarah. So I'm a lot more concerned about the rise of violent left-wing rhetoric among Gen Z than so-called fascism, because I'm sorry, if you think like that chat was any sort, like that meant that fascism is on the rise, it's like you've never been at a Call of Duty lobby. Like, it's called making edgy jokes. Okay?
Wait a minute, you make those types of jokes?
They're not jokes, though. Oh my god. Whoa, shit. Hold on, my inner incel just flared up when this person who's never been in a Call of Duty lobby in their life just talked about Call of Duty lobbies. Oh my god. Hold on, I just got a flash of white woman hatred in me for a second. But that's not what this is. Okay, this is political conservative hatred. Okay.
I don't personally, but like that's like every young man ever has like made a joke like that in private. Let's be for real. Like,
okay, so no one will actually admit it because it's kind of weird to make those types of jokes.
Everyone makes those types, and that means you have like no male friends if you've like never been in a room where people say the N-word as a joke. Like it's like
my male friends.
There's a difference in setting. Like you must understand that, right? That significantly changes how you would view the context of those jokes. If some guy's in a lobby, he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna throw you the fuck gas chamber or fuck whatever because they're in a fucking video game lobby. Fine, whatever. Yeah, you can argue whether you should or shouldn't say it. I think edgy jokes are babe, so go for it. But there'd be a big difference between that versus like a teacher who has a kid who like doesn't do their homework on time, and the teacher's like, "Oh, you're fucking all the time with your fucking homework, Johnny. I'm gonna throw you in the gas chamber." That's not the same thing, right? I think the context and where you're making these jokes kind of matters a little bit, just a little bit.
Does that, and you know it's true, and it's like, if
No,
not, you're probably
not
surrounded by
everyone does
like
that.
homosexuals.
Okay, my male friends and I tell each other to like kill themselves. We do silly
Oh, okay.
stuff.
Oh, that's so shocking. Oh my gosh.
Okay, but we don't
It's
say.
like, but there's a difference there, okay? A white dude getting killed in a video game and screaming the N-word is a lot different than people in a group chat being like, I actually think that Jews are engaged in a mass migration scheme to replace all of white people across the entirety of the Western world so that Israel can take over. It's like, bro, you don't make edgy jokes sometimes? Oh, so you don't believe that? Well. Like, oh, so you're not joking.
Joke.
We don't say
and the difference
off to the
is
gas
that
chamber.
The difference is that young leftists genuinely worshipped the murder of Charlie Kirk and Luigi Mangione, who are people committing genuine acts of violence, and they genuinely condone that. So that's the big difference, because, I mean, I saw literally graffiti on college campuses saying, kill.
Okay, the Luigi Mangione thing, that is weird and bad, and you guys are weird and cringe and losers for celebrating it. However, basically every constituency in the United States celebrated this fucking Jimmy Mangione shit, except for like fuck neocons, okay? Because I'm pretty sure even fuck MAGA tier, especially younger people, are like, oh, fuck large corporations, because it's not like these guys are huge corporate defenders or whatever. Like, I remember Ben Shapiro's comment section when Ben Shapiro was like, guys, we probably shouldn't be encouraging random students to, or random kids to be murdering CEOs, and his whole comment was like, Ben, you're out of touch with the American public. We need to murder every healthcare CEO.
All Charlie Kirks. They are inciting violence, and that is a totally like normalized thing to say to like celebrate the fact. And that's serious. And the political group chat was a joke, and you know that.
Okay, so your concession is that, you know, people talk like fascists in private sometimes, but you're worried that leftists are using increasingly violent rhetoric, like the people you were talking about.
Because
Luigi
one thing
Mangione
is serious
supporters.
and one thing is a joke.
Okay, I want to ask you one thing. Did one Democratic politician support what Luigi did? Can you name any actual Democratic politician?
No, but it doesn't
Okay,
matter
so
because
on the
we're
other side-
talking
it doesn't
about
matter about Twitter.
You're not talking about politicians.
No,
in
no,
this
no.
state.
I
You're
am
the
talking about
rise.
politicians as well. So on the other side.
now you're- no,
no,
you're-
no. Let me clarify.
What about young leftists? What about the violence that young leftists?
Let me
condone?
clarify very, very quickly.
That's
So you're
way
trying to
more
point to
widespread
young
than
leftists on the left, but on the right, there are politicians in power. People like Stephen Miller, who says the Democratic Party is a domestic extremist organization. Caroline Levitt, just the other day, as I said that the entire base is Hamas terrorists and criminals. So when you have people in power on the right, wait, they're using this rhetoric and normalizing it that goes downstream.
And you
So
have
when
left-wing media like MSNBC cheering backstage when Charlie Kirk was murdered.
wait, you think people are being murdered because of MSNBC? You think MSNBC is radical?
Yes, I do.
You think MSNBC is radical?
Oh, absolutely.
What do you think is radicalizing more people, Nick Fuentes or MSNBC?
Probably MSNBC.
Really? More so than Nick Fuentes. I guess someone laughing behind me. That's kind of, But also, there's a fundamental difference between people in power using rhetoric and random leftists. Listen, I'm a young liberal. And
You know, Don Lemon just told people to shoot ICE agents. Don Lemon just told illegal brown people to grab guns so they can shoot ICE agents when they show up at their door. Is Don Lemon not someone in a position of power?
Did he really say that?
Do you condone
Did he
it?
really say
Do you
that?
condone shooting? Yeah, do you condone that?
No, you should not shoot ICE agents. He said that you should have a weapon in your house. Don't you support the Second Amendment?
Not for illegal immigrants because they're not allowed to legally own firearms.
Can I clarify something? Can I clarify? He was talking about citizens because he said they're arresting and detaining citizens. So if you watch that clip, he was saying citizens. I hope there's one of those fact checks on screen because he was saying they're detaining citizens. So really, they're arresting and detaining citizens.
Because you have people knocking on your door and taking you away without due process as a citizen. Isn't that what the Second Amendment was written for?
Citizens. So if you watch that clip, he was saying citizens. I hope there's one of those fact checks on screen because he was saying they're detaining citizens. So really quickly,
Citizens wouldn't need to be like shooting ICE agents.
I don't think anyone should shoot ICE agents.
That's the most argument ever against the Second Amendment. What do you need a gun for unless you're a fucking criminal? Oh my god, bro. I don't even know. It's not even like a horseshoe. It's like a Down syndrome horseshoe. It's like deformed itself into agreeing with the most retarded parts of the left. What the fuck?
But he was number one. I'm not Don Lemon.
I'm
not Don Lemon.
That's a ton. No, we're saying left-wing people openly incite violence.
Can I just clarify very quickly? I'm a young liberal, and I completely, wholeheartedly condemn anyone on my side who is, number one, talking poorly about Charlie Kirk. Number two, saying insane stuff.
Talking poorly about Charlie? Okay, you're giving way too much ground there. Okay, fuck Charlie Kirk.
Then half your party. Do it.
Oh, you think? Okay, can you name one Democratic person in position of power who said something about Charlie Kirk that was?
Yeah, I just said like half of the people on MSNBC. We saw the video
Can you
the
name
second he
someone?
died. I don't know because they're off camera. We heard the cheers the second he died.
Well, on your side.
Oh wait, I feel like I know what she's talking about, or maybe I don't. Wasn't there a? It wasn't MSNBC though. Wasn't there like a TMZ thing where? I think somebody on a channel said something about how Charlie Kirk had just been shot, and I think you hear some people in the background laughing, but they were doing a different show or something, and they were talking on that show, and somebody made a joke and they were laughing. I don't think they were laughing in response to Charlie Kirk. I'm pretty sure there was like a ton of stuff that was released about this. This was not them all laughing at Charlie Kirk being shot and killed. That was a TMZ clip, which is a Fox show, and the people laughing when they're watching. Yeah, I don't think... I don't think that this is... I feel like I would have heard this. There were people cheering in the background. We saw the clip a few days ago. I think this is what she's referring to, unless there was something else I missed.
We were
Our Charlie Kirk
all day during this tragedy.
This is how the video is supposed to look, by the way.
When something happened in our office, as we were reporting the assassination of Charlie Kirk, there were some people in the back room away from our news desk here who were watching a car chase. And they were laughing, they were clapping, and you could hear it out here. And we want to make a couple of things clear. One is that I know these people, and they were not laughing, they were not reacting that way about Charlie Kirk's assassination. They were not. They would not work here if they did.
And that being said, we acknowledge that it was horrible timing, and for that we are sorry.
We apologize. We apologize that you had to hear that.
And I get why, if you were watching the stream, you may have felt that that's what the laughter was about. We assure you, it was not about that, but it was horrible timing. And
by the way, I get it too, and he gets it because we listened as we were talking.
You can go back and look on the stream. I actually walked off camera to go back and find out what the hell was going on, because it was inappropriate for the laughter at that time, but no one.
And I can name Mike Lee, who made fun of Melissa Portman after she died. I can name Donald Trump and Don Jr., who made fun of Nancy Pelosi. So just to back up, there's a normalization of this type of ideology happening in our politics, and it's due to people like Donald Trump. Okay.
We saw Luigi Mangione as a sex symbol.
Pause. Time out. We're done with this claim, so we need to move on to the next claim.
My next claim is, despite Trump's claims, the economy is not in a golden age. Got it.
Also, the Luigi Mangione guy, that's pretty privileged also working there, okay? Because if that dude looked like fucking Taylor Robinson, I don't think it would be the same support.
Meet you.
I'm Riley.
Nice to meet you, Riley.
So why do you think Trump's economy isn't golden?
I don't think it's in a golden age. I think that he claims, almost on a weekly basis, that the economy is in a golden age and that we are bringing in trillions of dollars in tariffs, but that's not manifesting in any of the indicators. We can look at three in particular. Unemployment is up since Trump took office, prices are rising, and manufacturing is down. Manufacturing was one of his big claims, so we can dig into any of those.
Yeah, so I would just like to talk about the tariffs first in general. So actually, when we increase tariffs, it's kind of proven that always at the beginning, inflation rises, there's always a little spike, and then it eventually decreases. We can also see that Trump would do this to eventually, in hopes to improve domestic manufacturing and self-reliance. Because, for example, we get about 60% of semiconductors and 90% of microchips from Taiwan. They're the leading manufacturer of those in the whole world. And currently they're at war with China. And if China takes over Taiwan, then we're in big trouble, right? So I would just kind of like to add that it's really important that and not only do tariffs help us get that self-reliance and create more jobs, we also can use tariffs to make more money, bring more money for our country, because to fix the national debt issue that Biden's team caused. So.
Yeah, let's start off with the first claim about tariffs reshoring manufacturing. They absolutely can be used to reshore certain industries into the United States, and that's a good point, but that's not how Trump's using them. He placed blanket tariffs on every single country except for Russia and North Korea for some odd effing reason. But then he has been kind of weird about these tariffs. Like, there's no actual concessions that he's trying to get. He placed tariffs on countries that we had free trade with. And then secondly, when you do tariffs, wait, really quickly, when you do tariffs all via executive order, all of his tariffs were via executive order. None of them actually went through Congress or were long-term and binding. There's no actual incentivization for countries to reshore manufacturing, because then there's really quickly, there's no continuity into the next administration, right? Can you agree that when you do it all via executive order, the next administration could just, run it all back? So we've seen actually a decrease in manufacturing investments.
I would like to add that when we see that employment rates will rise and costs will go down, we've already, it's only, we're not even in its first full through.
He said 90, he's the one that's claiming we're in a golden age and said 90 deals in 90 days.
Also, can I add that when tariffs are added about, like you said, about multiple across all nations in the world, that is like I believe I'm saying the right name, neo-exceptionalism trade policy, so we can have more communication with other countries and also to just generate more wealth also as well. And
that's not manifesting in any of our manufacturing investment. That wealth is not manifesting for the U.S. people. In fact, this type of tax is regressive. Can you agree that tariffs are paid by the U.S. consumer? Like, can you split with Trump there?
Yes, of course, tariffs are paid by the U.S. consumer. But as we can see, that when we use tariffs to have domestic manufacturing and to just generate more wealth, we can rely on ourselves and not look to these other countries like we have been for so long.
That's right, but it's not what Trump's doing. Actually, real private fixed investment into manufacturing structures in the United States went down. Biden actually had a few acts that incentivized, like the CHIPS Act, incentivized the building of chips and semiconductors in the United States. But Trump is tearing up these trade deals and then piecing them back together with tape and signing his name on it as if he did something when he didn't.
But as we can see with Biden's era of presidency, inflation actually increased. And
why? What was going on?
It hasn't decreased, and we actually see as of August, I believe, that median household income has increased $1,000 already. And in his first term, we've seen.
You've animated.
It's a pleasure.
Five Springs. Whoa!
Got you. What's up?
Hi, nice to meet you. Isaiah. I want to give you 30 seconds, and I want to give myself 30 seconds just to understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, so again, there are a few indicators that you can look at, but if Donald Trump is going to claim that we are in a golden age, then we necessarily had to have been in a golden age under the end of Biden's term, because so far, youth unemployment is up 16% since he took office. That's people in this room. Youth unemployment is up. That's not a golden age. Unemployment for Black Americans is up 20% since he took office. That is not a golden age. We can look at inflation over the past, since Liberation Day in April. You can look at inflation and it has gone up. We were actually trending down at the end of Biden's term and as Trump took office, but now it is trending back up. And all of this is for what? No actual reshoring of manufacturing quite yet.
All right, so to go based on, you want to talk about unemployment?
Any of it, yeah.
So to go based on unemployment, the reason why it's actually higher is because under Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, that actually increased the inflation margin significantly, only because it actually did, in fact, increase taxes. It did say it was going to put $1.5 trillion back into the economy for roads, infrastructure, all that. It didn't actually increase anything necessarily. Actually, that was more so actually given to the states actually to do with the money as they choose. As far as tariffs go, yes, obviously inflation does increase as well as also a slow growth.
That's not a golden age then.
But as far as that goes, it's actually for long-term development.
How long?
Well, it could take as much as 5 years.
5
but that's
years.
Also an investment to the
university. Is that what the people voted for? I thought they voted for immediate relief.
As far as actually
5 years of.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. Egg prices did drop, so did gasoline prices. The only reason why California isn't as high is just because of California's regulations. But either way, while he does actually influence the economy through his executive orders, he can't control every single.
Can I ask you? Do you think we're in a golden age right now, as Trump claims?
Do I think that we're in a golden age? I think we're actually
we're heading towards one.
Do you think that Trump has brought in the amount of money he claims? He claims it's $18 trillion. He says $17 to $18 trillion based on tariffs.
I do believe so, because as far as the tariffs have actually done, companies have actually started to set up their businesses here in the United States.
But the problem is, okay, a few things. Number one, there was a CNBC article that came out just yesterday where they interviewed 12 business owners, and all of them said that the tariffs have impacted them so negatively that they've had to reduce the amount of people that employ them. They've had to slow down their growth. And when it comes to the $18 trillion that Trump is claiming, they're just inflated numbers that Trump seems to be lying about. And my entire point is, when unemployment for young Americans, for Black Americans is going up, it's higher.
Especially because we actually outsource our employment from other countries as well, which actually will be brought back to the United States when they actually.
When? 5 years?
Like I said, it's an investment. You have to also give it time for the economy to actually heal. We were
already healing. We were at a pretty good pace. The stock market was hitting all-time highs. Then when Trump announced the Liberation Day tariffs, it dropped, and it took months for it to return to those all-time highs. It took months. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Have a good day. That was great.
Kind of got a little dumpstered. There.
Nice to meet you.
First of all, when Trump says golden age, he means golden age, which is a set time period. It doesn't happen. It's not golden day, golden year, golden 3 months.
It's the golden generation. Oh.
Time stamp or time limit on golden age. So it's an idea that America is going to be entered in.
I feel it's so crazy because now we're hedging so much against this era, but I feel like I heard Trump say so many times, 90 deals in 90 days. I could solve the Russia-Ukraine war on day 1. I solved Israel-Gaza day 0 before I even came into office. I can bring these things down instantly. I thought I heard him say like instant for almost all of this stuff, but now that was like time periods, all this.
A time period, a time age, and hopefully sooner than later.
It's not the age part I have a problem with, it's the golden part I have a problem with.
So why don't you think we're heading into a golden age?
I don't think we're in a golden age, as Trump claims, for the few reasons that I've stated. I mean, the economy is just not bearing that. People in our generation are struggling.
Into a golden age?
Wait, what? Why?
So not why you don't think we're in a golden age. Wait, why do you think we're not going into a golden age?
Oh, because the indicators are slowing down since Trump took office. If you want to say that we're in a golden age now, then we were in a golden age under Biden. As Biden left office, the economy was recovering. I know that he had a rocky 4 years. I know there were a lot of extrinsic factors such as COVID, Ukraine war, and some policies that Biden passed. I can easily concede that. But by the end of Biden's term, the economy was starting to stick the landing, and Trump immediately screwed it up by doing these Liberation Day tariffs, combined with the big, ugly, beautiful bill or whatever, which will not only strip Medicaid and Social Security nets away from the lowest income earners or people that need it the most, but it also provides permanent tax cuts to the richest of the rich.
So in terms of the economy, because the Medicaid is a whole different argument. So let's not talk about Medicaid. Let's talk about the economy. So in terms of the economy,
Medicaid feeds into the economy.
So in terms of sure, but we're talking about specifically the economy, and I think we brought up tariffs, and I think so let's stick to that for
really quickly. When people don't have social safety nets, they have to start digging into their savings and taking out.
I think he made it a little bit of a harder, made fraud a little bit less prevalent to happen. But let's talk about tariffs real quick, because there's two arguments to the tariffs. There's the national security part of tariffs, and then there's the wealth of America tariffs.
Which one you want to go for?
So let's go for national security. So it's in the best interest that our number one adversary is responsible for the majority of vital things that we need. So for example, vitamin C is produced almost, I think, 90+% in China, which China would be an adversary. Steel.
Vitamin C?
Is produced in large quantities in China. Drone parts.
I feel like this guy's brought up a couple things. I'm like, I don't even know what I would say to what?
Which the military heavily relies on for military and private people as well, rely on drone parts for industry or whatever. That's also made in China. Do you think it's a good idea do you think it's going towards golden age to get America less dependent on our adversaries who in theory hate us and have been pulling military advances to threaten our
What you're saying is true. What you're saying
but
is
not going into the golden age
that is
of
not
America.
what Trump is doing. So just to say
that exactly is what Trump is doing.
No, it is not at all.
So
really quickly. You said a lot of things. Really quickly. You're pointing out a good thing. During COVID, a lot of our supply chain flaws were exposed heavily. We relied on other countries for certain technologies and certain masks. And I think everyone realized, oh shit, wait a minute, our supply chains are really just in other countries. We need to reshore some stuff. But when it comes to Trump's tariffs on China, can you name me any indicators that bear that we have reshored? What is it? You're saying steel, reshored, any sort of this technology?
Well, the idea that we have I think it's almost at $7 trillion.
I just debunked that number.
Yeah. Okay.
Ooh,
So
the
it's not
debunker.
$7 trillion. So there's almost
Debunker.
over
Where does the
over
7 trillion come from?
over
Name a few
six-
countries.
So I haven't even listed what the 7 trillion is about.
Okay,
so
sorry.
so the 6 trillion, maybe almost
6
7
trillion.
No,
No, 6
it's around 6 trillion.
Okay,
and
so
the
it's
high
about 5.
800s.
It's about 5
So
trillion.
it's well,
Well, it's
depending on
kinda
where you
like
get
4
your data,
trillion.
6, 7, whatever.
It's like 3. Good.
So my point is, if you let me finish, is that
You want it. You just won right there. Sorry.
there you go. My entire point is that you talk about manufacturing going down, and it takes about, because I work in government, it takes about like 2 years, at least in California, to even go from groundbreaking to ribbon cutting.
Well-
So I mean, in terms of manufacturing going down, the way you look at
From groundbreaking to ribbon cutting. Is he saying that in 2 years you could stand up a whole new factory from surveying and everything else to opening? If I had to guess, if I was just making shit up all the time, my guess would be like 5 to 10 years minimum. 2 years seems really fast. I guess it's depending on what kind of manufacturing you're talking about, but
manufacturing, what's promised, what's been promised to be reinvested into America. So that's my first entire
Do you
thing
think companies have any incentive to reshore manufacturing long term when these are all done by executive order and not actual binding trade deals gone through courts?
Well, I think the
trade
idea
deals
is
are
that
big.
Trump's tariff policy is to impact the future economic
But we're not
policy
seeing
of the
that.
country.
Investment into the
so
future is going down.
whether they see the
Listen,
promise or not, they've promised almost $7 trillion,
Six or seven trillion, yeah.
$7 trillion into the economy. So
Do it one more time.
in terms of that, I think it's a good idea that China is no longer holding us hostage economically. My second point to the national intelligence is that the fact that we are in an almost $1 trillion trade deficit, which deficits when you import more than you export, which is not a good thing. Would you say that?
That was great. That was fun.
clap, 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 clap.
So,
Good to meet you. Great to meet you.
Martin, nice to meet you.
Martin, I'm out of.
Perfect. So,
Get
what
off
we're talking
me!
about is because we already established kind of the golden age is a wide range of time. Sure. More so talking about
The
time of
golden
your-
part.
Well, yeah, I'm saying for the age, we're talking about this entire Trump presidency and
Really
really.
think we're in a golden age? Like he claims?
I think we're entering one, and I think that
How so? What
We're
indicator?
getting
so
there.
what I wanna
We're
talk
getting
about is
there.
more so
Any indicators
and moving
showing
off
that
of the
we're
tariffs,
entering
Truck
talking about
crashing
biggest,
into the pole
aspect of
gif.
the Trump's economic presidency, which is the one big beautiful bill.
Okay, that'd be great.
Yeah, so I assume you're against the one big beautiful bill, correct?
Yeah, certain parts of it, for sure.
Okay, for sure. So I think the biggest part of it is the extension of the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Are you pro or against that?
I mean, that's fine, but it depends on the context around it. So what Donald Trump did is permanently extend the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act tax cuts, and that disproportionately benefits the richest of the rich. But at the same time,
Okay, but
like I said, at the same time, he cut social safety nets for people at the very, very bottom. And you know what the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act says? Wait, really quickly, if you look it up, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act over the next few years will lead to hundreds of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of children losing free lunch at schools, while it also allows billionaires. It also allows billionaires to now write off private jets. Now, none of us in this room benefit from having private jets,
let's
right?
touch on the first part. You said that most of the tax cuts are concentrated, within the top 20.
Disproportionately, I wouldn't say most.
Yeah. Well, sure. So 60% of the tax, so 60% of income earners actually do get tax cuts under the one big beautiful bill, under the extension of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Specifically, the median American family we're seeing a tax hike of $1,800 a year should the tax cuts.
And I'm glad they extended that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But like I said, the context matters. When you're extending that, you're removing social safety nets and allowing billionaires to write off private jets. Listen, people in this room will benefit a lot more from like kids getting free lunches than writing off private jets. I don't see anyone in this room.
Social safety net part, though. So the best example the left always brings up is cuts to Medicaid. The actual most prominent cut that we made to Medicaid was
It was actually just changing who could qualify for it.
instituting work requirements of 20 hours a
They
week.
tried this exact thing in Arkansas and it kicked 18,000 people off of their Medicaid.
Yeah,
and
I would say that if someone isn't working, then they shouldn't be getting health
No,
care.
but these were
subsidies.
18,000 people who had increased
True,
barriers
let
to get
them
Medicaid. What happens is
die.
these people who are vulnerable already.
Barriers to seeking a job?
No,
And
it's
paying
not
taxes?
just that. It kicks people off because the barriers become so hard. People with jobs can still get it. But the problem is, listen,
What are the barriers that are so hard?
The problem is when it comes to this, with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, with that, the barriers for Medicaid, sorry, one second.
No, okay, so it's like you said barriers. What are the barriers that are so hard besides getting a job where you have to go work 20 hours a week? There's already a qualification in there that if you're disabled, then that doesn't apply to you. I mean, what are these barriers? The left always speaks in these like just abstracts. Like that's actually like what are the barriers?
The increased barriers are when people are vulnerable and already working part-time, and then you cut them off of Medicaid. Yes, people can get Medicaid with this, but the problem is when 18,000 people like in Arkansas are
like what? He should flip this. Don't let them control the conversation. You say sometimes there are points that feel so like just the truism thing. Like, oh, okay, it feels bad, right? But it's worth it to explore that sometimes. Like, okay, there should be work requirements for Medicaid, all right? And it seems like that intuitively feels right. I guess, yeah, you should be working, I guess. It's like, well, hold on. Should there be? Let's think for a moment, okay? Person has no job and he's on Medicaid. What healthcare do you think this motherfucker is consuming? Do you think motherfuckers without jobs that are on Medicaid are going for like weekly labs to fucking yes or Walgreens? Like, oh, just checking my free testosterone today. Oh, just wanted to get my 78th HSV 1 and 2 and syphilis test today. Like, what healthcare are people on Medicaid consuming? That are like broke and not working? They're probably not much. Would be my guess. Probably not much. Now that's just a guess. Now if you want to say, well, what about when real shit gets real bad for them, whatever? Okay, then they're going to an emergency room, and what? It's either Medicaid or it's just going to be free at that point, right? Like, what is the next step there? Are you saying that we need to start turning people away at the emergency room? Should there be work requirements for an emergency room visit? Like, yeah, you don't have a job, motherfucker? You're dying. Time for you to die. Like, what are we even talking about here? I want to know, okay? I want to know. Somebody tell me, okay? Who now? And also, it's hard because I don't know how many people larve as poor people or what. Okay, maybe I just have poor trauma, or maybe I was a retarded person. Okay, I don't give a fuck if I had health insurance or whatever when I was working, because I think I did even at the casino had health insurance, because it was part taken out of your paycheck or whatever. Bro, I'm staying as far the fuck away from any hospital. You think that just because I have insurance, the whole reason why you have insurance is to avoid using it so your deductible never goes up, okay? You think I'm going to the fucking hospital for fun, even with Medicaid? Like, well, I just don't understand. Like, what is all the healthcare? Stop face fucking me. What is all the healthcare that these fucking jobless people are consuming? I want to know the answer to that question. You stop! No! I want to know the answer to that question. He's gonna down me. That's okay. I'm crawling. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to crawl because I don't have the right one. We'll see. I don't have the HP restoring one, do I? Careful, that guy's a mean guy in there. He's on fire though. If I die to the shredder, I deserve to die. It's okay. You're a saint. No, I don't. Here, have this. It'll be on SoundCloud next week. Tell all your friends.
Kicked off of their Medicaid. No, the 18,000 people were kicked off of their Medicaid because they couldn't get access to it. What happens then is that they have to dig into their social safety, they have to dig into their...
So how do they not get access then?
Because the barriers are increased. When people are vulnerable and already working part-time, and then you cut them off of Medicaid. Yes, people can get Medicaid with this, but the problem is when 18,000 people, like in Arkansas, are kicked off of their Medicaid. No, the 18,000 people were kicked off of their Medicaid because they couldn't get access to it. What happens then is that they have to dig into their social safety, they have to dig into their...
So how do they not get access then?
Because the barriers are increased.
What are the barriers? The only barrier you listed, the only barrier we talked about is work requirements, and that's working 20 hours a week.
Yeah, but it's the work requirements increasing is just, yeah, it's not so...
You got to make them bite the bullet on it. Okay, that's fine. I'm with you on the work requirements as long as you're willing to just tell people who don't have jobs that if they get sick enough, they just have to fucking die, okay? Because that's like the logical extension of that idea, right? Because like what people... I'm sorry, but poor people... Unless we just know different poor people, okay? Poor people don't go to the hospital. They just don't. You work these jobs. These motherfuckers have the most fucked teeth you've ever seen. They're like... John, like, why the fuck are you limping around, whatever, you know, why don't you ever pick up this shit? Why don't you help me with this? Like, well, you know, I broke my leg, 2 years ago, and it just never felt right afterwards, and, the bone still sticks out sometimes if I bend over too much. Like, where are all these people on Medicaid that are doing their luxury hospital visits? Like, here I am to cash in on my weekly lab report. It's so retarded.
Wait, can you concede?
So we agree, work requirements are a good thing. We can find common ground.
Can you concede that what the tax cuts and listen, can you concede that what the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act does is it permanently decreases taxes for the richest of the rich, but then it also but it also temporarily gives no tax on tips. Do you know that part?
Yeah, the no tax on tips.
But that's only temporary. So what it's like?
It's like waving on it because you always wanted to test out.
Okay, wait a minute.
Which is the reason why the original program had an expiration date.
Wait, let me bring this back. So the permanent tax cuts for the richest of the rich don't have an expiration date. Wait,
because we already did that.
They don't have an expiration date, but you have an expiration date for the things that are going to help them. Why is there an expiration date for the people who are the most vulnerable?
It's a trial program, and the tax cuts for everyone were made permanent. Like,
the tax cuts for everyone made permanent. Why would you not make the tax cuts permanent? You know when they end? They end right as Trump's leaving office. So this is what it's like. It's like waving a $100 bill in front of somebody's eyes while giving thousands of dollars to the richest of the rich.
You know the early part. Can we concede again that work requirements are good thing for Medicaid?
Sure. Yeah.
Right, perfect. Awesome. So you support Donald Trump on that?
No,
great to know.
I don't support. No, listen. When you sat down, I said the context matters. The context of permanent tax cuts. Wait, do you? If you could have it your way, would the no tax on tips be permanent or?
If it works out, then I want to make it permanent.
If you had it your way, would the no tax on tips be permanent now in the big beautiful bill, or do you think that them?
Can you explain no tax on tips? Did people really declare their tips when they did their taxes? The restaurant I worked at was a little weird, or not weird, but it was because people all paid at the counter. So I don't know if it's like this in normal jobs, but my guess would be, you probably hear from millennials in my generation, like, oh, nobody reports their tips, or people don't report a percentage as well. My guess is the vast majority of tips today, like 80% plus, probably get reported. Because most of it is going through the point of sales now, because if somebody uses a credit card and they tip you out that way, then the system will track it and you kind of have to report those because it'll show up on, I think on our paychecks that I don't remember if we would get they would just show up on our paycheck. They wouldn't like give us cash at the end of the shift. They would just show up, and the seller's gonna have to. Now I don't know if maybe in other restaurants people still tip the majority of the time with cash. Maybe that's different in different areas, but even when I was working, people were starting to use credit cards pretty often. My guess is most people use credit cards these days, and if they're using a credit card, it's gonna show up on paperwork somewhere. You basically have to pay tips on it.
Firing right as Trump leaves office is a good thing.
I want to make sure that they work and then make them permanent. I want to make sure that we don't need to expand it. I want to actually have a sound public policy.
Why do you think Trump made them not permanent?
I've already said this 3 times. Because when you ever have a new program, you need to try out and you have a trial period, which is why the 2017 TCJA had a cutoff time. So let's talk about
that's bullshit.
You bring up taxes on the rich.
You need a trial period for a tax cut? What are you trialing? Did the tax go down? Yes. Okay, what are you trialing for this? Hello?
Just Americans. Yeah. So I assume you're, like I said, you're opposed to the Trump's tariffs.
The Trump tariffs, yeah.
Okay, why?
The Trump tariffs for a few reasons.
Or just tariffs in general. Why are you opposed to tariffs?
I'm not opposed to tariffs in general. As I've said, there are ways to do targeted tariffs, but when Donald Trump got into office, he placed tariff on every single country except for North Korea and Russia. I find that pretty weird. But listen, I want to ask you, after 9 months of going through this tariff stuff,
so we're talking about cutting taxes for the rich Americans and all Americans. The reason why that's actually a good thing is because you want people investing more money, especially right now when we're seeing an AI revolution.
Listen, I want to ask you, after 9 months of going through this tariff stuff,
so we're talking about cutting taxes for the rich Americans and all Americans. The reason why that's actually a good thing is because you want people investing more money, especially right now when we're seing an AI revolution, which is about to make our country.
Investing more money in what? If you're investing money in your own business, that money is already not being taxed as an expense, right? Use your reinvestment or whatever if you're buying supplies and shit. If you're just talking about stocks and stuff, I don't think that these companies are like, oh, if we don't IPO for enough, our company's gonna go fucking robbed. Or all these huge investors are like, man, I used to run hedge funds. I did a lot of private equity. I was a big angel investor, but like the taxes were killing me, bro. When the income, when the highest tax bracket went up to 2 points, when it was 39%, I just couldn't afford any investment. But now that it's 37%, oh my God, the money's just flowing.
Exponentially.
You understand that? Wait, let me make this point.
I gotta make this point. Republicans and President Trump
I gotta make this point.
Not going to grow the
I gotta make this point. Tariffs are a regressive tax on the people who earn the lowest. Well, so right now,
all tariff is a sales tax. That's literally all it is.
Okay,
it's a sales tax on foreign goods.
Listen, low-income earners.
Sales taxes are regressive, though, right?
Necessarily spend more of their income on consumption, right? So when you're spending more of your income on consumer goods, you are going to be hit by these taxes harder. Meanwhile, the richest of the rich are getting tax cuts, are getting all of this. The richest of the rich are disproportionately benefiting from this.
So wait, can you concede that the 2017 Tax and Jobs Act being extended will put more money?
Can you concede that lower income? No, that is not true.
Yes,
Can you concede that lower income earners are disproportionately benefited by the regressive tariffs?
One more time.
So lower income earners necessarily spend a
larger.
larger.
Jobs back, they're going to be disproportionate.
When are they going to bring jobs back? Jobs have been.
Tariffs take a while to kick into effect. You need to have trade deals. You need to have the tariffs actually.
How many
trade deals? Zero.
We've done with
Zero.
the UK. We've done some with the
Zero.
EU. Working on some
Zero.
with India.
Are these actually papered up?
Zero.
I mean, it takes more than 3 months to negotiate a massive trade deal.
Donald Trump said.
Oh, well then maybe he shouldn't have said 90 deals in 90 days. So then did he fucking?
90 deals in 90 days. What do you mean it takes more than 3 months?
How much he's going to have in time for that?
You got me. That was a good one. That was really good.
Thank you.
You got me. My next claim is children are safer with the average illegal immigrant than with Donald Trump.
Hi, Angela.
Nice to meet you. I'm Adam.
I would actually like to hear what you have to say about it.
That'd be great. So when you look at the statistics, there's a study done by PNAS in Texas that shows that undocumented immigrants are
I think basically what you would have to prove is that over 50% of illegal immigrants are at least accused of touching kids, right? Because 50% of Donald Trump's seem to fuck kids, right? Because Donald Trump Jr. is the younger one, so at least half of Donald Trump's
2 times less likely to commit violent. 2 times less likely to commit crimes than native-born citizens. 2.5 times less likely to commit property or drug crimes than native-born citizens. 4 times less likely to commit property crimes. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has been held liable for sexual assault. Donald Trump has had 34 felonies. Donald Trump is best friends with prolific sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. So,
I just have a few questions for you. So, I would really like to know how come 60% of them that come in commit a crime, or they have the intention to commit a crime, and
that
how
is not true.
That is true.
What's your study?
I believe it was in 2 articles I learned in my college class.
Who do you think commits more crime?
You learned in your college class that 60% of illegal immigrants commit crime? What? In before, well, yeah, they came here illegally. That's a crime.
Is the average U.S. citizen or the average undocumented immigrant?
Well, violent crimes. So we wouldn't know.
Violent crimes.
We actually wouldn't know.
If you wouldn't know, then how do you know the 60% number? What?
We have no idea who these people are coming into our country.
Texas did a comprehensive study.
But there's no background check on them. They do exist in this country, so we have no idea who they are.
They do. So the burden of
proof. Whoa. Am I crazy? Maybe it's only sped up. Hold on. Let me listen one more time.
An immigrant. I mean, violent
undocumented,
crimes.
So we wouldn't know.
Violent crimes.
We actually wouldn't know who they are, and we have no idea who these people are coming into our country.
Texas did a comprehensive.
She kind of sounds like Pokemon, right? A little bit, especially sped up, right?
citizen or the average undocumented immigrant? I mean,
they're
violent
undocumented,
crimes.
so we wouldn't know.
Violent crimes.
We
Well,
actually wouldn't know who
would
they are, and we have no idea who the people are coming into our country.
Texas
we have no
did a
idea.
comprehensive study.
But there's no background check on them. They don't exist in this country, so we have no idea who they are.
They do.
So
So
they don't,
the
though.
burden of proof
They don't.
would be on
They're
you.
just allowed to come in here.
Let me
Do
say.
you understand what sanctuary cities are?
Of
They're allowed to
course.
just come in here and they get everything for free.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
So,
Oh
imagine
my
you have a daughter.
God.
Let's run a
People
thought
are
experiment. You have a
coping
daughter.
saying
You're about
no.
to bring her over to her friend's house. As you're driving your daughter over to her friend's house, you learn at the last minute that her father had not only been sexually assaulted or civilly liable for sexual abuse, her father also at the same time. Sorry, let me restart that. 1 second. Imagine you're taking your daughter over to her friend's house, and as you're going over there, you learn that her friend's father had been held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He was best friends with prolific sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, and it said that he could just walk in on girls in dressing rooms like he did in the Howard Stern show. Would you let your daughter go over to that person's house?
The chances would be actually the same because I wouldn't know who those people are. The undocumented
Well, no.
immigrants.
Would you bring your daughter over to that
identity.
person's house?
I don't think so.
Okay,
but
because that
I
describes
would
Donald
never-
Trump
but I would
so
never bring my
does.
daughter to a house that I don't even know who the parents are. I don't know where they come from. I don't know whether
the average undocumented immigrant commits lower crimes than Donald Trump.
There's no statistics on that because they're undocumented.
There are statistics on this.
They're
The study
undocumented.
from
Where are they
PNAS.
coming from? Where are they coming from? Do you know their past life? Do you know?
Wait, so when a
do you
crime-
know where in what country
You
they're keeping
realize-
track of them? No, you don't because they don't take any of that data when they come here.
Listen,
They slap a name on them and they allow them.
You
to
realize
free
when a
ride
violent
here.
crime,
So,
when a violent crime is committed, it's likely.
yeah, but most of the time they're let go because they're undocumented, so it doesn't go on any criminal record. So those statistics are actually very, very smeared.
You are trying to say that most people are let go for violent crimes. That's not true.
They are,
Let me
they
finish.
are.
When a violent crime occurs, somebody necessarily will likely report it, right? So when it's reported, that goes into the overall stats. When they do the arrests, it shows that undocumented immigrants are way less likely to be arrested.
Because they are not being caught. They are not being documented. They are undocumented immigrants. They're illegal. They're committing a crime by being
So
here.
the burden of proof would be on you to prove that undocumented immigrants commit crimes
And
at
that's if
2
they
times
came here
higher
legally
rates.
and they went through the legal process of becoming a U.S. citizen, then they would be able to prove if they're a criminal or not because they would have a background check. But these people are coming in here undocumented with no way to prove that.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
If somebody were held civilly liable
Come
of sexual
on.
abuse, would you?
That was a Pokemon. Absolutely. It was.
But these people are coming in here undocumented with no way to prove that.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
If somebody were held civilly liable of sexual abuse, would you let them immigrate into the country legally?
No, but we don't know that. because
So
they're not-
Donald
they're not
Trump
being- they're
was
not being
held
tracked
civilly
for that.
liable of sexual abuse,
Absolutely,
and you're
but
okay
we
with
wouldn't
him
know
being
that
the
they're being held
president.
accountable for that or not because there's no record
There's
that
a
they're not
major
taking
problem here.
records
It's that
from
you're
the
denying
United States
all of
for
Trump's
that.
past,
You
all
realize
of Trump's
that.
Jeffrey
Or from
Epstein
wherever they're
connections,
coming from.
everything.
Of course, even eliminate by the group.
That was good. Thank you.
Awesome.
That was really good. Sprinted there.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Appreciate you being out here.
Thank you.
Going
Thanks for
against all of
coming.
us.
This
Of
was
course. So explain to me more what you're trying to say. Are you trying to say that Trump's like an evil man?
No. So there's a massive problem
He
with
is.
Donald Trump when it relates to power dynamics. Throughout his entire career, this is a man who has abused power dynamics every step of the way. On the Howard Stern show, he one time said that he walks into dressing rooms of people changing because he owns a beauty pageant and no one says anything. You think that's bad, right? Donald Trump also, Donald Trump also said he grabs women by the pussy because they let them do it. That happened, right?
Yes.
So then he was
that's-
also asked in a deposition a few years later, do you consider yourself a star? He said, I would consider myself a star. So he's basically conceding right there that he's a star who can do it. So my point is, Donald Trump throughout the years has abused his power dynamics by not only walking into girls in dressing rooms, but also being best friends with Jeffrey Epstein, sending Jeffrey Epstein letters while Jeffrey Epstein is at the peak of his sex trafficking. Meanwhile, the average undocumented immigrant doesn't have any power to abuse. Yes, there are crimes committed by undocumented immigrants. Yes, coming to the country illegally is a crime, but when we're talking about sexual crimes on the outer edges and by the statistics, Donald Trump is way more likely to commit one.
So that's your claim.
Yep.
So first and foremost, we got to talk about, so you're for immigration.
Legal immigration.
I am on the same page with you.
Hell yeah.
Of course. So I'm glad that we do agree on this other aspect that we don't like men in dressing rooms, right? I'm glad we do agree on that.
You hit him up with the gawk jokes. He got it with the gawk. He got it with the gawk jokes.
But
no, of course I don't. Wait, why would I?
Right.
Oh, he didn't
That's a
know.
whole different thing with trans.
So you don't.
woman claiming to be.
Can you claim it's? Can you just say it's kind of weird that the president of the United States has bragged repeatedly about grabbing women because they let you do it? Or
Okay, another important thing to keep in mind is that when did Trump do all these things that he's being accused of? Was he a Republican or was he a known Democrat?
does his ideology?
What? Well, he was a Democrat when he was a sex. Are we? Can you assign points like that? Is that how that works? What the? That was Democrat Trump. We're talking about Republican Trump right now.
When did Trump do all these things that he's being accused of? Was he a Republican or was he a known Democrat?
Does his ideology matter?
I think it does because it shows you who you're surrounded around can affect the decision. I'm not saying like Trump at the time. He was 68 years a Democrat.
You want to talk about who we're surrounded by? The Republican Party
68 years a Democrat
is literally covering up Jeffrey Epstein. The Republican Party is covering up Matt Gaetz. Do you remember when Matt Gaetz was being investigated because he had Venmoed 17-year-old girls? Do you remember this? And then Speaker of the House Mike Johnson refused to allow information to come out. And then the Epstein case, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson refuses to allow stuff to come out. So it's kind of weird to me that you guys want to sometimes, not you, but people try to paint every undocumented immigrant as some violent sex offender when the president of the United States is.
That's the thing we don't know about these undocumented immigrants. You see, my stance is we need legal immigration.
I agree.
I'm glad we agree on that.
Can I ask you, would you let your daughter go over to her friend's house if the scenario that I laid out earlier existed?
I wouldn't want her around, but here's the thing. Trump, if he was truly what they're claiming he is to be, why does his granddaughters love him? Why do his children love him? Right? You would assume if he has those tendencies, he would, hopefully not, but the
First of all,
situation is pedophiles who do that.
He's said a lot of weird things about his own daughter, but even if I were to concede that he treats his own children well, what about Virginia Giuffre, who was groomed out of his Mar-a-Lago spa? I'm sure no one in this room would want their daughter to be in the Mar-a-Lago spa in the early 2000s where Jeffrey Epstein was grooming women out out. So when you look at statistics and you look at the proportions, you are much, much safer with the average undocumented immigrant than with Donald Trump, Mr. Mar-a-Lago sex trafficker.
So
We've been invited.
Got him.
appreciate you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Okay, so the first thing I want to say is you mentioned Howard Stern. I think there's some really important context to note when we talk about Howard Stern, which is that show was in the early 2000s. They always tried to egg their guests on to be extremely edgy and say things that would basically stir things up. And so with that context in mind, that is not an actual admission that he did it.
Well, what about the fact that 4 15-year-old girls said that Donald Trump walked in their dressing room when they were part of his beauty pageant?
I don't know about that.
I mean, whether or not that's true, I want to get to a larger point here. Okay, so if that is
and
true,
you condemn it.
If that is true, then
Donald Trump said it himself.
Again, he said it,
and then 4 women corroborated.
And we have to understand even more. I don't know the context of that. So if that is true,
Any context to make that okay?
I want to ask.
No context to make that okay. That's
what is
power
the? Yeah. I haven't looked at evidence, so I need the evidence. But I want to ask because I think this question really is about a larger immigration policy. What immigration policy are you supporting with this?
I support on the highest level.
Who joined? Who is that?
The guy who said he wasn't going to go to bed.
Oh. The Matriarch event is in 30 minutes.
Is it 30 more minutes?
Isn't it? Or check. God damn it.
All right, 25 minutes.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Yeah, go build, loser.
Immigration policy where people come into the country legally, where we know every single person who is in the country at all times because we don't want undocumented people going around, in a way that we can have people be competitive in the labor market for immigrants to just integrate into society in a solid way. So I think there's a way better way to do that than, number one, what Trump is doing. Number two, the deportations that he's enacting are crazy.
So now I want to also ask, do you support welfare?
Do I support welfare?
That would be like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid.
Yeah, sure, to a certain extent.
So
not for illegal
here's
people.
what I want to get to.
Yeah.
Illegal immigration, or in this case, you want it to be legal.
Legal, ideally,
yes, they would all collect on welfare, and if you look at it overall, it would be a net drain on the economy.
That's not
yes,
true.
that is true, and studies that have estimated against it do stuff like estimating that every 1 out of 9 has a graduate or PhD, which is just blatantly false.
That is not true. A few things. Every single study on this topic shows that when immigrants move to the country, especially when they're higher, when they're PhDs as well, they increase more, they give more in taxes, they give more in building than, what about Giovanni Perry's 2016 study saying that when immigrants move to the country, that they are net benefits? Can you cite a study of the opposite?
He kind of got him.
I can cite theory. I can cite
you asked me for a study, you can cite
got him.
No, there is a study by the Heritage Foundation.
How are you going to ask him for one and not have one to cite?
No, I'm talking about the policy that you're trying to back is going to cause a net harm on the economic future.
What's your prescription? You want no legal immigration to the country?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so what's your prescription?
You can't have mass migration and welfare at the same time. You have to choose between the two. Otherwise, there will be a net drain on the economy.
This
has been well noted through economists like Milton Friedman. And
Milton Friedman.
Yes, it is.
You can elevate it.
Right. That was good. Thanks.
What's up?
Good to meet you, man.
Great to meet you as well.
I'm Kai. Adam, I think I like what you're doing rhetorically. It's a very interesting strategy.
Where do you disagree?
Well, I disagree in large degree with the framing. Would you agree with the framing that a child is probably safer off with the average illegal immigrant than with Joseph Biden? I think that's what the Republican claim. Perfect. Now that we've agreed kind of that the framing is...
Well, maybe safer. Can you point to Joe Biden being friends with prolific sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein?
Absolutely. I mean, there's a web of connections.
Wait. Did Joe Biden have girls groomed out of his Mar-a-Lago spa? Did Joe Biden have 26 different credible sexual assault allegations? Or did Joe Biden say that he grabs women because they let him do it? Any of those things?
Well, it's interesting because
I'm not here to say that Joe Biden's perfect, but I just think that equivalency is crazy. I wouldn't want my daughter
I agree. I think the equivalency of the average illegal immigrant Donald Trump is crazy. The way that we assemble those statistics is absolutely ridiculous. If you were to take let's say, what's the sample size in your study? How many illegal immigrants were included as a part of the study?
It was in Texas from 2012 to 2019.
Has he actually been convicted of?
He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, sexual assault. Number one, but number two, when you take 1,000 people, you take 1,000 undocumented immigrants, you have 1,000 Donald Trumps. The statistics show that those 1,000 Donald Trumps will abuse way more women.
Way
26
more.
Versus the average undocumented immigrant commits violent crimes at a 2 times lower rate than the native-born citizen.
That's interesting.
Trump commits crimes at a higher rate than the native-born citizen.
That's interesting.
Now you see what I'm doing rhetorically?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I do see what you're doing, and what you're doing is trying to remove the effect of the crime from the actual people who are affected by it, which is why you're saying, well, Donald Trump was in a room with you. The issue is when you analyze the difficult, or rather the amount of crime that these illegal immigrants are actually perpetrating, and when you compare it and say that blanket statement, right, that they are less violent than the average native-born American, you're not comparing it individually to each group. The levels of crime, the rates of crime among groups in this country differ significantly based on where you are and based on what the group is. Would you say?
That's why I said average. That's why I said average. I mean, you can point to a specific area, but that's why it's average.
You understand that?
Would you let someone who was held civilly liable of sexual abuse immigrate to the country legally?
You understand?
No.
Well, no, I don't think so. No,
but you let them be the president.
You're not engaging with the statistic that you brought up at the beginning.
Okay.
And again, the framing that you are providing, if we were to be statistically consistent, would say that with the average illegal immigrant, you are safer than with the average Black American. Would you agree with that framing?
With the average illegal immigrant, you're safer with the average Black American. Yeah, because Black Americans commit crimes
at a disproportionate rate.
No, sure.
Okay, so you understand how framing can significantly shape the...
Oh, that was a beast! Fucking Kai had a whole dialogue tree he was about to run down on that black crime shit, and he just got absolutely stymied. I think it's word there, right? He got annihilated on that. Good job, Adam. Whoa!
Yeah, because Black Americans commit crimes
at a disproportionate rate.
No, sure.
Okay, so you understand how framing can significantly shape the way that we engage in this conversation. I don't think every Black person is going to kill me, but there is a disproportionality around it.
But the thing is, not every immigrant's going to abuse you.
100%.
Every one of those 1,000 Donald Trumps will abuse their power dynamics. Absolutely. Donald Trump throughout his entire life.
And
Donald Trump throughout his entire life is somebody who has abused every power dynamic available to him to prey on girls. Would you let your daughter in the Mar-a-Lago spa if it were 2001?
No,
wait a minute. Trump is supposed to be safe. Trump's Mar-a-Lago spa is safe.
You're drawing these equivalencies between a property that an individual owns, what occurs on that property, and a condoning of it by that individual.
He said,
yeah, but he knew about it. Yeah, sorry, bro. Sorry, bro. It's so funny because what he's saying is correct, by the way.
Like when I talk about conspiracies, I'm like, well, you know, the reason why I generally don't believe in conspiracies is because it would require the coordination of a lot of people. They'd have to be acting with malice. You'd need like some level of proof. There'd have to be leaks. Like it's really hard to prove these. For Donald Trump, all of this stuff is easily proven. We've got email leaks. We've got multiple statements from multiple people, right? I'm not even talking about the Epstein stuff, but for the Epstein stuff, Donald Trump outside that airplane, remember, he literally said, yeah, we knew he took one girl. We told him to stop doing it. And then he took a second one and then we banned him. And I know who those people are and I know the names and that's my mobile. Like, bro, it's all the elements are satisfied easily.
Would you let your daughter in the Mar-a-Lago spa if it were 2001?
No, I
wait a minute. Trump is supposed to be safe. Trump's Mar-a-Lago spa isn't safe.
You're drawing these equivalencies between a property that an individual owns, what occurs on that property, and a condoning of it by that individual.
About it. He said he likes him young. He was talking about Jeffrey
that is
Epstein,
an absolute false
years
equivalency.
later.
Okay, show me how do those two comments relate to each other?
When Donald Trump said in 2003, Jeffrey Epstein likes him young.
I'm looking for a clear consistency.
Okay, let me finish.
Oh, I wonder if Adam must know it, right? This was a senile moment from Trump. I can't believe he said this. Because he did the Kanye thing where he's like, well, I don't want to get into that. And then he got into it. It was so crazy. 5 months ago, 30,000 views. Nobody cared about this. In my opinion, this is probably the most direct, crazy thing Trump has said with relation to Epstein, and nobody really gave a fuck.
As President Trump headed home from Scotland, he identified a prominent sexual abuse accuser of Jeffrey Epstein, Virginia Giuffre, as a former Mar-a-Lago employee who had been recruited by Epstein to work for him instead, causing a falling out with Mr. Trump.
He stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know. None whatsoever.
Giuffre, who died by suicide.
This is dog shit. Give me the original one. Because it starts with him saying, like, I don't want to get into specifics or blah, blah, blah. And then he starts going off. Was it this?
Claiming he did.
Said, listen, we don't want you taking
of sexual abuse.
This has more of it, but.
When I heard about it, I told him, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want him taking people. And he was fine, and then not too long after that, he did it again, and I said, out of here.
Again!
You know, person. Does that include Virginia Giuffre?
I don't know.
I don't know. Wait.
I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her.
Meanwhile, Maxwell has offered to testify before.
He let her up. At least two. He said at least two. He admitted it to for no reason. Also, this is some shit you usually torture people to get out of. He just admitted for no reason. He just says it. But like, yeah, that's just wild to me. I wonder if Adam's aware of that clip. Oh my god.
Donald Trump says in 2003, Jeffrey Epstein likes him young. That happened, right?
Oh, wait, what is that?
Wait,
Let
me finish. Did that happen? Sure. Okay. 3 years earlier, Virginia Giuffre was groomed out of his spa by Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump held private parties in the 90s where him and Jeffrey Epstein, just those two, had 20 calendar girls. You can look this up. I hope there's one on screen.
Were any of them
calendar girls? Okay, what about the 15-year-old girls that Donald Trump walked in on in his dressing rooms? I mean, no one here. I've had 3 people say they wouldn't let their daughter around Trump. 3 people say they wouldn't let their daughter around Trump.
I wouldn't let my daughter around Joseph Biden.
That's
again,
fine. I'm not defending Biden. I don't care.
You don't have to defend a thing. You haven't staked out a position.
Biden
You've easily admitted that once we change the framing to talk, for example, about things that are more relevant to the average American. For instance, the average person who is living in Texas, right? The way that these people are going to feel the effects of migration are not as an average. There is no cookie-cutter average American.
The study was done in Texas.
Hold on, I understand that. That's why I'm citing the study.
It's the highest immigration state. Yeah, yeah.
Here's the point.
Oh.
That was really good.
Appreciate it, man. Likewise. It's good to meet you.
Yeah, great to meet you.
He got outvoted.
Quick.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Great to meet you as well.
Thank you very much for having this conversation.
This is great.
Yeah, so I want to start with by saying I think your claim is actually quite absurd because it's really a nothing burger. If Donald Trump is, worse to be a babysitter for my child than an average illegal immigrant, that doesn't really mean anything.
True, though?
I wouldn't let my kid with anyone. I wouldn't let my kid with Harris, with Biden, with Destiny.
What?
There's so many, are you serious? Okay.
Bring me back.
You can see that your kid's probably not safe with Donald Trump.
If I had
with the average undocumented.
I think this is a red herring. What I really want to talk about, what I really care about, is are kids safer under Donald Trump or under a potential Kamala Harris administration? Because if you really think about it, when we're analyzing the safety of our children, Kamala Harris is pro-abortion. Kamala Harris likes transgender surgeries for our minors and hormone therapies. But if we're talking about specifically immigration, her open border policies was absolutely drastic.
Okay, wait. You want to talk about which administration kids are better off under? The big, beautiful bill that we were just all talking about in the last segments will remove, over the next decade, hundreds of thousands of people from having school lunch. Free school lunch. Are you supporting free school lunch? Do you support free school lunch?
What I want to talk to you about.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about trans stuff right now. Okay?
No. You were just talking about children's safety.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I need to propose to you why I think we are going to be safer under Donald Trump than under
because of transgender people, or what?
Because of illegal immigration. Under Kamala Harris's open border policy,
the borders
under her
policy, we had an influx of illegal immigration, many of which caused children to go missing. But furthermore, Donald Trump is really good at promoting national sovereignty and national identity. And I think that's really the core issue at hand here when we talk about immigration. And we see Donald Trump promoting deportations, promoting enforcement on the border is going to unify the nation and bring us back to our national identity.
What about
the great unifier? People illegally who are now terrified that they're going to be deported along with their parents, as do people were. What about the kids that we kicked off of free school
lunch? Not many deportations.
He's not doing that many
deportations.
So
he's not? So he's failing? So he's lying?
Wait, so how are you going to claim that he's not doing that many?
No, he's.
How are you going to make a comparison when you don't know the number? It's 2 million.
I got to mention this.
You don't know the number.
I got to mention this. Donald Trump's promotion of national security and national sovereignty in his strict border enforcement policies is what's going. His talk about mass deportations, it's really good for creating a deterrence effect, truthfully, on illegal immigration coming to the nation. But what I really want to talk about is that Democrats say all the time that diversity is our strength, and I completely reject that notion. I think unity is our strength. Yes. Let me ask you a thought experiment. If I were to take you and drop you off into South Africa, you wouldn't know what's going on. You don't understand the culture. You don't understand the language. You don't understand what the people around you are doing. Now imagine.
If you were to go to forgot that Cape Cod, is that? Did I just make that up, or am I summoning this from the deep recesses of my mind? What's the name of South Africa's capital? Cape Town, not Cape Cod. Do most of the people there speak English, or am I crazy?
That's half of it. Now imagine every single person in the United States felt that way. We would be in total chaos. No one would understand anything that's going on.
Do you think everyone in the United States feels that way right now?
Together as a unified nation.
Do you think people feel that way right now?
I think under the less radical administration, they are promoting
because you said something. Let me respond very quickly. You said a lot. There was a moment where you said something about rather than diversity, we need unity. Yes. Well, both coincide. When we have a diverse nation, a melting pot, as we do, all you can ask for is unity. We have a president of the United States right now who is trying to get the military to boo my side. He called my side NAS that need to be taken care of, and he did this. There's a clip of it online.
In order to have unity, you need to assimilate to an idea, which is the idea of America, the American freedom.
So what's your broader point?
My broader point is that right now,
can you concede that children are safer with the average?
I would say if we will. Can you please let me finish? Okay, so under the Trump administration, children are safer than under the Democrat open border policies that we saw.
Open border. By what statistic?
By what statistic? By the border enforcement statistics. How many people across the border since Trump came into office?
Since Trump came into office, you want to know what other countries have zero?
Okay, you obviously don't want to talk about issues.
No, I will concede right away that Donald Trump has decreased both immigration and tourism into the United States.
Yeah, so you want to know what Kamala Harris is doing? No, I've been lying to get this.
You want to know what other country has zero immigration and zero tourism? North Korea. Russia has no tourism.
Yeah, that's crazy. But you need to have the American idea to understand to and assimilate to.
Thank you. That was good. That was really best argument. My last claim is Donald Trump is the most corrupt president in American history.
Hi, I'm Blake.
Nice to meet you, Blake.
Thanks for being here.
This is a great conversation.
I think that Donald Trump maybe is one of the least corrupt presidents in American history. I think that Donald Trump came out of a very corrupt system, not himself, but the America that elected Trump saw what happened after years of Democrat control, after years of Clintons and Obamas and all the same. And Trump came along and he said, we have to change this. We have to be uncorrupt. We have to be done with these people that coming in, they have these donors controlling them. Think about that 2016 debate. Hillary Clinton came in and she was controlled by the donors. Trump came in and said, I'm spending my own money. I'm not controlled.
I'm spending my own money? This guy's like double. He made like $3 billion increase in net worth.
Rigged for years, and it has been. But what Donald Trump did is not unrig the system. He re-rigged it for himself. When he got into office, his net worth was $4.3 billion. Can you guess by how much his net worth has increased over the past 9 months?
Thank you.
Wait, can you just guess?
Network. Can you just guess?
We really don't. Now the liberals want to talk about making money in office. Well, that was your point. Ah! God damn it.
Don't care.
Okay, so Donald Trump.
Listen, our net worth is higher. Donald Trump made our net worth higher.
Okay, how did he make your net worth higher? By starting a Trump coin, the name of
lower taxes. No, he increased business in America. He keeps us safe.
He's not increased business in America. I'm sorry, but businesses are struggling under tariffs. Donald Trump's net worth. Okay, so Joe Biden's net worth during his term went from $8 million. Let me finish to $11 million. That is a $3 million increase from real estate, from investments that he had. Donald Trump, over the past 9 months, has gained $3 billion in wealth through a few things. Right before he got into office, he started World Liberty Financial, which is a way for people to buy cryptocurrency named Trump Coin. You know about Trump Coin, right?
I do.
Are you okay with Trump Coin?
I mean, I'm not sure that's on him.
It is on him.
It's called Trump Coin. What? I'm not sure that's on him. It's his name. What? Did he really just say that? Did he really just? No shot. Did he just say something so crazy?
Has gained
I said Ninja Mother.
$3 billion in wealth through a few things. Right before he got into office, he started World Liberty Financial, which is a way for people to buy cryptocurrency named Trump Coin. You know about Trump Coin, right?
I do.
Are you okay with Trump Coin?
I mean, I'm not sure that's on him.
It is on him. He literally 2 days before his inauguration leveraged the hype of it to launch it.
I can't.
How much do you think Trump knows about?
Wait, for the guy who listens to me, who does the sound things, I need the realities, whatever I want it to be. I need that on my soundboard, okay?
Meme points.
Okay, the thing is, it doesn't have to know about it for him to know it's a good channel of corruption. So, you know who Justin's son is?
Tell me.
A Chinese foreign entrepreneur who is being investigated by the SEC for market manipulation and fraud.
Wait, who did he not know?
Trump knows about meme points.
Okay, the thing is, it doesn't have to know about it for him to know it's a good channel of corruption. So, you know who Justin's son is?
Tell me.
A Chinese-born entrepreneur who was being investigated by the SEC for market manipulation and fraud. Justin Sun decided to buy $70 billion worth, or $70 million or $1 billion worth of cryptocurrency. It was billion, actually. And then he was allowed to step foot back in the United States for the first time in years because the SEC dropped the investigation. Donald Trump's wealth increase of $3 billion has allowed people to literally get favors, corrupt people to get favors. You can't point to anything like that with Biden.
Really?
Yeah, where did he increase his wealth by like $3 billion?
Look at Hunter Biden. Look
Remember
at his
Biden
deals in Ukraine. Look at all that.
What's Hunter Biden's net worth?
Much larger than it was before his father was in the Senate. And
He has no idea. Again, just you know this in your mind. Millions to billions is like comparing singles to thousands. Okay? When somebody said, I made $5, you know, doing something for my friend, another guy said, I made $5,000, right? The $5 is nothing. When you're 4 orders of magnitude off, it's not even a factor. It's the saying, what's the difference between a million and a billion? It's a billion. What's the difference between 1,000 and 1? It's 1,000. It's not even remotely comparable. Also, I'm pretty sure Hunter has a negative net worth right now.
Presidency.
You think so?
Oh, absolutely. You don't?
I mean, if your argument is that Hunter Biden is corrupt and that Trump is less corrupt, so you're saying Trump is the second corrupt person?
I want to take it.
You've been animated by
That was good, thank you. What's up?
Isaac,
Nice to meet you, Isaac.
Awesome. So your claim, just to make sure, is that Trump is the most corrupt president of all time. So
what about there's one that everybody's like, this guy's corrupt.
Due diligence and evidence do you have to compare him to every other president? Because you said most.
Oh, can you name? He should. This guy started off with, I want you to name every other president from start to finish. And then as soon as Adam stumbles on one, he's like, oh, well, if you can't name all the presidents, if you don't even know their names, how do you know they're not the most corrupt?
So what other presidents have you done your due diligence to see what their corruption is and to make sure that he is the most corrupt?
Yeah, so I think Watergate is a really good analog. Nixon's Watergate was, like, at that time, the craziest thing to ever happen in a presidential administration.
Do you have proof of that?
So Watergate was awful, but my argument is there is a Watergate happening basically every single day. What Donald Trump has done is set up a few buckets for people to funnel money into, and then he uses those buckets to give favors. So I've already talked about the Trump coin, and I talked about Justin Sun, but there's other good examples. Like Melania Trump, for example, met with Jeff Bezos behind the scenes at the White House and then got a $40 million movie deal right away. It's interesting because a quick tangent that I want to go on. In the 90s, Hillary Clinton got in this huge scandal because she made $100,000 a decade prior off of cattle futures. Donald Trump and his family make billions, and this is like not even a blip in the news. So that's what I compare it to. Hillary, Watergate, yeah.
So only Hillary and Nixon.
I mean, do you have any better analogs? Who would you say is more corrupt?
What my argument isn't so much who's more corrupt, it's that you're claiming that he's the most corrupt and you haven't done your due diligence on every other president.
There are big tentpole moments in history like Watergate. LBJ had some election corruption, but Donald Trump, between his fake elector scheme, between his wealth and
got owned. Let Adam kick him out of here. He's owned.
Between the favors he's getting from Qatar. Do you know about the $400 million Qatari jet?
Yep.
Do you think there's any analog in American history to the $400 million Qatari jet?
I don't know. I haven't studied all of it.
I'm also not making the claim that he's the most corrupt.
No, that's fine. I'm not trying to like press you or anything, but there's just no analog to this wealth increase in the favors that Donald Trump has given.
Okay, so you would equate financial gain to corruption and only financial gain to corruption?
No, there's a few other ways. There's like bribery, quid pro quo. There's pardons. There's certain things. Yeah.
What I'm trying to get at is I'm not going to deny that everything that Trump has done has not have some emphasis of corruption. But what I am trying to point out is the fact that you are labeling him as the most, but completely disregarding every other presidency up until that point because you're
not every single one. I gave a really good example of 1992 when Hillary Clinton got in a big scandal, and then I compared how Melania Trump made like 4,000 times that money. You know, so I mean, we can look at other analogs in history. There's never been a fake elector scheme. Do you remember Obama coin or like Hillary coin? No, there was no Obama coin. There was no Hillary coin.
The coins after them.
Trump coin is unique in many ways.
Okay, but what does Trump coin equate to corruption? How is it corrupt?
It's an untraceable way for people to funnel money
So
into
is
it and
Bitcoin
get favors. No, because Bitcoin isn't being held.
Yeah, it would be if we had President Bit. What kind of a comparison is that?
By the president and used for favors. Donald Trump. So here's the thing with Trump coin, it is not only untraceable, but people can tell Trump, hey, I'll donate to you, and then they not only gain leverage over him.
Okay.
He wasn't. Wait. Great.
Hey, great to see you again.
Yeah, nice to chat again.
So I just want to say, and I'll address it, I do think there's a lot of corruption with the Trump administration, but I'm going to put that aside. I don't think it's the most corrupt administration, but that has a lot to do with definitions. First, I want to say, you call Trump a fascist. You strongly implied he's a pedophile who's escaped.
Oh, we're getting to the Fed Post induction part. So if you say all of that, wouldn't it be moral for somebody to wouldn't it be moral then for
the law?
Do you think he's not a pedophile? Do you think he was?
I don't think that he sexually assaulted any children violently. And now you're saying he's the most corrupt president in U.S.
Why would you add that qualifier? You know that people say that 10-year-olds, right? Just to be clear, I have never 10-year-old non-consensually before. Why would you add that qualifier? Bruh, are you okay?
History. To me, it sounds like
fascist, most corrupt in history, pedophile who's escaped the law because of his political influence or something. Why don't you want Donald Trump dead?
Because the American political system should not have violence involved at it in any step. I think part of the beauty of America is that you and I are able to sit down across from each other, or anybody in this room, and we're able to have a conversation, even if it gets a little bit feisty, even if people knock over the clock out accident, we're able to go around and have a good conversation. Nowhere in that process should violence be involved. When Charlie Kirk was shot, it shook me up. It's not good. That should never happen. Nobody should enact violence, and I tell my audience that all the time. You can call somebody corrupt. You can call somebody.
Trump doesn't.
Donald Trump called Biden a fascist. Donald Trump said Biden and Kamala were
Do you
the
think,
Gestapo.
like an example, do you think someone would have been justified in killing Hitler?
Justified in killing Hitler at the end of World War II?
You could say in the lead up, whenever he started putting Jews in gas chambers.
I think that the man who was genociding Jewish people could be justifiably killed, but Donald Trump isn't genociding any sort of group right now, so that's a little bit different.
Well, when I hear is fascist, and you attach all these things, so I think that there's a strong implication there that some violence is justified. So I think that has more to do with your watered down definition.
Wait, do you think that people in positions of power shouldn't call the other side fascist?
Yeah, well, I will say the Trump administration uses divisive rhetoric, and it's not good.
Do you think they shouldn't use the word? So when Trump called,
so this is easy because you can justify this based on the context or the environment that you see somebody in. So for instance, should you kill somebody who is trying to murder you, or if there's like a murderer on the loose and you like see this guy, like, are you morally justified in killing him? Probably, yeah. But if you're in prison with another guy who's a murderer, are you morally justified in killing him? Well, no, he's in prison, right? This is not like a threat anymore, you know? If you are in Hitler's government, in a fascist regime that is genociding people, are you justified in killing him? I mean, maybe. I mean, a fascist regime, you know, violence is basically the only way to make your voice heard. Donald Trump, even if he is a fascist, still exists within a democratic republic, still exists within a constitutional, arguably, theoretically we are, where he is limited by the system that exists around him. So even if Donald Trump was literally Hitler, even if Hitler came back in time and took Donald Trump's place, you arguably wouldn't be justified in trying to kill him because you still have a democratic system by which you can hold him accountable.
Kamala fascist? Was he calling for Kamala to be killed?
No.
Why not?
Because there's not this consistent.
He did it over and over throughout the campaign.
There's not a consistent force of claims and a culture on the right that supports
Stephen
violence.
Miller just said the Democratic Party isn't a. He said it's not a political party. It's a domestic extremist organization.
Yeah, there's differences with the audience that you're speaking to. So when Democrats say someone's a fascist, someone's violent, Democrats actually go out and commit these acts of violence. Is what we see all the time.
Really?
So
all the time.
Yes, of course. You see this.
Basically, every single study. I can point to the one by the CSIS.
Yeah.
Those are biased.
You cited a study on illegal immigrants earlier. There's no like baseline.
No one had a bias study.
What's the methodology of that study? Explain to me.
Wait, the political violence study by the CSIS. Let's talk about this one very, very quickly. They go through all of the violent, lethal crimes over the past decade or maybe 2 decades. And what it shows
with Minnesota incident. And also, I want to say there's a difference between the far right violence that's fully denounced. There's branches of the Republican Party that aren't allowed anywhere near it. My problem is that leftist ideology,
lethal crimes over the past decade.
Excuse me, what did you say, motherfucker?
And what it shows with the Minnesota incident. And also, I want to say there's a difference between the far right violence that's fully denounced. There's branches of the Republican.
Fully denounced? I'm sorry. What is he watching? Am I missing all these news segments where Trump is fully denouncing violence on the right? I don't remember that. I remember stand back and stand by. And I remember Donald Trump saying that when the right commits violence, it's a righteous type of violence. And when the left does it, it's because they're just being, criminal. Where is all this Trump denouncing violence thing at? Please tell me.
Party that aren't allowed anywhere near it. My problem is that leftist ideology is an ideology of violence.
That is not true.
The difference that I see.
You think Chuck Schumer is causing violence in Congress?
Chuck Schumer. Let me finish speaking. Okay. So the difference. Chuck Schumer. The difference that I see with Democrats and Republicans. Now I lost my train of thought. Is the Democrats do have a culture of supported violence. The Republicans just don't.
Wait, are you sure? Donald Trump pardoned 1,600 people who beat the shit out of cops. What's the analog to that with Democrats?
So you're telling me that all of those people were violent offenders?
No, I'm saying that.
So why did they all have to be violent offenders? What is the? Okay, well in that case, and you agree that the BLM protests were all peaceful then, right? Because the vast majority of them were. Most of those people weren't committing violent acts, right? They were all peaceful, right? Even the riots that were riots were mostly peaceful, right?
How many of those people were violent offenders?
I mean, the amount of people that beat cops.
How many of them were violent offenders?
Probably a few dozens. A lot of them were arrested for trespassing.
Yeah, a few dozen. So upwards of 30 were violent offenders.
Wait, you're okay with a few dozen people, violent people?
No, Trump went out of his way to not pardon violent offenders.
He pardoned everybody. It was a blanket pardon.
How do you not even have the right facts on this? That's not the right slop talking point, by the way. The right slop talking point from the right, this guy must not have gotten his NPC updates, is supposed to be, sure, some of them were violent, but they already served more than enough time because they were held indefinitely without trial, blah, 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 is the slop talking point for that.
You're just
lying right for the trespassing that happened on the Capitol.
Are you going to concede that Trump is the most corrupt president in American history?
No, I'm not.
Okay, then let's go back to this.
So my definition of corruption would be for personal gain doing things. And I would say going up for a bid for re-election would also be corruption if you do things you know are bad for the country in order to get re-elected. So that for that reason, and I'll grant you it's an unconventional definition, I would say probably FDR or LBJ are most corrupt in American
history. Was she having a panic attack?
Your definition wasn't even that far off mine.
Did you just say LBJ or FDR?
And I'll grant you it's an unconventional definition. I would say probably FDR or LBJ are most corrupt in American history.
Your definition wasn't even that far off mine. It's using public office for private gain, which is fine.
Yeah.
I don't know about your election analogy.
So
but the
LBJ,
thing is,
I'll have those N-words voting Democrat for the next 200 years.
That's not corruption. That's racism.
No, that is corruption. It's him saying I'm going to give things to this section of the population.
How is that?
Now I let you finish. There you go.
Okay.
Speedy, nice to see you again. Long time no see.
Back. I want to circle back to a point that you brought up, which was the Trump coin.
Yeah.
And can you explain why that's such a good example of corruption in your view?
It is.
Bro, if Obama would have made Obama coin, or if there was Clinton coin, every single Republican on the planet would have mass sold all of their crypto holdings, and crypto would, and LLMs and the whole AI industry would just be dead if there was an Obama coin or a Clinton coin. I can't even, bro. I can't even with these people.
Perfect example of corruption, because Donald Trump leveraged the hype of his inauguration 2 days before to release a Trump coin and then a Melania coin. Not only is this unprecedented, this has never happened like this before, but it then led to an unprecedented wealth increase over the first 9 months. This wealth increase was through people funneling money into his Trump coin and getting favors in return.
Really quick, the reason it's probably unprecedented is because crypto's not been around for long enough for other presidents to have done something like that.
You think the next bet him? I bet you $20,000 right now. The next Democratic president doesn't make a Democratic coin or whatever in their name.
Okay, but Jimmy Carter put his farm in a blind trust.
I will concede that it was a scummy thing to do, but I don't think it's a clear sign of corruption.
It is.
When I think corruption, I think of
Hunter
things
Biden.
like, not to circle back to Russiagate, but like the Obama administration literally spied on like the leading Republican candidate's campaign and tried to frame him for treason.
This is not true. But do you think that's more corrupt than getting $3 billion in net worth increase? And
from the like crypto poll, I mean, yeah, because I don't see the clear tie between like the Trump coin and like political action. Of political
Trump coin is owned 75% by Trump and his family. It vests throughout the term, meaning money gets released to Trump and his family. What this allows is for people in an untraceable manner to donate to this and then get favors. Like I said earlier,
you don't know any of that's happening.
Wait, Justin Sun was allowed.
We can't know. It's anonymous. It's fucking crypto, motherfucker. What are you even saying? What are you even saying? What the? That's the whole point. That's the problem.
Stepped foot in the United States and then went to a private dinner with Trump to the executive branch. I can
you don't know that it's because of Trump coin. You don't know that any of this is happening with that. Trump has sold a lot of things. Trump has sold a lot of cheap products. He sells Trump watches, he sells Trump commemorative coins, and he sells Trump cryptocurrency. To me, it seems like he's like a businessman who's been doing business for his entire life, and he's just doing another business.
I want to draw a distinction.
Bro, if they sold Trump cum shots, would you be drinking that down in the summer to cool off? What an absolute cuckold for Donald Trump. I know why these guys all called me a now. It was projection. These guys fantasize about sitting in the chair watching Trump having threesome with middle schoolers. These guys are this is the most shameless shit I've ever heard in my entire. It seems like you're just a good businessman, bro. Sounds like you're mad because he's just hitting that young puss, bro. Sounds like you're mad because he's amazing. But come on, are we serious right now?
Dummy thing to do. I think like selling cheap commemorative coins is scummy.
I think it's really important to draw a distinction between monetizing your name, monetizing the presidency by selling things, and actual corruption. So what Donald Trump is doing,
corruption. I think it's the same example.
Okay, so when Donald Trump gets a $400 million jet from Qatar, and then Qatar builds a $5.5 billion golf course in their country, and now Trump is doing joint training exercises with them in the United States, is that quid pro quo corruption?
I don't know all the details for that. So
do you know about $400 million?
I don't know anything about it.
Is that personal gain?
I don't.
Is that for the American people?
That wasn't given to Trump. It was given to like the government.
It was given to Trump. So after Trump's term, where does it go?
I believe into like the government's property.
The Trump Presidential Library. It is only for Trump to use.
Is the presidential library owned by Trump?
It is only for Trump to use.
Is it owned by Trump?
It's owned by the government.
Okay, so they gave it to the government, and after Trump's term, it's going to the government.
No, it's going to his presidential library. It was a gift to Trump.
If the government owns it, they can like take it from the presidential library and put it somewhere else. They can
so you're just conceding that it's fine to take $400 million gifts, even though it violates the emoluments clause, which says you can't take gifts from other countries. That is just
I think there's far greater issues of corruption.
I don't mind the way that Adam is fighting at this point, but I think you should just go one step further and be like, oh, Mouton. You should just ask, like, how does the jet benefit Americans? Can you tell me how the Qatari jet is benefiting the average American? I want to hear this. Please tell me. How does it benefit us? Do you feel benefited?
Me?
No, just in general.
The Qatari jet?
When people are like, oh, the Qatari jet was for Americans.
How was I benefited?
It doesn't help.
Well, hold on. It made me hate Trump that much more and pushed me a little bit further, you know?
True.
In voting.
Okay, I'm almost done with this. Probably in like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Can we queue up just one more Stellar run, and I'm going to I have the ion boxes for you, and I think I have. Can you make the advanced electrical components? Check. I just need these frequency modulation boxes. They usually appear in the assembly part.
Let me look how many I got.
You can craft them too. Advanced electrical components. You need 5 of them apparently. Or do you need a blueprint for that? You can't make them?
No, I can make them. I can make them.
Yeah, then tell me how many you can make.
In our country's history, and I think singling out this one where
the
government was given a jet by one of our allies is not all that.
If you can hand wave Trump coin and the wealth increase, and you can hand wave other countries giving him gifts, then I guess
I'm not necessarily hand waving it. I'm just saying your claim is he's the most corrupt president.
Because he's rigging the system for himself.
You are speculating that
it's not speculation.
You are speculating. You're speculating that there was a quid pro quo going on with Trump and Qatar. You're speculating that he funneled money into Trump's campaign or whatever.
What about a few days ago when the leader?
There are literal, clear examples that we've seen that there are released documents.
So that's clear. Wait, that's clear.
But there are released documents of Russiagate and it being a hoax. They all knew it was like
the documents didn't say what you think they said.
The killer response to that
when somebody says like, oh, there was the whole Russiagate hoax where they just try to pin this bullshit on Donald Trump. So all of the people were involved, Obama, all of the intelligence agencies, all the heads, Hillary Clinton's campaign. Two questions, and there are really two good questions. One is, why was none of this leaked before the vote, before the election, so that it could actually be used against them? And two, then where are the fabricated indictments? Why didn't they just indict him? Why didn't they just make some shit up and indict him? If they had this much control over all of this, then why didn't they just indict him on shit? And they're going to say some shit about, well, they didn't find evidence. Who cares? Fabricate it. If you're saying that there was a whole Russiagate hoax, wouldn't fake indictments literally be part of the hoax? Why would you stop right before faking the indictments? Why would you fake every single part of it except for the indictment part, the most important part of it? That's so stupid.
It's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes.